bomb, Tetsuo! You want that?
I want him more than dead. I'll split his friggin' head open!
Just knock it off now! This whole thing happened just because you took my bike for a spin. Enough already!
Don't order me around! I could handle it on my own. Yeah, I admit that I've gotten beaten before, but I won't always be on the receiving end. You hear that? You understand? It doesn't matter who he is, they don't care. Just so long as he destroys things.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, man. Kind of curious to see what Bitcoin will do today. I was currently looking at the chart. It's kind of hard, right? To know, because I don't know about you. I don't know if it's the my account with TradingView that's not allowing me to go as far as 5-minute candles, but we're in a part of the move where it's impossible for me to go lower than 15 minutes when I'm losing my replayer tool. So it's hard to know what got hit exactly. Is it the same thing for you? Oh, okay. Okay. I'll read this later.
Hey everybody, welcome to Chart Raiders Season 1, Week 2, Day number 3. My voice is still a little coarse today, but that's okay. We're still here, pushing through it, and welcome everybody. I have a special guest with me today, the one and only Sugar Addict from Team Enigma. Sugar, how you doing?
Doing great, Cotton. It's great to join you today.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So you're going to be helping me do the stream today. You've taken a step away from the team for a day or two to help me kind of just do some co-hosting stuff and have some fun with me. And yeah, great to have you, man.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be part of this project with you, and I'm looking forward to actually being able to see what the other teams are doing, because being in Team Enigma, I'm usually concentrated on the charts, never looking at the stream at the same time as we are live. So it will be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, man, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun doing the hosting thing, and you're gonna enjoy it with me today. My voice is still recovering, so bear with me. I might go blank and silent at times, and I might have to take some breaks, but we'll get through it. We'll get through it, man.
Yeah, I'll help you out for sure.
So Bitcoin's a story of the day today. Bitcoin has obviously been going crazy, and yeah, we haven't quite hit our weekly levels yet. We haven't quite hit some of the targets we set out, but we're getting close, man. We're getting really close. Teams haven't taken any trades yet, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be getting some pretty good trades today.
Yeah, this is pretty much like the final moment before we reach that weekly valley that I guess everybody's been targeting.
Yeah, it's been a long time in the making. I've been talking about that thing for, God, I don't know how long now. It's been, no, it's got to be at least 4 or 5 months now. I've been talking about that thing. So it's good to see us finally in this moment, and hopefully Bitcoin does pull back down to it. But yeah, we're definitely going to see today what's going on. I'm going to update our title to let people know that you are with me co-hosting today. And that's updated. And why don't we start off by just going and looking at the teams and how they did yesterday.
Yeah, that's a little recap. That's a good idea.
Yep. In first place, we've got Team Enigma, the only team in profits this week. Every team has kind of been playing it slow. Teams haven't been taking too many trades this week. I don't blame them. Bitcoin's been in a pretty tough range. Everybody's waiting for that kind of elusive moment down at the bottom. And yeah, it's been tough to wait, and you have seen teams trying to take a few shorts and a few longs, and there's been some profits and losses, but not really much has been going on this week in terms of action. It's been a relatively slow week, but it's also been really good to see our traders not kind of take too many risks, because I think a lot of times people do get caught up in these big movement moments, and they do tend to lose a lot of money. They do tend to try to take longs that are maybe a little too risky. They try to take shorts that don't really make sense, or they get in the wrong spot, and then they flip it into a long and lose money. So it's definitely a tough area of the charts to trade. So it's been good seeing our teams just kind of act with a bit of reservation this week to say, like, look, there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of money to be made, but let's wait until Bitcoin stabilizes so we have a bit better of an idea of where these entries could be. How did you guys deal with that, Sugar, this week? so far in Team Enigma. You guys are the only team in profit, and you guys haven't been taking too many trades. Like, how have you guys been dealing with that, with the crazy movement that Bitcoin's been having?
Well, actually, I think you've said it right. It was a bit hard at the start of the week. Well, we're only on Wednesday, but Monday was hard, and yesterday was even harder. So we spoke as a team that we wanted to lower as much as possible the amount of trades that we were going to take, and just take the trades that made sense. Because in these moments, I mean, it's only normal because we're all beginners, right? So it's only normal sometimes that you have FOMO, and then impulsivity is there, and you want to chase the trade. So we were aware of it at the start of the week, and I think that was the mentality of the group, just to wait for the right trade to come along. And I can see that it was hard for everybody, because it wasn't always clear what the move was doing, and a lot of volatility as well. So it's been an interesting start of the week, and I guess the movements are still going to be as high and slow in volatility. We're approaching a critical point in the chart. So but to answer your question, it was just a matter of waiting for the right trade.
Do you think we've hit the bottom yet?
I don't think so, and that's the question I wanted to ask you, right? I mean, everybody's kind of targeting that weekly valley. The experienced traders probably are, in TD. It is an interesting point where we're getting at, and I'm wondering, what's going to be the reaction? Are we going to stop there? Are we going to reverse even before reaching that point? That's kind of what I was wondering.
Yeah, so there's something we haven't actually gone over as a group yet in our community, not even in mentorship yet. And I'm going to give a little bit of a spoiler here, because somebody in chat mentioned it a little earlier, but unknowingly gave out a little bit of a spoiler. But I was planning on talking about this anyway, so just good on you in chat who said this. And, we talk about combo levels, right? You've heard me talk about combo levels before, and of course we've studied this stuff to death. And yeah, you're well aware of combo levels, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to put you on the spot here, Sugar. I'm going to kind of give you a quiz. So what are levels in our charts? This is kind of like an ambiguous, weird question, and it sounds really straightforward, but what are levels in our charts?
Currently, you mean?
Yeah, like when we say, oh, it's going to hit a level, what can a level be?
Oh, a level could be a trend. A level could be a hold level.
Yep, bingo, you already said it, trend.
Yep.
So when we say combo levels, would it be kind of a nice assumption to say that we could have combo trends that could also act as combo levels?
Oh, okay.
So nobody had ever really... nobody had really ever put this together, but this is a part of the Butterfly Effect 2 curriculum, where you can have combo levels. So actually what you saw today, it did touch a combo level. And I think nobody really stops and asks the question, which always surprises me, because I always tell people, well, don't study it if I haven't taught it yet. But I always have said from the beginning of everything that trends are levels. And if we can go after combo levels, well, why can't we go after combo trends, right? Kind of an interesting way to think about it. And I don't think anybody ever really asked that question. But we definitely do have something called combo trends on our charts. And today we hit one of these combo trends, which is pretty neat to see. Bitcoin hit a combo trend. You haven't seen it too much in the past. Well, actually, I see it all the time. I just don't talk about it because it's obviously outside of the scope of what we do, but we have hit a combo trend today. Pretty on point. So yeah, combo levels coming into play once again today. The power of the science and combo levels. I'm going to show that in a minute here, but nobody ever asks it, right, Sugar? It's just like, oh, well, if levels are trends, why can't we have combo levels? Well, then why can't we have combo trends, right?
That's really interesting. That's something I've never really even thought about. But yeah. It does make sense now that you're talking about it. But wow, okay. So I'm kind of interested to see what you're going to show us.
So I'm going to just go to the charts real quickly here and show what is in an easy little trend here. And typically you would have the trend on Bitcoin right here as the weekly. And then actually, if you adapt this to the daily here, this is a combo trend. So with combo levels and combo trends, you can have something like this, where you have, and we're going to go like this, and this kind of falls under the local global legacy theorem, but just a little differently. So you have this level right here, and then you would have a combo trend, which would be simply just this guy marked right there. So a combo level can also have combo trends inside of it. Like, you know how you have a weekly hold level, and then you go down further into the 4 hour, or sorry, the daily, and then a 4 hour and the 1 hour, and you can do the same thing with trends here. So when you actually look at Bitcoin, you can find this spot pretty easily, and as you work through your combo trends, you end up actually right here on the trade, and it hits pretty perfectly. So you can have combo levels, you can have combo trends, the weekly combo trend within the move, and you could just keep working this thing down to find that level.
Okay, so two trends are being hit on different time frames. Is that what you're showing us right now?
Yeah, so like, you know how when you have combo levels and combo trends, and you start a ring, I hit the wrong one here, sorry. You know how when you have like a combo level, and you're trying to target, say, a weekly level or a 4 hour level, and go down and find the greediest point of that level. Well, you can do the same thing with trends, actually, where you can say, here's a weekly trend, and there's the greediest point of it. And then if you just actually move it to the back to the weekly, you can see exactly where it got hit. So combo levels, combo trends, kind of all one and the same thing, right?
Well, like, that's something I would have never thought about. That's for sure.
Yeah, most people definitely wouldn't, but they definitely do exist on our charts, just like just like your good old combo levels, combo trends, because levels are trends after all. So that's what you're seeing hit here on Bitcoin today, and what the move is trying to hold. You can see on my screen right now that it had hit this thing pretty perfectly. Bounces the move, goes a little lower. You'd even probably go and find the next part of this combo trend. I hadn't done anything past the daily, but you can definitely go and just kind of repeat this process to find the daily to the 4 hour as well. Go here, and you go to the
So Kata, as you're doing your trend work, you know, you're currently releasing Butterfly Effect 2, and
Yep.
I know that that's another, you know, that's another secret that wasn't revealed up until now. But I mean, like, percentage wise, how much more little secrets like that do you think that we still need to figure out, or that you're still going to, you know, release into Butterfly Effect 2?
There's quite a bit, Shug. There's absolutely quite a bit of information still left over. Yeah, absolutely. When you would ask how much is left, yeah, there's still quite a bit left in Butterfly Effect 2. Like Butterfly Effect 2. Are we talking about Butterfly Effect 2 or everything?
Well, I mean, if you're mentioning everything, I guess that's it. That means that there's even more stuff that we don't know about. But maybe like Butterfly Effect 2, yeah.
Yeah, Butterfly Effect 2, I wanted to do about 50 to 60 lessons, and we're on lesson 4. So there's quite a bit more. And then there is stuff I want to do after Butterfly Effect 2. So I'd say once Butterfly Effect 2 comes out, we would be roughly 70% through the material. And then after that, there would be maybe 60 to 70% through the knowledge. I would say closer to 60, actually. And then there's some courses I have planned to release after that as well.
Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. So every time that we're having these mentorship moments with you, and you're just like releasing a little bit more information, and it just feels every time that my mind is blown. It's just like something else that we're learning. It's just really mind blowing, and it's a game changing information. So that's why I was asking. So
yeah,
there's
absolutely.
still more than 30-40% of stuff that we don't know yet. It's just mind blowing to see how much information there is.
Excuse me. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of information still that isn't released yet. Yeah, it's always tough to kind of put an exact number on it, just because until you kind of take the time to write out the course and put everything down on paper, it's pretty tough to see how many lessons you want to release. Like, there's a lot of information I still have to talk about, but yeah, to put into an amount of lessons would be impossible. But yeah, I would say Butterfly Effect 2 is like 60%. Yep.
Wow, interesting. Really interesting.
And slowly I'm getting better, but as everybody can tell, my voice is still pretty raspy today. So I'm going to give it a break for a few minutes here. I'm going to go right into the teams, and we are going to look at what the teams are up to today.
Dodge this.
Well, looks like Team Arcane is already on the move today. So it looks like Team Arcane was putting on order. I didn't had a chance to exactly see where they wanted to enter, but yeah, Team Arcane usually in front of the pack. They probably want to regain their position as leaders. I know it's been hard for them in the past few days, but last week they showed us that they had the capacity of being in front of the pack. So I expecting big things for them today. I'm actually kind of surprised to see them at the bottom of the list.
Okay, I'm back. I got some tea. I got some medicine here. Let's try to push through this sucker. Yeah, Arcane. Surprising to see them at the bottom, since they caught such a crazy position in the in the beginning of the week there. We've talked about this all week, but they caught that crazy knife catch, and man, it was just so heartbreaking to see them get out of that trade right before it went up 7 or 8%. I know they were, I talked to them after, and I've told the story already. I talked to them after, and they were reeling pretty bad over that. So yeah, it was definitely something that affected their performance a bit this week, I think, because they did miss that trade, and then they've been trying to catch up and take some opportunities I noticed they wouldn't normally take, and some spots where they're looking to get maybe a longer position. Like yesterday, they were in a great position, and kind of missed the 15-minute inverse on their trade that they had right at the end of the stream, which is surprising because usually they're right on top of that stuff and they get out and they always secure profits. But I think they're just trying to play catch up from that missed trade, because that trade would have put them at over 10,000 in profit on the week. So
yeah,
I think you would have seen a very different set of trades come out of Arcane had they actually stayed in their first trade on the week. I think that's kind of derailed them a little bit this week.
That's tough. I mean, that when you're missing these moves, and when you're exiting just a little bit too quickly. I mean, it happened to me so many times. It's just heartbreaking, and I know it's really hard to shake it up. But how do you actually, on your side, Cotton? I mean, you experienced. I mean, it's been what, 8-9 years now that you've been doing this. I mean, I guess that you've gained experience. But when you first started, how did it affect you, and how were you able to shake it off. And actually also, does it still affect you like as it used to back in the days?
So it doesn't affect me too much anymore, simply for the fact that I don't have too much time to trade anymore. But
Hmm.
no, I think it affects everybody, right? Like I think it's a game of mental fortitude. If you let it get to you, it's going to. Missing those trades, especially when you've got your income relying on it, I think it kind of forces you to do things that you wouldn't normally do.
Hmm.
So I do think it affects every single trader. You know, back in the day, it didn't bother me too much because I was using amounts of money that it wouldn't matter to me if I lost them. So I was more of a grinder back in the day, taking crazy amounts of trades all day long. And if I missed one, it kind of didn't really matter to me. So
Hmm.
the chart raiders are very much right now where I was when I first started. So it's like, okay, miss a trade, no big deal. But yeah, just on to the next one. But I think as time goes on, when you start to rely on it for an income, I think that it can affect you because it's like, oh wow, look at how much money I don't have now this week. And then you start to try to make up for it by justifying, hey, well, I wouldn't have been in this position had I been in the big trade from earlier in the week. I probably wouldn't have taken something as risky as this. So let's just try to make it up on the other end and take this position. So I think that happens a lot. I think especially when you're relying on it for an income, I see that a lot. So, Sugar, do you think there's a world where all these teams try to start taking these trades, they miss all the moves, and they end up on the wrong side of things, and they all start just bleeding money through their accounts because they start trying to chase these bad trades? Do you think there's a world where that exists here?
Um, I think that I don't know how the other teams are managing, you know, their because like I told you, I haven't had the chance to listen to the conversations in the other teams. I think that there is a possibility, but the fact that we also have a limit, right? I mean, in our team, we're aware that we can't, um, we can't allow ourselves just to lose and lose and lose and lose all the time, and just lose like big chunks of our account all the time. So
Yeah.
we were a little bit more safe with our trading. So I can see it as a trader. I mean, like personally, it happened to me. I mean, I had like seriously like serious bad beats where I was just trying to make up for my losses and just
Yep.
losing even more. As teams, I would imagine that it would be hard. I mean, it would be hard to let yourself go as much. I mean, first of all, there's a bunch of people on your team who you are trading with, so there's more reasoning in there. I mean, like I would imagine in our team, most of the time that was the case. I mean, like we were
Yeah.
training as a team, so we were talking as a team, so we were also reasoning as a team. So even if there's one or two of the team members that were a bit more impulsive, the other team members were pulling back on them. So
Yeah.
I it's hard for me to see it to see a team just go into that supermassive black hole of trade chasing, you know. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't think so. Yeah, I wouldn't think
And
so.
I would agree. I would say our teams are there. These guys are really good. The amount of training I put everybody through was ridiculous. Like Sugar, you had to go through that gauntlet of training, and it's no
Yeah.
easy task, man. Like that's no easy task. So yeah, I mean we're talking about people who are highly trained. Um, yeah, there's not a lot of mistakes our traders make, but is there a world where they could kind of get liquidated this week? It's always a possibility. I think teams need to be aware of what's happening. I think the big question right now has to be: have we seen the bottom of Bitcoin? Have we seen? Is this trend going to be the move that holds it up? I personally don't think so. I think today is going to be a repeat of yesterday, where you see a big move up. It tries to break out of its move, but ultimately fails down to test this lower region. I really do like that 18,515 level. It's a combination level that broke Bitcoin out back in the day. I really like this, and I really think you could see this weekly trend reform at that point. So I do think you can dive down a bit. I think teams need to be aware that we still haven't seen accumulation yet because it's just too early, even though we have kind of broken one trend here and broken outside of one interior range. I think teams need to be aware of this, that there's still a very high chance that we go down today. And if they are looking for anything, they should be playing these shorts right now, just like Paradigm has a short setup. They should be playing these shorts right now, or possibly even higher a little bit, and play your shorts, play them smartly, and wait for Bitcoin to hit the bottom of the move, and maybe try to hedge a position. Even maybe take your profits and hedge a position. Like if they could get into a short now that would take us down to that 18,515 level, they could even hedge a large portion of their profits to try to catch that knife too. Or they could just exit out and set another order on the books just down below. So like the ideal scenario today, I think, is you see teams take a short, they make 10, 11, 12% all the way to the bottom of 18,515. You could make anywhere from 10 to 15% on this trade right now down to that point, and then you could take 1% and hedge it. So say for like TM Mafia, for example, if they're using their normal $2,500 position size, they catch the short, it goes all the way down to 18,515. They take 15% on it. Well, that's going to be a lot. They're going to be up roughly 32,500, and then they just take 2,500 and toss that on the long at 18,515, and they've profited 30,000 no matter what. I think that's kind of the strategy I would be looking at as a team captain. That's what I'd be telling my team. I would be saying, hey, look, we are still moving down to that lower level. Where can we take the final short? Because they have missed the shorts this week. They did miss the shorts last week. Let's get that final short in the book. Let's take some of the profits out of the short and hedge the knife catch. And if we miss it, at least we're still in profits. But if we catch it, we're just going to be completely pulling ahead of everything. Like that's, if I was a team captain here, that's the strategy I would put forth for today.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like a really good strategy. That's something that I'm also more of a, I catch myself into longer time positions. As in, we've talked about this privately before. I mean, you said it in one of your videos. 1 out of 10 scalps becomes a swing, and 1 out of 10 swings becomes position trading. Yep. So 1 out of 100 scalp positions becomes a position trading. So I find myself in between, where I'm entering a scalp and I'm always targeting to transform it into a swing. It's not always the case, obviously. It's 10% of the trades that will actually transform into a swing. So I like your idea of holding into your positions right now, finding like the right target and just transforming it into like a big swing. That would be something that would be looking into as well, because personally I feel that I'm more of a I don't know how it's going to sound, but I'm more of a swing guy than anything else.
Yeah. No, yeah, I get it, and yeah. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a hard read on the charts today. I ultimately think Bitcoin is going to have to fight to gain accumulation. I don't think it's going to come as easy as everybody thinks it is. You look at the charts right now, and it's this simple bounce off of a level. Nice little slow accumulation period this morning. We had 5-minute candles holding for since 2:45 in the morning my time till about 4:10. So it was about an hour and a half that this had been holding 5-minute levels, and it kind of just started to move up after that. I just don't think Bitcoin is going to snap accumulation with that kind of move. I don't think it's done yet. I think this is people recognizing that Bitcoin is in kind of another one of these ranges. It has tested. There's a good 5 or 6 or 7% to be made off of this. Even actually 8% right now to where we're at. And there's a nice 8% to be made, just like yesterday. And you hit a level and you pull back. I just think it's going to be more of a violent move when we see Bitcoin recover here. If we pull back, we hit this 18,515 level. I could see it being something where you go from 18,515 right over top of 23,000. So I could see it. Yeah, I could. That's how I think this thing's gonna end. Is you're just gonna bounce thousands of dollars I don't think it's going to end on kind of this slow accumulation period. It can for sure. We'll see as the day goes on, but it's just, it's not something I would form a strategy or a set of expectations on. Like I wouldn't be looking to play longs other than like maybe 2 to 3% scalps today. I would be looking more to play shorts and to staying in them, and maybe to hedge a few longs here and there. But yeah, I would definitely be looking for the bigger shorts today.
So I have a question for you, Cotton, and maybe earlier I didn't formulate it properly, but I don't want to sound like a conspirationist, but I mean the market is controlled by these big hedge funds and these whales who have millions and millions and like billions of dollars of money invested into cryptocurrency and also into the stock market. So
Yep.
you know, when you have these amounts of bitcoins in your pocket, you can definitely control what's happening with it, with the with the market. So these huge hedge funds, these huge players, they see the chart as we are seeing it. I mean, like, I imagine that that they're seeing what we're seeing. So we're approaching this weekly valley, which is like a point of interest.
Yep.
Wouldn't that be like the perfect moment to actually create an unexpected situation, like price reversal where we didn't expect it to reverse, or some sort of reaction that nobody saw coming, and where the market is just cut up short? Would that be a possibility? Is that something that you've seen in the past?
So I think you said two interesting things there. I think you said hedge funds and whales. I think we got to separate these two because hedge funds, there are some out there who know what they're doing, but for the most part, I don't really feel like hedge funds are taking more of safer kind of position trades on these things. They're taking more of like spot trades, running portfolios, index funds, things like that, where they're just kind of looking to average out their results, right? And Bitcoin isn't accelerated averaging, so I don't think you're going to see many hedge funds taking those shots at a level like 18,515. I see that as the whales, the couple people around the world who actually know what's going on in the charts. So I think there's a big difference there, and you have to kind of split it very much. Yeah, I think you have to split that into two different kind of ideas there, because hedge funds, they're kind of just giving their customers returns and taking their profits, and if they're wrong, no big deal. So they don't like to take a lot of those bigger level risks. Like they would never short at the 64,600 level that I called out back in the day, but they would short when you lose 50K, right? Because they're just looking to play an average return and to secure that for their clients. And some of the stuff is just simply too risky. Yeah, some of that stuff is just simply too risky for them. So but I do think it's the whales that are controlling the market, and it's not all whales. You see it too often. I think for the most part, whales aren't trading 100x. If anything, they're trading 5x, and it's pretty controlled. So yeah, I think you've got kind of a mixed bag here. I think you've got a mixed bag. I think you've got chart scientists like myself and like the people in our community who really know what's going on and can catch these 100x spots to the dollar. And then I think you have whales who also take these crazy positions, but do it with a lower leverage and do it in a protected way. And yeah, I think you've got to broaden your thoughts about the way the markets are being run. Not you specifically, I just mean our audience, everybody listening, everybody kind of with the same theory. You just have to broaden your thoughts to really realize, okay, who's actually doing what? Because man, there's like dozens of flavors of ice cream out there. You know what I mean? Just like there's dozens of ways to trade. So just because we can catch 100x doesn't mean that's how whales do it. So I don't know. I think there's certain points on the charts which get absolutely supported over and over. Like 18,515 will be one of those levels because it's the greediest point of the weekly. That's the combination level that broke the move out. So that'll get supported through and through. And whoever's willing to wait to get to that point is gonna, play that game between, did we wait too long and did Bitcoin just move up and we didn't have a chance to rebuy? Or are we going to be patient and is it going to hit our level perfectly? So then you have to also realize that there are whales out there who have, they're waiting to buy like another 10 or 20,000 Bitcoin on spot. Does it really make sense for them, instead of buying at 18,500 instead? Does it maybe make more sense for them to buy at 19,000? Like, is it really worth the risk when they're spot trading anyways, or low margin trading? You see what I mean? So
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there's not always, and they're just looking to have like a longer term growth, right? So even they might have even bought up at 25K, not caring how low it goes, right? So I think you see that a lot with whales, because not everybody is a chart scientist. It's a very hard world. I'm regarded as one of the most accurate in the world, and it took me 12. I've been at this for almost 12 years now. And even with, I've been here training people for 5 years, and I've still got more to teach, right? So yeah, it's a tough one to answer, because I think there's just a lot of different spots where different types of people fall into, and they all kind of work together to make the system work.
Well, it's interesting. I like you said, I mean, I guess I have like this vision that most people have, and then you explaining it, that way, that I'm actually like differencing, the difference between a whale and also the hedge funds. I've never actually saw it that way, and it's really interesting. Well, once again, learning from the master.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. And so as we were talking, I was watching, and it seems like no one has taken a position yet, right? I mean, I don't see anybody in a trade so far.
No one has taken a position yet. Nope, no one has.
Yeah, this hourly got hit perfectly, and it could have been a good entry, but nobody seemed to have wanted to short this level. So I'm kind of interested to see what's going to happen next, and where's the target for everyone.
I was actually up at 2 a.m. this morning, when this big
Why
dump.
am I not surprised?
Yeah, when this big dump happened, and I had told coaches at 2 a.m. I had said, okay, guys, you can trade now. Eyes on Bitcoin. I tell them, I don't tell them like, oh, go take a long here, or short here. I don't get into that. I just say, okay, you guys are ready to trade now. Usually I do it at about 5:30, 6 o'clock. Give them a kind of like an hour to warm up. But today I actually was up at 2:30 in the morning, and I said, guys, go start trading now. Don't wait. Like, Bitcoin is moving quick. So, don't wait too long, because it's going to, start moving in direction up or down. So just eyes on the charts, guys. And unfortunately nobody was awake at that time. And I think if teams were awake, they would have seen, quickly go over to my chart here, they would have seen Bitcoin stabilizing off of this origin level. Like, right at the beginning of the day here, you have a 5-minute origin that simply never broke the move. You did create what could have been a 15, but you created a 5-minute break level that just kept holding, and then it started to develop hold levels over top of that. And that was like really the key to take a trade this morning. Was it did hit kind of the combo trend, which we hadn't talked about from before this morning. So fine, just delete that out of your mind. It doesn't exist. That's fine. And but you did have this 5-minute origin, and then on top of that, you do start developing hold levels, and you start laddering off of them, right? So you kind of got squashed between two origins here on both sides, and one side broke, and then it would have given you perfect re-entry on kind of the backside of the move right here. And teams had missed this because nobody was awake, but I'm sure if people were awake, they would have taken this and they would have been crushing it for the day today. But unfortunately, no teams were awake yet. So as unfortunate as it is, it's eyes on the charts, boys. You know what I mean? Boys and girls, eyes on the charts, because these things happen, and you can't control what time, but hopefully they just keep trading today. They recover well, and
There's something also, that we didn't think in a company. I mean, on my side personally, you're trading in front of an audience, right? So that's an extra pressure on your shoulder, because whenever I'm trading after the stream, a little bit more comfortable, you're unconsciously there's less pressure, and I guess that for me personally, it feels like I'm not chasing the move as much as when we are on the stream, because you have an audience, and want it or not, you want to perform, you want to be at your best. And I don't know for the rest of the the participants. I don't know for the rest of the traders, but you feel like you want to be at your best, and you feel also you want to have like the spotlight on you for the good reasons. So yeah, it's something, I don't know if it's anything that the other traders have talked to you about, but there is a form of pressure there. As any of
Absolutely.
the other teams or any of the other traders talk to you about that?
Yeah, they have. People, they do say that. Yeah, I think it's a common thing because you know what? It's different when you're trading by yourself and you don't have to convince a whole team. And you know, the pros and cons. Okay, when you're trading by yourself, you lose the money, no big deal. You have no one to answer to. But it's also very easy to get into these trades, right? It's also very easy to just push the button, click it, get in. Whatever happens, happens. If you're at a point where you're having to convince 4 and 5 people, there's kind of a safety blanket there. And there's 4 and 5 people looking at things. You don't really miss much. So they're very controlled spots, but at the same time, sometimes too controlled can get you, you know, out of a trade pretty quick, which you don't really want that, right? Sometimes you want to stay in a trade and you don't want to have to convince people because, hey, maybe just even take Arcane's trade this week. Picking on Arcane again, I feel bad for these guys because we keep bringing it up, but maybe had it only been one person in the trade on Arcane, not saying that this is what happened, but maybe one person is just like, well, I really like this trade. I don't need to convince anybody. And they stay in the trade and they have a big moment, right? But it does increase the risk for sure. So I think you're just simply trading risk for freedom, right? But freedom can also, you know, cost you a lot of money. Trading professionally, you're always going to be better with a team. So yeah, as kind of exciting moments, it can happen by yourself sometimes, and it can be tougher to trade with a team, but it's also way more controlled. But if your team and you can kind of get to a point where you really start to click and you really start to fire through, you're going to see magic happen because, and we're starting to see it from teams, and it's going to take teams time, right? It's going to take them a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. Heck, it might even take some of them half a year. Mm-hmm. But once they get to that point where they've kind of formed that perfect unity and they are firing together as a team, I think that's a point where you're unstoppable. I think that supersedes trading alone like tenfold in every scenario. I just think there's a bit of an amalgamating period there where everybody kind of has to get used to the way everybody trades, and almost like the old saying, like take 10,000 headshots before you can peak, right? And it's like an old Counter-Strike saying. It's like, oh, hit 10,000 headshots in aim trainer before you start peaking with ops. It's the same thing. Take 10,000 trades, and maybe not 10,000, but take 1,000 trades with your team, and after 1,000 trades, you guys will be in sync. So there's just kind of like a barrier that every team has to go through, and so they're on kind of a gauntlet right now where hopefully they make it through, right? So I think that's a big part of it.
Well, definitely. I mean, that's another thing, right? We have a tendency, well, I'm talking for myself, but I think it's the case for the other traders. I mean, you do have a tendency to forget that it's only been 2 weeks. This is only like the 8th day of the chart raiders, and we've all started on May 1st our training with you. We all started, you know, personally on my side, I've been trading for maybe like the past 2 years, but you know my story. It hasn't been going well for me at all before I joined your community and I started watching your videos, which was back in October 2021. And I've only started trading with your science in April, a little bit before mentorship. So let's put it that I've started trading on May 1st, so it's only been 6 weeks on my side, and I know that's the case for a lot of traders. So I mean, I don't want to sound like the old guy here or whatever. I don't want to sound like I'm patronizing anybody, but yeah, I mean, we're in a society, you know, where, you know, the younger generation is just like, hey, you know, everything has to be instant, you know, Instagram and all the social medias, and if you're looking for an answer, you know, Google or Siri is there to answer your question. It's just like, so I don't know if it's the case for the other traders, but I imagine that it is. So it's the 8th day of the tournament, and we've only been able to practice as a team for a month. So if you take everything together, it's been less than 6 weeks, and it's one of the toughest jobs in the world. It's one of the toughest things to master. So on my side, I caught myself forgetting that this was only the beginning. So I don't know if you had any feedbacks from the other traders, but like you said, I mean, it's gonna take a lot of times before you find your rhythm, and then you finally everybody all cylinders are clicking together.
Yeah, and what we do is such an underground thing. What my science is such an underground form of art. It takes a long time to master it, but when you do, you can't beat yourself up too much 6 weeks in. And Sugar, you've had some pretty crazy results too. Like you just bought a new computer off of trading.
Yes.
My science. Like you posted up this cool TikTok where you're like, hey, Mr. Candy, let me show you what I just got. I got a new MacBook, not a MacBook, but a Mac.
Mac Studio.
Mac Studio, yeah. I got a new Mac Studio from your trading. So it does take time, but there are those kind of moments of clarity, and it's just a grind that we constantly go on. It's just this constant, we can never give up, right? And because what we do is so underground, we have to rely on our community, because outside of this community that we have in Discord, nobody is talking about day trading sciences like this. Nobody. Recently, there was Smart Money Concepts, SMC, introduced into the market, and that's just such a watered down version of like the most basic form of science you can. It's such a it's like taking beginner's course and putting water in it. Like it's such a watered down version, and we go so far beyond that. So you just got to rely on your community, because it is so vital, and we're seeing so much success from so many people in the community. And yeah, you can't beat yourself up. It does take time. Some people get it like instantly, and for some people it can take years, and we all learn at a different pace. And yeah,
Just gotta keep grinding
Yep.
and grinding, and yeah,
absolutely.
it's been anyways, it's so far it's been really interesting learning, and actually the pressure has been interesting as well. It's just like the pressure of learning in such a short time period. It's been interesting. It's been quite an experience, and yeah, I'm really happy to be part of the beginning of Chart Raiders, and of that community that you're building. I hope I just can't wait to see how far this is gonna go. And like we had a conversation yesterday, and I said it right. You just keep surprising me and surprising us with all the projects and all the information that you're giving us.
Yeah, Chart Rate is the stream is definitely just the beginning. There's a huge project going on behind the scenes, and I don't talk about too much. So just to let our audience know, there's some big releases coming out in the future surrounding Chart Raiders, so that'll be cool to share that once it's ready. But yeah, until then, we just keep working on it, and not even the teams know about it actually. Yeah.
So still no trades for now.
No trades yet.
No trades yet. It looks like, I mean, it just, that hourly level looked like a really good entry to me. I mean, it's
the one that Team Enigma has on their screen?
Yeah, I guess. Oh well, yeah. At 21,799, which was the hourly body.
Yeah. Surprising that nobody's taken that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's easy right now. No stress. I'm talking with you, lay back, no pressure, no nothing. I'm looking at the chart. I'm like, yeah, that would have been an easy level to take. But we're in the moment, when there's like 3 or 4 of you talking, not at the same time, but almost, because that's one of the difficulties that I found, is that when you're by yourself, you're thinking, and then you have your rhythm. We just talked about it, like rhythm. But you're by yourself, you're thinking, and then you're analyzing. But when you're with your teammates, they have ideas. And let's say, for example, Marcus is presenting an idea, and Marcus is talking about it, and I'm watching Marcus' chart, and then I have an idea, and then I go back to my chart, and then suddenly Shenron is talking, and I'm looking at Shenron's idea, and I'm going back to mine, and then our team captain I knew is saying something else, and it's really, really, really hard to focus. It's really hard to focus, and
absolutely,
and I think that that might be my little secret that I'm dropping today. You were talking about those combo levels as the combo trends.
Yep.
If there are people listening to us for next season, I think that procedures, as in ways to work as a team, is the way to success.
Yep.
Because I think that maybe, and it's really hard to find a procedure. It's really hard to find a way to work together because, like I said, everybody has ideas, and it's just really, really hard to focus on one idea and to focus on what someone is saying. So I think that the way to success on my side, I think it's to find a procedure that you're rigorously following, so that nothing is left to improvisation. And
Yeah.
yeah, because focus has been the main thing for me. It's like everybody's talking, and then you're on your own chart, and then you're trying to understand what the other people are talking about, and at the same time you're also trying to put your inputs. And yeah, I think that's what I found. It's like really, really hard to focus, and it's really, really hard to just set your mind on one thing. And yeah, that's what I found. So right now, I'm talking to you, watching the charts and watching chart raiders. No stress. I don't have to take any positions. And when I'm looking at it, yeah, that hourly body was the perfect entry, and it was just like it was right there in front of my eyes, and it looks like nobody took it.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm just going to catch our audience up on that too, show them it really became the kind of the only point on the chart that would, like, why this level makes so much sense here is because you do lose the weekly trend back here, this purple line, this weekly trend. You are going to get into a scenario where you do back test that trend. So you are looking for the level kind of closest to that trend. You have lost the weekly. You are going to see if you continue developing under this for the rest of the week. If you keep developing underneath this trend for the rest of the week, you are going to start looking to hard close that candle. So you are going to say, hey, look, we can open a hard close on this and lose the bigger part of the move on the weekly trend. So, when you're looking at that, you don't want to take entry rate on that weekly backside test, but you do want to do it on the level closest to it. So that's where you see the hourly candle here come into play that Sugar's talking about. And it really does become a great entry point. I don't know how much you'd be looking for on this, maybe 2%. You have to measure it kind of down to the next move, but yeah, in and around here, 1.72%, something like this seems about right. You'd have to kind of go down and find your levels, and it looks like you have something here that broke it out. So you're likely going to test back something like this right here. Now, I haven't really found the levels at all, but I would imagine there's something here or wherever the origin point is. Do you have one here? No, that's broken. So you have one right here. Yeah, it's kind of not really that great. You don't have anything back here for an origin. So then you're just kind of back at this region here, right? Like testing in here. So that becomes just like your first trade of the day, right? Just taking that hourly body and just testing that, like kind of that 2% range that I was saying. Just have a nice little pullback 2% range. And then after this level, you have the, and you did test the wick after it too, by the way. You tested the body of the move, and then you tested the wick too. So you actually did get a second perfect entry on this. So you did test both parts of the move. Which is really great. But anything after this, you're just looking to go after the you're just looking to go after the origin up here, looking to create that for the future, right? Test this level. When you do go down and break Bitcoin below that those other levels, like when you do come down and kind of break down to this 18,515, this is the level that you want to get over top of and use for support to try to gain that bigger move, and that's really where you're going to be looking. So I would agree that it is surprising to see teams missing this trade right now, because it is so straightforward and obvious. And even Bitcoin's even having a bigger pullback than I would have even expected. I would have taken a 2% profit on this. But regardless, there's 0% profits from teams right now because nobody has taken this trade yet. But that's okay.
Honestly, like an easy trade that personally, what I would have done, hourly body to hourly body, and that, like you said, it's 2%, and it was aligning perfectly because we have a 4-hour downtrend coming up from all the way to 23,400, and it's just this 4-hour downtrend that's just coming all the way down, and that 4-hour downtrend was aligning perfectly with that hourly body. So like hourly body to hourly body, 2% gain right there. And quick trade, it was like what, like not even 15 minutes, 5 minutes, like 15 minutes, 2%, 15 minutes. And but like I said, it's easy right now.
It's easy when you're watching from afar and you're not having to make those decisions, because make no mistake, teams do have that level marked out. Like you can see it on Team Enigma's chart, you can see it on TA Mafia's chart, you can see it on charts. Everybody has got it on the charts, but it becomes, does this make sense? Because we are trading 100x, right? Does it make sense? Like it's not always as straightforward when you have to pull that trigger.
I mean, don't. I mean, I'm talking to the audience. You have to realize the amount of pressure that there is. I mean, like everybody's cool and everybody's just like, hey, we're traders and we know the science and everything, and we're just like really confident. But in the reality is that there's a lot of pressure. We're trading. We get $10,000 in our account, every week, and some of the traders, like in our team, and age doesn't matter, but also it does matter. But for some of our traders, like for an example, for Nuke and also for Marcus, they never seen as much money in their bank account in their life. I mean, they're really young and they're still living with their parents, and that doesn't mean um, that doesn't make them less you know less of a trader, or it doesn't make them
Yeah, it's just a random amount in their account, right? Like,
yeah,
but they've just
yeah,
never seen that much. Yeah, so there's a pressure
exactly.
there.
Exactly. So, and imagine it's also the same thing for the other teams. I'm talking about Enigma because I can relate to the team, but it's just like it's a lot of money and it's a lot of pressure. And even if you're saying like, I'm cool with it, whatever. Well, like unconsciously, that's a lot of pressure. So, I mean,
Absolutely.
right now, as viewers, we're watching them. It's like, they haven't took the trade, but the pressure and the stress of trading in front of an audience. I think that even my team members didn't realize, how much pressure there was. I mean, even though if we're aware of it, I don't think that we're fully aware of how much pressure it is to trade these huge amount of monies.
Yeah, and so I do fund every team with $10,000 a week. So that's what Sugar's talking about, and teams keep all their profits, so that's cool. That's great for them. So they want to take that opportunity and make a living off of it, right? And it's kind of their moment to be professional traders and put themselves to the test. But there's a lot of pressure in that. It's not just the money. It's the mind game too. It's all of a sudden you're being asked, and you're asking yourself. You look in the mirror and you say, am I even worthy of doing this? Can I even do it? So there's definitely a big set of pressures there,
Oh yeah.
not just the money, because that can be its own set of pressure. Like you said, $10,000 a week is a lot of money, right?
Yeah,
And
that's a lot of money. Yeah.
I have faith in my community, so I do that, and I just say, guys, like, I have faith in you. Trade my science, do it well, do me justice, and keep all your profits. Like, I don't get anything out of that. I put it all into their pockets, and I think I think the pressure surmounts fast, because you look in you if you have a negative day, the first thing you do is you wake up, you look in the mirror, and you say, can I even do this? Am I even worthy
Yeah.
enough? And you start doubting yourself.
Yeah.
I've been there, done it, man. It happens. So
Yeah.
it is a lot of pressure on teams for sure. People don't realize how much pressure it actually is, but they're great guys. Every team works as hard as they can, and yeah, everybody's in this tournament by choice, by me. So every single trader here, whether it's Team Phoenix, Arcane, Mafia, Enigma, Paradigm, if there's someone who wouldn't belong here, trust me, I would not let them be here. So they've definitely earned their spot and continue to prove themselves. So yeah, it's definitely a tough balance. So you're right, Sugar. It's definitely a tough balance. The kind of the variables people don't think about, right?
Yep. No, definitely.
Yep.
And yeah, it's gonna get easier with again, back to what we were saying earlier. It's only been the 8th day of chart raiders, so it's gonna get
Yep.
easier. It's gonna get teams are gonna get better, and yeah, maybe next time when the level this clear is gonna show up, in 2 or 3 weeks, maybe all the teams are gonna be in it, at the same time. But so far I think there's a lot of adjustments. There's a
Yep.
lot of adjustments to be made, by the teams, and yeah, by their members.
Absolutely.
I'm currently reading on Twitch. I know that there's some of the people that are following us that would like to see the leaderboard. Cotton, I don't know if you can pull it up
Sure.
and show us what it looks like so far.
I can
It
go.
was a request from PNL Crypto. Thank you very much for listening to us. And thank you also for sending your questions. I'm reading some of them. And it's cool to see that everybody's into chart raiders, and that people are listening vigorously to us.
Yep, absolutely. So it's been relatively quiet this week. Teams haven't taken too many trades. we've only seen a few trades a day, so the leaderboards aren't anything exciting or special this week. Yeah, Arcane is at negative 756. Enigma's leading the pack with plus 98. Paradigm Shift at minus 231. Phoenix at minus 707. And TA Mafia at minus 453. It's been very quiet this week. Teams have been definitely taking their time with this range. We've definitely had some exciting trades this week. Like I think Enigma at one point was up 600. Paradigm Shift was up 600. Arcane was in a trade where they could have made about 10,000, but they just got out of their trade right before it moved up. Phoenix has just been in a few positions that they've just stopped out on a relatively short area, and yeah, it's been a quiet week, but it's 2 days left. We still got today and 2 more days, and Bitcoin's kind of testing this range down. This is what teams have been waiting for. They've by choice been kind of playing it safe, playing it. Yeah, just waiting for those greedier levels because they just simply don't want to take those risks right now, which I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
Definitely. And see, there's a lot of volatility, so that makes it really hard, really hard. After margin of error, when you're trading 50, 100x, the margin of error is already slim.
Yeah, absolutely.
So had volatility in there, and you have like a really crazy combo for trading these large amount of money. So have you seen, I mean, on our side, we've been trading a lot of 50x. That's solely what we've been trading on, 50x positions. But have you seen other teams adjusting their leverage, adjusting their positions, considering what's going on right now in the market? Have they lowered their leverage, or is
I have
the same? Yeah.
I have. So TM Mafia is typically 100x, $2,500 a position. So they're in big size trades, and they've scaled it down to 25x for the current market right now. Team Paradigm has only been taking 50x. Every team has kind of adjusted their strategies a little bit here. Arcane is doing 50x. Phoenix, I haven't managed to see too much what they're doing. I know they've talked about some low leverage 5x on altcoins, starting to set up those positions for longer term position trades or swing trades, but every single team has scaled down just because of the amount of volatility. You know, when we're trading with 100x, because that's what we normally do, it is such a risky part of a move right now to be doing that. You've got to be so certain. Yeah, I've definitely seen every single team scale it down. Absolutely.
Oh no, definitely. I mean, that's something that, I mean, it's already hard when I'm trading by myself. I'm trading 100x, but it's already really hard. So, you know, hiding the pressure and hiding the volatility and hiding, you know, all of everything that we just spoke about. I think that lowering the leverage right now is just like the right thing to do in the current state of the market.
Yeah, absolutely.
We had a question from Arm569. He was wondering, you know, how do you deal with self-doubt? I mean, I guess that's something that you don't really have anymore as a trader. But how would you, how would you deal with it, or what would you tell the audience to do to deal with self-doubt?
I think you have to identify where it comes from. I think giving generic advice on self-doubt, like saying just believe in yourself, would be just like putting electrical tape on 2x4s that are splitting apart, right? Like it's not really going to hold for that long.
Fortune of a Chinese cookie.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't think saying something like, well, you just got to believe in yourself. Well, that's good advice for sure. Those are true. I think you have to kind of pinpoint, like if you want real advice, I think you kind of have to pinpoint what that looks like. So I always ask people, I always say, well, what do you mean when you say self-doubt? They try to always get a deeper explanation of what they're really feeling, instead of, well, self-doubt. Self-doubt could be many things. So I always ask people, well, what do you mean when you say self-doubt? And then let that kind of unveil the story a little bit more. So that's kind of, not really the answer people are looking for, but that's how I would approach it. And I would try to get more to the core of what's causing it. It could be, well, I just don't believe in my trades. Well, why don't you believe in your trades? Well, I'm not marking the right levels. Why do you think you're not marking the right levels? Well, I just don't know which one to go after. Okay, well, that means you're not far enough in the courses to understand which levels you should be targeting. Therefore, you need to study more in order to overcome that self-doubt, and then practice to make sure you understand the knowledge. So there's kind of always a pathway to unveil, hey, what does that self-doubt look like and where does it stem from? I think that's the right way you kind of tackle these questions.
Yeah, I think that you've answered it. Because I was also seeing questions about hesitations and self-doubt. Yeah, well, if you have hesitations because you don't have the proper knowledge, or that you don't believe, or you haven't grasped the science properly. And on my side, that's what it was.
Yeah.
It could also be too much information, as in, personally, I've studied a lot of video and mentorship in the past few weeks. It was a lot of information at the same time, and in the first 2 weeks, Mike, you said it. I was able to purchase a brand new Mac Studio computer. I was making a lot of money, and then the 2 weeks afterwards, I was just in a huge slump. And we've talked about it. So it's like, what's going on? It feels like I can't even trade anymore. And 2 weeks ago, I was banking, and now I can't even take a trade. It was just like it was too much information, and yeah, there was a lot of hesitation coming from the fact that I was looking at too much stuff at the same time, and I didn't know what was making sense anymore. So I think that hesitation comes from your knowledge and also the way that you apply that knowledge. As for self-doubt, you said it properly. I mean, me personally, I have impulsivity problems, and I've taken these problems in ends, as in, I go see a therapist, I do hypnotherapy, I do meditation to control my impulsivity. So, I mean, if you have self-doubt, then like you said, you have to find where it's coming from. And once you know where it's coming from, then it's going to be way easier. First of all, when you know what you have, let's say, for example, you're sick and you don't, or you have a condition and you don't know what it is, and then you go to the doctor, and then suddenly you find out that you have diabetes or high pressure or whatever. Well, once you know what you have as a disease, or once you know what you have as a mental problem, then it's already a big part of being able to control it or being able to accept it, and then you can take the actions to remedy to that problem. So yeah,
absolutely.
I think that you've pointed out, and just to know where it's from. If you have self-doubt, where is it coming from? And once you know where it's coming from, you can know what you can do for it, what you can do about it. But like you said, I believe in yourself and give 100% every day. It's just like, it's
a given, right? It's not really, it's not very helpful. It can be great advice and great things to boost you up, but find what's causing the problem, prescribe the right medicine. Simple as that, right?
Exactly.
Yep, absolutely.
Yes. So I think, if I saw correctly, I think that Team Mafia was looking to was putting a position in the books, but I didn't quite see it. I don't know if you had a chance.
Yeah, so I saw TA Mafia looking at trades. I saw Team Arcane looking at trades. Let's go over to TA Mafia, listen in on them for a few minutes, see what they're discussing, and hopefully we'll get some comms from them here. And I'm going to take a small break here, Sugar, get some medicine, keep my voice healthy for the day, and I'll leave it on TA Mafia's
Not in 100
communications here,
right,
and
so
I'll be back.
Pick and choose
There.
there.
You guys.
Because the stop would have to exist. It's too much anyways. I mean, I think the 1 hour makes more sense because there's a
it's good to be aware of. I think the 1 hour's play.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's good just to know that is down there.
Yeah, exactly. Because you have the origin there too.
Yeah. Is it on a 5, I think?
Yeah, 5-minute front side. Yeah, that's fine. Hopefully this falls a bit quick. I don't want it to linger around today.
Oof. I don't know. Not like yesterday.
Yeah, not like yesterday, dude. Jesus. Thing took forever.
This 15 still. Oh, I was going to say it's still holding, but it looks like it's breaking now.
Yeah, I don't know if there's another.
Might not even. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to get back to that possible entry spot.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think our targets are good. I like them. It's the only thing I can see to play right now, for sure.
Yeah, definitely the most logical spots.
Hmm. Three-minute origin at 2160. I don't know, there's a lot of confluence there too. I actually think I might like the idea of that, dude.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it.
Because there's a 3, a 1, and a 3 origin. But then, like, you could just 50 EX. What's the gap there? 50?
But I mean,
You could
if
50
it
exit.
gets up there, if it gets up, we kind of did hit the 3 down here then. It's almost the same on top as what it is here. You got the 15, and within it you got the 3. It's exactly the same on top with the 15, the 3, and the 3 origin within it. It's...
I like that as a short. 664.
There's also a 5. There's a 5 a little bit further up as well. 21664.
664. Yeah, that's the one I just marked. same one. Yeah, I like that. So you could take that as re-entry short. I think that 1 hour is better, actually. 50 for not 100x but 50. If we're gonna take the 1 hour, we have to play 50 because I think it can.
On the bottom.
Yeah, dude, I think it can go for
yeah,
20.
Yeah, definitely.
You can't do 100x on that level.
Nope.
I don't know.
Too risky.
It's the higher piece, so. I really like that 160. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that's like, that's a crazy. That'd be a crazy knife catch, dude. What the origin is perfectly lined up with the 1 minute wick. But I worry it might be like, what the thing is that if we do stop at the 1 hour up top, then there's a very good chance you could just stop at the hourly. So yeah, I think it's okay to play the 1, but yeah, okay. You could do like, how much is that? So it's like, it's a lot. Covers it all. I think we play that 5 origin up top if it gets there too.
664.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I'm gonna have to choose something in there because it's 50 from the 15 into that 5 origin is 55%.
Yeah, so we just take the 5.
Yeah, if we're just
100%.
greedy, so we take the 5.
Yep. I'm good for that. Don't know if it's gonna get there, but
Yeah,
You have an
but that's the
origin?
thing, it's not looking like it's gonna get back up there.
we have we could take 21:55 3-minute origin. Right now. Coming down to get hit. Yeah, 21:55 3-minute origin. 3-minute hold there. What else is there? 1 minute level. Kinda tested. It's okay. It's not that great. I think at most you might get like a 25-30% balance off of it, but I don't know if it's worth actually playing. It rips back up to the 5 origin on top. I mean, it could. It's polarity. It could hold. You could play it with like, you could play that with like 500 or so on 100x, just if you're.
Yeah, let me just have a look at it.
Yeah,
Think
check it
about it.
out because I think we're playing 10s out of the range, and you're gonna play the higher range. That's the level to play. create the create this guy.
Mhm.
And then your stop can be relatively tight criteria. Whoa. That's not tight.
Nope.
That's crazy, dude. That's so yeah, I mean you have to though, like that's too high in the range to. Can it deep dive there? No, not really. It has to hold that. I think it might be coming up to 664. Well, in 17 minutes, you know what I worry about with 664? If this candle shoots up right now, you'll be over that trend, shorting that level. It'll open. It could open above that trend, but that doesn't mean it'll close it. It's just like something to keep in mind.
Yes. Yeah, definitely gonna keep that in the back of our minds.
I think we could play 21055 as a. I think we could play both of them. Bang, 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 bang. Yep.
Yeah, I'm still. I don't know.
All right, I am back. I am recovering from a cold, everybody, so I will be taking breaks often in the stream just because I do have a bit of a throat cold. So still fighting through it, still working, recovering here, but definitely just taking those breaks as I need them and keeping my health intact here. So it looks like teams still haven't taken any trades yet, but I'm sure they will start considering taking trades. They did miss that hourly level, and I'm really hoping today that we see Bitcoin take a quick move down and this range doesn't try to stabilize. I'm really hoping that this is a faster move down today so that we can see some fireworks in action here, and that we do get that kind of action that we're craving right now.
So nobody in the trade yet.
Nobody's in a trade yet, but teams are starting to gear up for it. I want to just kind of go through the channels and see what people are talking about. Let's go over to Team Phoenix. Looks like they're setting up a trade, but I don't think they're in one yet, but it looks like they're trying to set something up.
Got a 1 minute inverse. Shield.
Hasn't attacked the leg yet at 15.
15, no. It opens outside the 15 trend, so this could hold up pullback before it drops. But up.
We're also not, this candle is not outside of the 1 minute downtrend. Gotta get past this final 1 minute hold here. But Jude, I say that, yeah, kind of stick to our hard close outside of that downtrend and then let's trigger.
Joker says, appreciate your efforts, Con. You are welcome, Joker.
This 1 minute candle.
Doing my best to stay healthy and
I mean,
stay here every
just
single day.
above
Hopefully I'll be
the,
back to normal soon.
top above the kind of previous.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be back to normal soon.
1 minute wick up.
Yeah, you want me to put the stop in there? You think?
I mean, you almost
How
have
high?
to.
It could come and hit the 3 minute.
So I want to kind of share something with everybody right now. There's an artist that I really like named Rogue VHS.
1 minute candle.
I'm gonna post this in chat. Rogue VHS, just like that, and really great artist. And this is the music we're listening to is by Rogue
4 minutes
VHS.
until we create a
Very
5 minute downtrend.
much.
But I guess we can play it as if we've got a 1 minute shield.
Very much an underappreciated artist, just like myself, who has definitely deserves a lot more audience. Well, I don't know if I deserve a lot more audience. I'm pretty happy with where I'm at, but Rogue VHS, I can say that they make amazing music, and this guy, he makes synthwave, and I've been talking to him recently, actually, and he's perfectly cool with me playing his music on stream, and he's gonna come in and stream one day and say hi and all this stuff like that. But yeah, if you haven't
Be
heard of
careful
Rogue
with that,
VHS,
that
it's the music you're listening to
could
right now,
definitely see, like,
and
a
we'd definitely
marketing
check
hook
this guy out.
kinda to the top of
Support
where
him
this
if you
downtrend
can.
is if
Yeah, Rogue VHS, just
this
great
downtrend
artist.
breaks.
This could just be
I've
hovering
discovered
between
him
credit
through
big
you,
thing.
and I love
Okay, you're
him.
gonna have to let me know
Really,
if the
really
time
like
codes on the 1 minute, and that we have to stick to our trigger.
Sorry, what was that, Sugar? Go ahead.
I said that I discovered Rogue VHS through you. I didn't know
Yeah.
didn't know about him of him up until you played him on your Twitch channel, and it's just like really good. It's super good music, and yeah, thanks for the discovery.
Yeah, absolutely. So I talked to Rogue VHS, and actually Team Phoenix is in a trade. They had to close a trade, take a looks like a $60 loss there. They are trying to short the loss of this origin, and it looks like it actually didn't break down the way they wanted it to. So they actually did just get out of the trade. No big deal. They took a chance at the short of the level break there, and didn't play out the way they wanted it to. So they are looks like about a $60 loss or $70 loss. Nothing major, but yeah. But yeah, no, Rogue VHS, very cool. I get to talk to Rogue VHS on Discord and stuff, and yeah, very cool guys. They're gonna come in the stream and say hey sometime, and yeah, always good to support other artists and what they do, and yeah, Rogue VHS, super good group. I think it's just one person, Rogue VHS, but of course nobody works alone. But yeah, Rogue VHS primarily one person.
If I'm not mistaken, Enigma has an order on books, or they're putting one right now, and it looks like they're targeting. Okay, targeting the higher part of the range. I guess it's a short.
Let's go listen to Enigma, see what they're up to right now.
This is just so interesting that when you went on XBT, it hit this daily backside. No wonder. I want to look at that. Daily. Is this?
Nuke
super
is going
interesting.
to XBT charts. These are legacy Bitcoin charts that BitMEX used to use back in the day. So before they had their BXBT ticker, which is their new leverage ticker, they actually had XBT, which was the original ticker
We
for
actually didn't-
Bitcoin.
Hold on. Wait, Marcus, are you here? We actually didn't hit that. We did not hit that daily backside. We did not.
I'm back.
We didn't hit that daily backside on XBT.
You didn't test?
No, we never did.
What XBT chart are you on?
So there is two XBT charts. There's BXBT and
Or
XBT.
USD.
BXBT is the newer one.
USD.
I'm not sure which one. Honestly, I'm not sure entirely sure which one's the correct one, but I did.
So for the audience, maybe just to explain what Team Enigma is doing right now is that
I don't even know what the right legacy chart is.
Binance has only been up since 2017. Is that it? 2018. Okay, so Binance has only been up for what, like 4 years? 4 years now. So obviously Bitcoin got created. What is it been 14 years now? Was it 2008, 2009?
It was.
Hey, wow, 14 years.
Yeah,
already.
yeah, it's been a
Crazy.
while. Yeah.
So what they're doing right now is that Enigma is going on these older charts that got created like a while ago as XBT, and they're checking the targets. They're checking basically the levels on these charts to see if they could use them on the Binance chart, because Binance hasn't been up as long as XBT. So usually we do that with the trends, because it's easier to do trend work with the older charts, because you can see you have data from the past, and it's easier to array your trends from there, because Binance has only been since 2017. But looks like Enigma is using a daily level as a reference point from XBT to see to help them with their trades.
Yeah, so this definitely wouldn't be something we want to look at right now. You can have legacy levels and things like that, but you're just simply going to go deeper in the range on these moves. So by finding kind of these highest points, it might line up nice and look perfect and give you kind of this false reading where you would expect, oh, hey, look, this XBT USDT, for example. This one looks like it's correct, so let's start using this. That would be a fundamental mistake, to just kind of use a chart and then to assume that you're always going to test deeper in these ranges. That's the thing. You will test deeper. So by finding a legacy level on a chart that's no longer active, it's not going to really help you find the point that's going to hold the move up on the leading exchange, being Binance. So really what you have to do is you just have to stick to that Binance chart and trust in your levels. Yeah,
exactly. And as we were talking about it, that XBD level disappeared from the Enigma chart.
Yep. Yeah.
So,
it won't give you the confidence to enter trades at 100x. At best, it could be a nice kind of confluence point where you could, you know, open that chart and you could mark it and say, wow, look at this bounce, it's great. And you know, you just start convincing yourself of things that aren't there, and then you're kind of gonna lead yourself down a path of, hey, now I'm using the XBT chart, why is my trading not accurate anymore? You definitely don't want to go down that path. Yeah.
And I imagine it's the same thing. You know, earlier we were talking about the whales and the hedge funds. I imagine that they're not doing that at all either. I mean, they're not going to XBD charts and then to take their decisions on the Binance chart if they're trading on Binance. I imagine that's not something they will be doing.
Oh, I actually think it is. I actually think it is something they'd be doing. Yeah, but because again, just going back to that same conversation with Spot, they're just going to enter their trade at a level that they see fit, where it has like kind of the best confluence. There's such a big difference in trading 100x. That's the pro leagues, right? Trading 100x is you're basically trying to be like the Peyton Manning or Tom Brady of the charts, right? So you're if you want to be Wayne Gretzky, you trade 100x. But you know, you don't have to be Wayne Gretzky to make money in hockey. You could make money playing sports books and betting. You could make money selling collectible cards and jerseys. You could own a stadium and sell tickets to shows, right? Like, so that's the thing. You got to realize that the 100x trading is like the absolute pro leagues. Like you are putting Wayne Gretzky skates on at that point. So I still yeah, I still think that there's large accounts that use those levels, but they're not really looking for those 100x spots where if you're off by even a few percent, means you're out of the trade. And by a few percent, I mean at the 100x leverage. So like 0.1%, you're out of a trade on 100x. So you're not looking for that level of accuracy. You're just kind of looking for those spots that you're like, okay, you know what? I sold my Bitcoin at 50K, 20K looks like the right spot. Let's just use this old level. And yeah, as long as it goes up sometime, it doesn't matter. So I think that's more the way we got to look at those older charts. I think they will be used by some people, but you know, it depends on the spectrum. There's a lot of ways to make money in day trading. It's not just through 100x trading, but I of course specialize in 100x because I do see it as the future of trading. And yeah, it's just, I love the accuracy of it, right? And you can convert that to spot and everything else. So it's not just used for 100x, but yeah, we definitely use that as the barometer to say, like, is it good enough? Are our levels accurate enough? And if it's good enough for 100x, then it's good enough for spot.
Fair enough.
Yep, absolutely.
So still no trades. We've been raiding for the past hour, and yes, still the teams are still trying to figure out where they're going to enter. I know that Enigma was targeting. I didn't quite see on their chart what they were targeting, but it looked like it was way higher in range. So no entry for them yet. And yeah, kind of curious to see what Arcane is going to do.
Got a pretty cool comment in chat here from Morgan. Hey Cotton, after training 10 to 16 hours a day since 7 months now, your science, it has allowed me to trade 50 and 100x. And of course, I improve myself every day with all you do. I would love to see if I can become a part of a team. The first step is to take the patron subscription. Thanks in advance for your answer. Encouraged all the teams. Great to see everyone. Peace. Absolutely. Well, first off, congrats, Morgan. Great to see anybody who's using my science and using it to change their life. So congrats on that. It's a huge feat in itself to be trading at a 50 or 100x. So big ups to you, dude or dudette. Not sure which one, but big ups to you and great job on that. And yeah, the first step is to just join the Patreon, become a part of the community, and start meeting people so you can form a team. Absolutely. And congrats.
Yeah, just, you know, if you put the energies into it, and if you study, I think that's something that could happen. Season 2 is still a bit far ahead.
Yep.
Cotton, you don't have like an official date yet for season 2.
We have a date, but nothing concrete yet. We have to finish season 1 first. I think Team Mafia may have just missed the trade.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go take a look
It's
at them and
fine.
see
I mean,
if
I
they
think
just
it's-
missed
it's
this
okay,
trade. I think they
'cause
may
it
have
could go
just
lower,
missed
but-
this.
Yeah, that's perfect.
They either marked it on the books and didn't take it, or they may have just missed it by a few dollars.
I mean,
I'm
60%
not sure.
2 minutes, man. Crazy.
They don't sound
Yeah,
overly
Elrodi's-
excited, so
yeah,
I'm
the
I'm
Elrodi's
assuming they
supposed to
didn't take the
post
trade.
2
But let's
minutes,
just
so
listen
we
in
can
for a
put
minute
that
and see what they're
shit
doing here.
if you wanna.
Yep. Let me. I have the numbers punched in, so.
Yeah.
They do have another long open, as we can see on the bottom side of the chart.
Looks like they're targeting a 3-minute origin here.
Yeah, but I don't think they got entry. Darn. Tough break Team Mafia. Otherwise, I think they'd be a lot more excited. And we'd be looking at their order book as they'd be monitoring the trade. So, yeah, tough break for Team Mafia. You can hear the frustration in their voice. Always the trouble with teams. Too accurate for their own good.
Well, this might be.
Did you target the 3 minute? No, I was going to, but like, didn't. Just uncertainty. But I mean, yeah, it was perfect.
So they did have it. They were thinking about it, and they didn't pull the trigger. Would have been a perfect little scalp for them. On to the next trade, Team Mafia. Tough break, but on to the next one. As always.
Yep, exactly.
Just keep monitoring the teams here. Everybody's still waiting for that elusive moment where Bitcoin goes down to 18,515, bounces off that level perfectly. Every team gets in the trade. All 5 teams are managing it. Oh man, that's going to be fun. Hopefully we see it. I don't know if we're going to, but hopefully we do.
So Cotton, so far, what is your biggest surprise after 8 days of trading? What is there anything that happened that you didn't expect to happen so far?
No teams have liquidated an account yet. I thought for sure these guys were going to come swinging out of the gates because they do get $10,000 a week reloads. I thought these guys were going to just come swinging out of the gates with huge positions. I'm actually pleasantly surprised at how reserved our traders are being. I think I was expecting at least one team to have an account liquidation so far, but yeah, no, nobody has. It's been absolutely incredible. You know, for the most part, everybody who's a day trader right now is bleeding money out of their ears. Like they can't control the losses because so many people hold these positions. But our teams have had such minimal losses in this downturn market that, you know, it's been incredible to see that they've been able to control everything and just keep their losses to a minimum while still taking trades constantly. Like I'm pleasantly surprised at how they're performing.
So did you expect that you would have had the team with a liquidated account because the traders would have been cowboy-ish, or because of distress, or because of a lack of knowledge?
I would have said I was expecting for teams to kind of make a statement in week 1, and Team Mafia did try to do that. They had so many crazy trades. It was, oh man, their accuracy is always so good, as we can see it today. Like they're crazy. I just thought the teams, not because of a lack of knowledge, not because of anything else, other than they just wanted to kind of send a message to the other team. So I was expecting big fireworks in week 1, but yeah, they've acted restraint and they haven't taken these crazy positions. So I'm pleasantly surprised to see it. It just shows how professional and how serious they take it. So all teams here have a big future in Chart Raiders, and all 5 teams will be here to stay for a long time, especially after what I've seen in the past 2 weeks. You don't know, as an organizer of these events and somebody who puts us all together, you never know how teams are going to perform and kind of what they're going to do and accomplish. So just by the law of nature, you have to have it in your mind that, okay, one team is not going to make this run. One team has to fail just not because there's a weak team, but just out of random statistics. Like, just because, like, you have to expect it. You've got 5 teams and you're putting your faith in 5 teams, and you just expect it for no other reason than just as a statistical expectation. But it never happened. The opposite happened. Every single team in my books has secured their position going forth in chart raiders in the future. So all 5 teams will continue on through season 1, through season 2, through season 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all here for a lifetime. They've all kind of earned that spot in my books. So yeah, no, just only for statistical reasons did I expect this. And all teams have just shown such restraint and such professionalism that it's just so refreshing to see.
Yeah, and I think that everybody had the same mindset. You know, we want to be, I mean, as part of Team Enigma, we want to be there for the long run, and like blowing the account was out of the question. You know, I guess it was because that's one thing also about trading, is that that's something that you've shown us, is that you have to protect your account. You have to protect your the money that you have. So I guess that everybody played it safe. We saw Team Mafia, you know, we saw what they tried to do, and you know, I think it's really courageous of them to try to make those big moves. And yeah, on our side, we really wanted to play it a little bit more conservative, and you know, it was the first week, and as a trader, you know, you're there for the long run. So as a team, it was the same philosophy. It's just like, hey, we're gonna play it as for the long run. This is a long tournament, and there's a lot. I said it again, you know, I'm repeating myself. I guess I'm getting older, and this is what it's part of the deal, repeating yourself. But a lot of pressure, and you know, the first days, you got to get used to it. And I think that in the upcoming weeks, we're gonna see more moves as you know, the traders are getting more comfortable. But yeah, I think it was really courageous of Team Mafia to try to make these big moves out of the gate. I mean, I think it was on the first or second day that they just, you know, tried to take this huge position, and unfortunately it didn't work out for them. But yeah, congrats to them for taking that risk.
Let's go over and check how TA Mafia ranked this week. Let's quickly go and look at how they had ranked. So Captain Confused leads up TA Mafia as a team, followed by Foraker and Seabass as the 2 team members. They do a skill test every single week. So Sugar, you've gone through these skill tests. Not fun, right? Because you get 3 minutes to do kind of this routine, and the pressure's on, the clock is counting, and you're forced to take 10 decisions on each of PA, RA, and CA. So you got 9 minutes to do these tests. Are they stressful to do these tests? What do you think?
Well, I will have to say that they're really stressful because we were only giving each other 2 minutes. So instead of 9 minutes, we actually had 6 minutes to do the test.
So you guys tightened the, okay. Yeah.
So it was really stressful.
Yep.
Yeah, no, definitely. But I mean, the stress that you might feel during those tests, I think that you also feel this stress while you're trading by yourself or in a team. So, you know, I think it's good to have that stress. And you the first time that we were doing them, it was a bit more stressful. Now we're getting a little bit more used to it. But yeah, definitely, there's definitely some pressure to it.
Yep, absolutely. And you know, it's so crazy when you see every single team having such a high average score. Like all these traders across all teams, like TA Mafia, Confused is actually the lowest with his total overall score on his strike test. But you know, like even that, last week he ranked really high. This week he ranked a little lower. It doesn't reflect maybe your overall skill as a trader, just kind of your state at where you're at on that week. So it can kind of give like a good heads up to, oh, where did I fail? What do I have to watch out for? So it's just a really nice tool to kind of give yourself an awareness. And just gonna run through the teams here. Team Phoenix overall, just very solid, nice scores all around, averaging at around 7.0, which is pretty impressive given how difficult these tests are. Team Paradigm absolutely killing their strike test this week. They got probably an average score about 9 out of 10. JCap had 9 for PA, 10 for RA, 10 for CA. Ninpo had 9s across the board. Joe Mixer went 9, 10, 8. Like, just Jesus, those guys they're really tuned in, man, and they really had a huge week on week 1-2 profit wise. At one point they were up about $2,500 on Wednesday, I believe, and then they just took a few bad trades in a row and kind of took those bigger risks with their profits, which is good. It's good that they do that. They make a lot of profits and then they start scaling up with those profits, and then if it doesn't work out because they've taken a bad position, they just kind of go back down to lower size positions and work it up again and take their shot again, right? Because eventually you break through that barrier and you start building up huge amounts of money. And Team Enigma scored pretty well too. Inuke really fired out of the gates, 8, 9, and 9. Marcus Shenron, you're there. Sugar 6.3, 6, 6, and 7. Again, just great overall scores across the board for everybody. And then going over to Team Arcane, the absolute killers, 9, 8.3, and 9. Of course, they scored super high. You would expect nothing less from Team Arcane, but yeah, like just everybody continuously doing great in the tournament for strike test, for scores. Yeah, they're hard, man. They're not easy. I've done them with teams before, and I really put the pressure on teams and say, like, let's see what you got. Show me how much you're improving. Let's see where your team is going to be struggling with this week. And then it gives the captain the ability to say, look, guys, we scored really low on RA, so we've really got to be careful on some of these knife catches this week. So it's a really cool tool and a really good way that we can kind of help captains and the community keep on board. And it just gives everybody like a really nice way to follow along.
Still no trade.
Yep, still no trade. Patiently waiting, just like yesterday. Patiently waiting for our teams to get in trades. Everybody is waiting for those perfect moments, which is exactly what I would expect right now. So we could just maybe go over to each team here, go one by one, listen into their trades for a minute, and just see how they're doing.
We have
Start off with Arcane.
5-minute Origin here. We could play a deep dive of the Origin if you want. Let's just say it just spikes up above. We could play a deep dive of the Origin, like we could go to like that 5-minute up top if you want above at like 21.943 if you don't want to play this vein.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a tall order for a 5-minute Origin, though, isn't it? 1.3% deep dive.
Yeah, for sure. No. Like I would take a chance at this range, hoping that it moves us down lower, just because we have a 50-minute shield at the top. But I wouldn't, I wouldn't. Like if it does pump, I would try to minimize the risk as much as we can, like the damage. So either the 5-minute, the 5-minute Origin sounds right to me.
Yeah, in my head I'm thinking right now 5-minute Origin, or we play the deep dive to the 15-minute, and then we can come back down and still not close that. That I think would be the most like less risky option. Obviously you're breaking slightly above this local ladder point here. Let's look at the percentage. The Origin's
It's about 1. It's like 80-90.
Yeah.
I mean, that can obviously happen really fast right now, so.
What do you guys prefer? So if we take this Origin to the ladder point, we are over 70%. To the 5-minute above, if we deep dive the Origin, that's 85%, and then we can potentially come back down and not close it. So I think those are the two choices if you want to like short around this range. That 1 minute at the top is tested if it's 683. Can't use that.
Team Arcane currently looking to enter a trade, a short, and that's actually a really good level that they're targeting. I was looking at the chart while Cotton is taking a quick break. But yeah, it looks like they're targeting that top of the range right there. They're targeting a 1 minute level, all the way up at the top of that range, and there is this 3 minute origin just above it. That could also be an interesting target. So interesting to see Team Arcane right now looking at those targets as for a
I
short.
like the way it looks with the hourly trend. I don't think it's got too much risk of blasting up. At least for a little bit here.
And guys, for the viewers, don't hesitate if you have any questions. Send them through me and Cotton through the Twitch channel. We'll be more than happy to answer them. Maybe some of you are neophytes as it comes for trading. So if you have any questions, if there's anything you don't understand, please make sure to send us your questions. We'll be more than happy to explain the science to you. If you're interested into learning more about the science, and if you haven't done it yet, join Cotton Candy's social medias. There's a page, there's a Cotton Candy page on YouTube that you can join. There's hours and hours and hours, countless hours of videos that you can go and watch, and you can also learn to become a day trader. It doesn't matter if you don't know anything about day trading. It doesn't matter if you don't know anything about technical analysis. There are classes, there are courses, again, free courses that will take you from step 1 to step 100. You don't have to rush. You don't have to do those classes, within the next weeks. You can do 1 class per week, you can do 1 class per day, you can do 10 class per day if you want. But basically everything is there for free. So if you haven't joined Cotton Candy's social medias yet, just do so. And if you want to learn to become a day trader, and becoming a day trader doesn't mean that you're
we can play on the safer side.
That you're going to become a team member or anything like that. But it's making money is fun, and trading is one way to make money. And just by watching Cotton Candy's videos, you could learn to make money within the next year. So so for those of you who want to learn more about it, join Cotton Candy's social medias, and also don't hesitate to send us your questions. We'll be more than happy to answer them.
If we target the origin and we allow in the deep dive to the 852, that's 90%.
So Arcane currently analyzing their targets. So what they're doing is
I'd almost rather play that 3 minutes,
assessing the risk of taking that target. If they are
rather than let it go
entering a certain position, you just seen they were using calculation tools. It's basically just to see where the move could go.
So what do you say
They would like to 3 minute.
Understand if they
I agree with you there. Is your 3 minute that 21.620 around that area?
If they would enter, that level they have marked.
I'm just thinking in my head,
1 minute level that they're currently targeting. So they're trying to figure out if they would get liquidated.
I think if we're going to take
and where the move would go if it doesn't hit their target.
3 minute and stop at just a bit above the origin for like 0.3 or 0.35, rather than taking the origin and just like kind of just hoping it's going to go hit the 15 for like 90% above as a deep dive. If we're going to play that, we almost just have to take the 15 as a deep dive and just take that, and just, even though it is very high above that origin, for 5 minute. So yeah, my vote personally would just be to take the 3 minute and then allow for a small deep dive of the origin, maybe like 0.35, and then just stop out above that. And then we can just look at, if it doesn't work out, then we just look at the higher range. Yeah, that's how I think we should do it.
Yeah, that sounds like good logic to me. This needs to hold now if it wants to move up a bit higher. Otherwise, we might be dumping from here.
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh.
The only thing I can see is like a potential reverse. It's 1 minute maybe.
Arcane's still analyzing where they're going to enter.
I'm back, just taking those often breaks to keep my throat in good health here.
So as you were gone, Arcane was actually figuring out where they would enter their trades, and
Yep.
I was reminding our audience that, you know, if they have any questions, that they can send them through the Twitch channel, and also inviting them to join the social Cotton Candy social medias. You know, if anybody wants to learn to become a day trader, there's no better way to do it. Like, trust me. I've tried a few different things that didn't work out, and
Yeah.
I mean, you really need to be the kind of person who wants to put the work into it.
Yep.
It's not something that is easy to do, but I have to say, Cotton, and it's not only because we're co-hosting together. It's not because I'm one of your well, I mean, I'm one of your mentees and I'm one of your co-hosts, and, you know, I'm part of your community because I believe into your system, and I don't believe into your system just out of the blue. It's just it worked for me. I see the science work. So if you're talking to your audience, if you're the kind of person who likes to understand every details and wants to fully understand a concept, you're at the right place. You know, go to Cotton Candy social medias, follow his classes, and within a few months, you can also become a day trader. Whether or not you want it to be your professional career, even if it's only a sideline, it could be a sweet sideline for, you know, traveling money, or, you know, sports money if you guys are into sports, you know, purchasing material like that. So, you know, or even like a cash out for a home. So yeah, and well, inviting you guys to join Cotton Candy's social medias, and especially the YouTube channel with all that free content.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely can take a few months. It can take some people a year. Yeah. But there's lots of people who do it in a few months. It's just kind of, it depends how hard you grind, right? Like, it depends how hard you want it, and how much you want it. Cause there's people who, you know, you can take it slow for sure. It doesn't have to be your 10-hour a day kind of grind, but some people like that. So yeah, that's the great thing about it, is that you're kind of able to choose and how much time you want to dedicate based on your current kind of life and where you're at in life. So yeah, it's really great. It's a really great system we have.
So all the teams, you know, currently looking at the move, not too sure where to enter. I know that Arcane has a target. They were actually, you know, risk assessing it, and, you know, trying to figure out if their target wasn't hit, you know, what would be it next. And they were just like checking if they would be liquidated. And it was like liquidated. That was explained to the viewers what they were doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far everybody's waiting for the move to come back to take that long short. But I'm kind of wondering. It looks like the hourly is holding down the move so far. So I'm kind of wondering if it's going to go back there. But if it does, I do have a few targets that I've identified on my chart, and yeah, it looks like everybody's has the same idea right now.
Yep. So this is what I'd be looking at. Let's go do some charting with me for a moment. So this is what I'd be looking at. We kind of saw the same thing yesterday, where we did have like a bigger valley being targeted. So if you go to your hourly charts here and you start kind of your trail right here, you did see kind of the break level in that move be targeted, right? So you did have this break of the level be targeted, which just ends up becoming a combo level on another time frame. And you know, we can kind of start deleting some of this stuff here, but you did see this hourly break level targeted to set up an origin for the future, right? So when you got into this trade, that is exactly what happened. You targeted that hourly level. You looked to create that origin for the future, because that'll set up your breakout point, right? Like, that sets up your breakout point for the future. So you gained the 4-hour level right here, right? You made this 4-hour level, you gained it. You set up your breakout, and you started to try to stabilize the move, and ultimately Bitcoin just couldn't do it. It just kind of fell down through its move, and, you know, eventually it just has the whole entire day where it tries to ladder the move. It creates its first trend, eventually breaks its move down, and that's what you're seeing very much again today. Like, you do have that same hourly level being created, right? You do have that same attack of the exact same valley. So today is almost a mirror image of what had happened yesterday. So if you look at what happened yesterday, and now you look at what happened today, you're just simply trying to set up these breakout points on Bitcoin, and you're trying to get it to a point where you attack that origin over and over, you develop a trend, and you end up bursting over top of it. Because when you do that, of course, you're going to go back attack this origin, but you're going to have much larger data down here supporting the move up. You're going to have your 4-hour hold levels, you're going to have your daily hold levels, you're going to have all of that, but you're seeing pretty much the same exact pattern. So really the next thing we'd be looking for is the first pullback to make our first trend like this. If that trend doesn't hold, you'll be looking at the second pullback in the move, right? Just like the future of trading cycles. You have this trend created after you have that pullback, so we can move forward. You know, a few candles here. We haven't seen it yet. We might see it now. We haven't created this trend yet, but it could be something like this. Very doubtful at this point. You have to kind of have this continued pullback here. So likely you're going to keep pulling back until you hit some kind of a point where you can actually make your trend. And then the same thing happened here. You make your trend, you follow it, you break down the move, you make your second trend, break down that, have a dump to the next range, right? Like it's just basically setting up the exact same way it did yesterday. Make an origin level. In this case here, I think we can go for, you know, yeah, just not really having too much expectations for Bitcoin yet. It's not thinking too much outside of like we're just not there yet. We're just not there yet in accumulation. And you did hit this hourly level right here, so it's quite simple what Bitcoin's doing. Actually, it's quite straightforward. So hopefully we just kind of continue to see this moving down, and even if you were to go back and trail these kind of hourly levels being hit and held on the chart, it just leads you right to this current hourly level holding the move down. So you end up in the same spot no matter what you do. You end up with the same exact breakout points where you have to hard close the move to get over the bigger piece. There may be a higher up origin somewhere. Like if we go through the charts here, 5 minute right here. So this looks like the origin it'll have to break inside the move. So you're gonna have to break this one, but relatively the exact same move as we saw yesterday. So yeah, I don't think teams should be expecting too much of long action here. Maybe there's some scalps in between to be had, but yeah, for the most part, I think we're still pulling back on Bitcoin. I don't really think we're letting up yet. I think we need to hit these lower levels first.
Well, considering that we've just did an hourly, could that pullback stop at that hourly body, that hourly backside that we have at 2,700? Could that be a possibility?
Say that again. If we hit the hourly backside, can we go where?
Well, we just hit an hourly level at 21,800. So then you were talking about a pullback to create that,
yeah,
you know, that create that hourly uptrend. So would the hourly backside be a good target at 20,700?
No, I think at 21,700, like that current hourly that we're hitting.
No, at 2,700.
Oh, on the other side, on the other side.
Yeah.
For a target 20,700. Yeah, so you do have a backside 15 minute there, right? So you have a backside 15 minute there. It does act as kind of the origin in the move. It does break it out. It would be a decent spot for a long. I could see that holding up the move. Yeah, if you break the current range, I could definitely see that holding up the move. Yeah, that would be a decent spot to consider. You could use the combo level slightly under it. Like you've got 20,670. There's like 20,620. There's also that as a combo level. But no, I think that's a good target. I think that's a good target. If you reach it, I think it's good. I think the question becomes, can you reach it? You also have 20,800, which was like kind of like a 3 minute origin. I would, in this case, I would just go for the lower levels. I wouldn't be messing around on the higher information because it does have, like, it could just move straight down past that.
Yeah, definitely. Well, hey, as you say, always be greedy, right? And if the move can go, if there's a possibility that the move can go somewhere, it will go there. You know, so basically, be as greedy as possible.
Yep, absolutely. We're gonna switch between teams. Just listen in on each team for a few minutes here, see what they're doing.
See?
Yeah. See how they're preparing for the day, how they're analyzing the current moves.
Or here. This one is just still a reverse.
Yeah, the reverse this reverse level down here is what we're thinking of.
Jen, is the wick tested on that one?
See that? Oh yeah, it did. Got tested.
Kind of. In that same spot, there's a 1 minute under origin. that's holding the move right now. 21-117.
Sugar, watching your team here trade, are you kind of missing out on the action? Or are you enjoying the co-hosting?
I'm actually, I have to say that I'm enjoying
No,
this because when you're in the moment, for my part, I didn't watch the stream at all. I mean, like, every now and then I was watching maybe like 5 minutes or 10 minutes of the stream, you know, when we were taking a break. So I didn't have a chance to fully see what it looked like.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a chance also because I find it really cool. We have all these viewers who are sending us messages and they're you know, sending questions, and I find the interaction, you know, with the viewers really interesting, which I never had the chance to do while I was trading. So I don't have FOMO right now, not at all. You know, I'm kind of comfortable here, and it's really cool. It gives another perspective on what's going on, and that it's cool because I was behind the scene and now I'm in front of the mic. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cameras in front of the mic, but you know, so it's really interesting, and I don't have the pressure right now. I don't have the pressure to perform. I don't have the pressure to trade, and I can still trade. I mean, you know, when I traded a little bit this morning before the stream.
Yep.
And I can do it, you know, later on in the afternoon. So the missing out on the trades right now is it's not. I'm not FOMO at all, and I really appreciate the experience. It's really cool to be able to connect with the community and the followers.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, gonna turn Enigma back on here. Listen to them.
Yeah. The 15 holds.
Yep.
I wouldn't be selling this because it's just.
Yeah,
so
and
much
that's where
upside.
these targets up here at like 22,590 come in, right? Like if we start hard closing these trends.
It's also 5-minute reverse. Around there.
Yeah, we'll reconsider the options in that area once we get to that point. For now, we just have general ideas. We can't really pick a level until it gets closer.
Creates in 40 seconds.
The inverse?
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. Does the 15 create an inverse?
Go over, check on Team Paradigm, see how they're doing. All is quiet in Paradigm Land. Usually these guys are chatterboxes.
I don't even know if it's going to get to that 5 minute.
Yeah, I know. The tactics one are. Hold on one sec here.
Trying to get open above that 5-minute hold. We couldn't. 5.
Okay.
Is that order set?
Nah, I'm gonna do it right now. 2-1-3-0.
Looks like Paradigm is setting up a short rate on the range here. Wow. I guess they're expecting a pullback from this move.
Okay, now it's set.
Very close to already getting to where it
needs
is.
to create this trend. And this 15 or the hourly, but this hourly just to me doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
At this point, every single long is just a knife catch. In my opinion, you just
No, that's fine. I mean, I don't expect to stay in them longer than 30 seconds. If
Looks
we
like
can
they're
get-
just trying to set up a quick scalp here.
I would say 3 minutes. Yeah, but our strategy in the past was good. I read those bounces, first 2-minute candles in and out was. Some of those moves were like 2%.
Yeah. Just fighting to try and get in some kind of short.
Starting to get exciting if we can see Paradigm starting to take some of these short trades. Let's go check on Team Phoenix real quick before we get into a trade with Paradigm here. See what Team Phoenix is expecting.
So that's all I have for right now.
I think we should be
Clearly.
Looks like they're doing a lot of trend work on their chart. So they're trying to, I think what they're trying to do is decide which side of this thing is going to break the range up or down. So
But,
Phoenix is looking to start maybe taking some trades on some of
this
these
one,
range breaks.
Now that it's developed over,
If I had to say, looking at their chart, I would say they're probably considering a short.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
Let's go over to TA Mafia, see where they're at.
Yeah, there's some pretty interesting things there.
Yeah.
I wonder if TA Mafia is going to
Nibs
do
is the
big
same
size
one.
positions today again.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good old Twitch.
Continuously cycle through all scenes here right now. I do think traders are going to start getting into trades soon here. They have levels marked. Looks like Arcane also has a short marked very close to Paradigm. They've canceled their order. They're putting 3,000 on this with 100x by the looks of it. No, maybe it's 20x they're putting?
That's not 100x.
I was going to say, wow.
No way.
Yvette just confirming that for us. I was going to say, they are very confident in this position. They've got 20x on that trade.
Or I'm getting kind of weird about it. I think it could still boom, regain the trend, regain the base, break the trends.
So Paradigm and Arcane both have short setup. They are going to be executing shortly here. If we do pull up, of course, that is if we pull up, we have to move up a little bit to fill these shorts. Looks like Arcane has taken a little bit more of a greedier spot as to where Paradigm is looking to front run the trade a little bit here. Both teams kind of in agreement that, hey, this range is breaking down and we're going to go and create that hourly trend that we're looking for. And that's one of the really important things right now is that if we go look at my chart, we don't have that hourly trend created yet. So, you know, you do have that opportunity to move up a little bit, take that short, see where this is actually going to
Doesn't want to happen, I guess.
Still with Paradigm there. See where this is actually going to hit and then take that short here, somewhere around there. It looks like both teams setting up and then having that stabilization point and getting out of the trade there just to create that hourly trend. So that's really, I think, what teams are looking at right now. And we're just going to keep an eye out on all 5 teams right now because it does look like we're going to see some shorts soon. Team Enigma setting up a long. So we've definitely got a lot of action on the books happening right now, Sugar. It's just going to be a waiting game to see which side hits first. Is it going to be the creation of that hourly trend long, or are we going to have a little bit of rejection, pull back, and then create it? I think we're going to go up a little bit, hit that short, and then pull back. I think Arcane and Paradigm have the right idea here. But I think it's got to happen soon. I don't think you can wait too long for this move to develop. I think you've got to kind of create this pretty soon here. Otherwise, you're going to start breaking trends on the other side.
It's interesting to see that everybody pretty much has the same ideas, huh? It's so, I mean, I'm not surprised though, because we've all studied the same science, we've all seen the same videos, but it's really fun to see. You know, you're looking at 5 different charts right now, and you're looking at 5 different teams, 5 different team members, but in the end, everybody pretty much has the same idea. So that's it's just another proof that, you know, if you guys are looking to learn day trading, I mean, you can see right now 5 different teams. They're about like what, 20-25 people.
Yep.
And everybody's pretty much on the same page, even though that this is a competition. So it just tells a lot about the science.
Absolutely, and it's really exciting when you get to watch it happen and you see 3 and 4 teams in a trade and they're all managing a profitable position. It gets really exciting. It gets really fun. Team Paradigm getting really close to their entry here. Let's go over and check on them.
We'll have a 3-minute hard close in 2.5 minutes just to show
They have a choice here between the hold level and the origin, and they are going with the hold level.
Yeah.
This could blast right through, hit the origin, pull back.
The 5 minute we're just gaining nothing to know.
We've seen Paradigm do this in the past. We've seen them take 2 levels, pick the first one, get into negative profits. The second level holds. This is a strategy they love to use. They always take the lower level to ensure they get into a trade and then use the other level as a backup. Also, though, it is why they do bleed some of their profits. Like last week, they were up at one point $2,500 in trades. They were just crushing the competition last week, and then they forfeit a lot of that.
To hit our level. Let's hit it and pull back.
Guys, get your tire pumps. Go.
I think that's been a really good strategy for them, but I think it has also cost them a lot of money in some trades where
Pulling back off that origin.
they do see a bit of a negative position to start every single trade because they are taking that earlier
4
level.
hour and 22 minutes.
But it's also really paid off for them sometimes too. But they're continuing with their strategy and they're about to get filled on their position.
Okay.
See if it hits the 1 minute. No.
Did it.
They are in their trade. They did get that level hit. So Team Paradigm is in a
The
trade.
one right now.
Finally. We'll see what it
It
does.
is going after the second level.
Pull back.
This is in this tiny range. This 1 minute. Actually, no, there's a 1 minute origin at 397.
So this has
is
been
a
the story of
target.
Paradigm all week. They
have a
are
target?
taking the earlier levels in the trades. They are getting the pullback they're looking for. Let's hope it keeps developing for them.
There's a 1 minute shield. Doesn't have a 3 minute yet, but it's probably gonna have one.
I'd like to stay beneath this 3 minute inverse at 21,300.
Let's quickly go over to all teams, make sure there's no other teams in this trade right now. Looks like Arcane does have their short set.
Still building.
We're back over to
13
Paradigm.
seconds, looking for a blue candle. Come on, blue candle. Here we go.
If there is a pullback here, that means Arcane actually took the correct position, or that Paradigm took the correct position, and Arcane might miss this trade. I personally would have went for the higher level that they have marked.
If it stays that way.
Coming up to that 3 minute. Pulling ahead. We do. Hopefully that inverse hold was the target. Pull it back.
It's looking good.
What's
The level
lowest
is
price that we're
holding.
looking at?
Yeah, so far so good. Looks like it's
Right now,
holding the
21055.
hourly inverse.
Yep. Arcane might actually miss this trade. Paradigm might have gotten the better of them on this one. They're looking for what looks like 1.2%.
I'd like to see it get beneath this origin.
59 on pick get.
So now
we can move it down. See how
Paradigm looking
move
to
those, 'cause we have some higher time frame.
create
closes in
some
the next
shields to protect their
19
move.
minutes. We have a 4
Yep.
hour.
What's
It
our
looks like
first
they
target?
just gained a 1 minute shield.
3 minute origin on the bottom.
So far so good for them.
21055.
Yeah.
Okay, moving down. Let's get somewhere close to a shield, to an inverse on the 1.
They are looking to develop that first shield on the trade. It is looking good. I do
That
think
was
their
our big
close
get,
short
right, Jay?
target is a little early, but they just probably want to lock up profits, right? This is a 50x position size with $2,000 on the books. It is starting to push up to their other level. Let's see how Arcane is getting ready for this trade as well. Team Phoenix also looking to take this trade. So we got 3 teams potentially being in this trade right now. If it pulls back though, Paradigm will have the upper hand here because they're the only one who took the shorter level on this. If this holds, that will be an incredible start to the day for Paradigm. It is still in profits, but it is getting close to their re-entry spot.
There we go. We
It is going to be moving up a little bit. The question is it going to hit that second level or does it pull back? Because the other teams, they have this trade marked up at, I believe, what is a 3-minute origin level? 5-minute origin level, actually, up at 21,375. So the other teams do have a higher entry here. And this is the moments you gotta love about chart raiders, where you have one team takes the greedier entry, 3 other teams are saying, nope, we think it's gonna hit the other level. And are 3 teams going to miss it, or is one team going to get a really bad entry on the same trade? And this is where it becomes so exciting. Enigma marking out that same level, possibly considering the trade. You do have another 1 minute candle close here, still trying to have that shield developed. The moment of truth. Let's go over check on TA Mafia. They are not in the short yet either. Looks like they don't have anything on the books in the immediate, but are playing the upper range. So TA Mafia is actually playing the even greedier part of this move. So all 5 teams do have trades set up right now. This move is still trying to push up. It's just dead in the water right now. It's not moving an inch right now, Sugar. This thing is paralyzed in the moment. It's not moving up or down.
Just staying right underneath that hourly reverse.
Yep.
And this is getting critical for Paradigm now. I don't know. I didn't see if they're still on their first trade or not, but it's like you're getting to the moment where are you just closing up on a neutral position, or do you keep that trade and just hope that it's finally going to reverse and go down?
Well, if it keeps holding like this right now, Sugar, you are going to see a pullback on Bitcoin because it can't continue to attack this level without pushing up, because shorts will eventually come in and start getting into this trade, and you'll see more and more and more people stacking that level. So you can't just continue to sit here. You are going to pull back the longer you sit. So that's one part of this thing. The other part of it is this has been Paradigm's strategy all week. They find 2 levels. They play the front level that has more risk because they don't want to miss the move. They are exposing themselves to more trades, and they set their stop behind the second level. This has been a continuous strategy for Paradigm all week long. So you will see Paradigm likely stay in this trade past that origin and stop if that origin breaks. They do take bigger hits on their account, but then they get into positions like this where they might be the only team in the trade, because every single team right now has a part of this range as a short. But Arcane is the only ones, or sorry, not Arcane, Paradigm are the only ones who are actually in the trade. So we've just got to wait and see what happens here. Let's go listen to Paradigm and see what's going on over there for them.
25 seconds.
We haven't developed the shield yet on the trade, but this could be it right here. We could develop on the shield, and we could see the pullback.
It's so hard to gain this 15 hole to open above it at the very least. It's just...
Yeah.
It is fighting to gain a 15-minute level right now.
What it's going to do in 6 seconds.
But again, Bitcoin is just sitting still, not moving an inch. Soon it is going to dump if it can't move up.
Opened above it, the 15, but
This has been here for 10 minutes now. Bitcoin has opened above a 15-minute level now, so you might see a bit of a move up. Let's check in on all other teams. Team Enigma walking away right now, taking a break during short time. Team Mafia has a much higher piece of the move they are targeting. Looks like Phoenix and Arcane. I thought Enigma had a trade on the books as well, but Phoenix and Arcane are looking for that closer short. Not in the trade yet, so technically if we pull back, Paradigm's strategy has worked out for them once again.
Well, I guess that probably that if Enigma is taking a break now, it's because they think that the move is just going to go higher in the range.
Yep. Looks like TA Mafia is in a trade right now as well. Looks like they just did get filled in their position. Looks like Phoenix is in a trade. All teams in a trade. Paradigm has taken the worst end of this. Let's go listen to TA Mafia, see what's going on with them.
And we're stopped out.
Get out, yeah.
And they stopped out of their trade.
Yeah, mid-range.
Taking almost no risk on the trade. TA Mafia has just said, if it breaks this, we are moving up.
That's alright.
Oh yeah. I mean, it looks simple now that we're looking at it, but we did gain that 15 minutes. So would you have canceled that order right away? Because it was showing
Ooh.
3.
Tough choice, tough choice.
Yeah,
I like to give my trades a little bit more time to develop personally, but you also don't want to get into a spot where you're starting to get negative profits. Like right now, Arcane is in a pretty tough decision, or not Arcane, Paradigm is in a pretty tough decision where they're saying, like, oh man, we're negative $200. This thing could still pull back and we could be okay. But this is why they always definitely want to take the greedier spot. Yeah, when that 15-minute develops, if you start closing over top of this origin, you've got to get out. So I think TA Mafia had the right idea here. Even if it pulls back, you've got to limit the risk here. So, yeah. And Paradigm is now stopped out as well. Looks like Team Enigma had the right idea to just walk away from this trade and take the higher level. The origin isn't broken yet. And I think that's where this becomes so tricky to play, because that origin isn't broken yet. I think this has kind of been where Paradigm has had a bit of a falling point this current week, because they have been taking they're trying to lock up entries on these trades because they don't want to miss moves, but they are taking a bigger risk on these trades by doing that. So I think this is something that they've been struggling with this week that we didn't see from them last week. Last week they were catching knives left and right. Their positions were perfect. They didn't really have anything they were missing, and I think that was their strength last week, and they've kind of gotten away from that this week, which has obviously cost them a lot of trades.
Well, you said it earlier. They missed this huge move that would have brought them like thousands and thousands of dollars. So
yep,
that must have been really hard mentally. Like personally, it would have been like a really hard hit to take.
Absolutely.
And maybe that's what they're doing right now. They're chasing the trades, and they just want to be in it so that they'd have a chance to make for what they missed. But
yep,
FOMO is a really, really, really tricky enemy, and it could be. I mean, if you have the right mindset and if you're ready to close your trades as fast as possible when you see that they don't develop, because earlier they got into the trade and then 5-6 minutes after they got in, that move didn't really develop, and we were in a moment where it was either going up or going down, and sometimes you just have to play it safe and close it, and then all of a sudden okay, it could have gone up, it could have gone down, but you're at that point where you have to accept that the move didn't develop as fast as you intended to develop, so you got to get out, but that's easier said than done, because once you're in the trade, it might be the reversal of the move, it might be thousands of dollars in your account, so that's really hard. The mental part of trading, I think that's something that people oversee, but it's a huge part of trading. Knowing where to trade, it's important, but having the confidence and also having the strength to get out of a trade on time, that's a big deal.
Yeah. And if you look at Paradigm's screen, they do have a level here. I'm not sure which level they're working with here that they've marked, but they do have a level that was hit perfectly. And I'm kind of wondering at this point why they didn't take that as their trade instead of the lower level. Again, I completely get what they were going for. They were going for the ladder down on the move, but I think they're just playing their levels a little too early. They're looking for that pullback, and I agree we will see a pullback here, but yeah, I do like the other team's positions. I do find them a little bit more controlled. I do find them a little bit more, the origin level being a bit of a smarter spot there. And because it gives you this opportunity, like if you look at Bitcoin right now, if you were to play that origin level, it actually gives you the opportunity to say, like, you're going to break over top of that origin level. And if it holds, you're going to move up to the next level. And that also can be a great exit spot. So when teams start taking this as a trade, when you start seeing that hold level develop over top of it, like we are now, you got to think, hey, I can just get out with a very minimal loss at a market without taking a market exit by taking a limit exit here. And even right now in the retest of that level, and there's almost no loss at all, instead of trying to be in this position where you're catching the short. And I think that's one of the benefits of playing Origins, is that you can go back, retest the level, and you could be out right now. Even if it moves down, you've diminished all risk, and there's nothing that it really costs you to get into that trade, right? Because if this Origin right now holds over top, you're going to have a much larger breakout to the next level above. So I think playing the origin was correct here for the simple fact that if it is going to break it, it's going to go, it's going to back test it. If it continues to hold its move, it'll back test it and it will move up. So I think Paradigm, while they are trying to expose themselves to more trades, are also introducing a lot of leaks in their game right now.
Yeah, a little bit too cowboy-ish. I've been there. Looks like we've hit the 15-minute backside. It was a good idea actually, maybe to take in the 15 minutes, because like earlier today, I was watching the move and it looked like the move was reacting to the 5, mostly to the 5-minute, and now it looks like the 15 and the hourly are the minutes, are the levels to target. So I think it would have been a good entry, but again, you know, after the move is happening, it's always easy to say, right? But it looks like it looks like they had the right idea, and unfortunately didn't have the chance to take it.
Well, again, this has been an active choice by them, right? This has been their strategy this week. They are trying to catch the bigger moves. They aren't wanting to miss them. So you can't fault them for taking that trade. It's a well thought out trade. It's just their strategy this week hasn't been paying off for them, because there's a big shift in how they performed last week versus how they're performing this week. Last week, they again, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Paradigm came out of the gate strong. They were actually leading the pack up $2,500 at one point, and then they just something changed in the way they were trading. They instead of catching knives, they started to try to. I think what happened is they started to miss too many big moves, and I think it's really starting to get to them, because if I think back to last week, earlier in the week, they were catching every single knife perfectly on spot, and they were taking profits, locking it up, 400, 500 bucks, 300. It was just a small crawl. They weren't looking for the bigger moves. They were just crawling towards targets. And I think maybe somewhere along the lines, one of these trades that they exited ended up being a really big move. And I think that kind of shook them a little bit, because if I had to guess, like, that's what I would say, because something has clearly changed here with Paradigm, and they're just taking a lot more risk than they need to on these trades. It's not that they're not marking the right levels; they're just not taking the greedy ones.
No, exactly. And there's also overconfidence, right? I mean, if last week they were right 9 times out of 10, well, unconsciously you're like, well, then let's go. Whatever level I think is gonna play out, like I should take it, because if it makes sense in my head, I've been right these many times. Well, you kind of get overconfident, and then that's you know, your mind is playing tricks on you, and then you get into those trades that, you know, again, it's easier said, you know, after the trade has happened, and I am commenting right now, and I'm looking, you know, looking at the charts, as I'm not trading, and it's easy to comment and to
easy to see it after the fact, but when you got to make that decision, oh man, you're put to the grinder in that moment, for sure. Absolutely.
Exactly. But I've gotten into those states of mind where you just, you know, everything is clicking, and then you get overconfident, and you stop you oversee those little details that were making you a good trader, and then you know, all of a sudden you're on the bad beat, and you just
absolutely,
you know, bad trades after bad trades. It looks like we've closed that 5-minute origin.
And so this is where I would put people's attention to when you're trading these origin levels. You know, if it's going to be an origin level, at a minimum, it has to kind of test it. And so that gives you kind of your first point of entry, right? And you know it's going to go over top of it. So you got to start looking at these origins and saying, okay, what could be the next thing that could possibly create another origin? If there were to be kind of like a backup level or something else that could create another origin. So you look inside the range and you start marking what could be the next one as your entry position. So it's got to touch this. So this can be a really good spot if you are trying to trade an origin when you have a bigger hold level developing like this. Like, you've got a 15-minute on this side to say, hey, there could be one more point that holds this thing down, and it could be right here. You can take that highest wick and buy that wick, because if you're going to play the origin, it's always going to break over it. It's just how much, right? And then when you see it holding that origin like this on that time frame, you can get out, because that's starting to develop the move in the direction you want it to. So yeah, you got to think about that origin and how the smart way to enter it is, because if you look at a 5-minute level, this isn't an origin yet. That's the thing about the 5-minute level. It's not an origin yet, nor is it on a 3. It has to have a pullback and a move up. It is just maybe an origin. No, it's not even an origin on the 1 right here. Actually, now looking at this, In hindsight, I think all teams, and I think we also misidentified this too. This isn't even an origin. You have to have a pullback and touch it again. So actually, this isn't even an origin at all. So that's just a big misidentification by not only us, but all teams. Right here, this could have been if it hit it, pulled back and tested it again, but actually it's not an origin at all.
Yeah.
We have no origins in this range. This could possibly be one in the future. So that's why we've also got to do our work too as hosts, because this actually wasn't even an origin at all looking back at it. So I think actually Paradigm had the right idea to begin with. There is no origins in the trade. There is this right here as the hold level. I think this is where Paradigm entered. I think actually they had the better idea looking back at it. If this hits again and pulls back, this can be an origin. Let's just double check this. I want to make sure I'm not misspeaking here, because I just kind of followed the teams and marked it. So this can't be an origin because there's no pullback and retest. Make sure I'm not mismarking this. There's a hit here. There's a pullback, no retest. No, this isn't an origin at all. Actually, I think this is just teams have assumed that this would have created an origin maybe, and that's why they bought it, but it actually wasn't an origin. So this won't cause a breakup yet. Good catch.
So the devil was baking a pie.
Well, I think they were assuming that it was going to create an origin, so they were playing it as the rejection point that could create the origin. I think that's what they were doing. Which is a perfectly fine strategy too. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You can play the origin creation. Just catching up on chat here, seeing what is going on out there in Twitch while we wait for the next trade. Again, today, no real action. Everybody just stopped out of their trade. Pretty slow.
We're 2 minutes away from closing this 4-hour candle.
So what becomes the next target now? That's what we got to start looking at. I still like that 15-minute origin up higher. But you got to think there's got to be something lower than that that can hold this move down. We do have a 15-minute hold level.
I was, when I was looking at the chart, because if I'm not mistaken, it looks like we reversed on a 3-minute origin at the bottom. So we created, but again, it would have to be verified. But it looks like we created a 3-minute origin at the bottom. So I'm kind of wondering if we're not going to do the same thing on top at around 21,700.
So I see the 3-minute origin you're looking at. The thing I don't like about that is it is also a 3-minute origin on the top, but it's also a 5-minute origin on the top. So you hit the 5-minute origin on the top, you pulled back, you hit the 5-minute origin on the bottom. We got to start looking for bigger levels. That's where we're at right now with this trade. Because we do have this move being squished between 5-minute origins and 3-minute origins as well. I think at this point you have to play a combination level off of the 15-minute. I think you have to mark that 15-minute and go into the untested combo level to try to hope the move pulls back.
You mean at 21,546?
So we have a 3-minute combination at 21,612. I think you have to play this. I don't think you can play the origin on the top, because I think if you test that origin again on top, you might be breaking the move. So just how we saw Paradigm playing the shorter level earlier on the current part of the move, I think you have to play the hold level on this move, actually. I don't think you can go and play that origin. You can, and it can pull back, which will ultimately break the move, but you're taking a risk on that level. So you kind of have one of two choices here. I'm going to go to my chart and show kind of what I'm looking at. So you have the 15-minute level here. You start here, try to dig down into the combination level. You find the 5-minute, which is here, right? That's part of that move. 15. That's part of that same move. You go to your 3-minute candle. You find the 3. You're on the backside 3 here. You find that. There is no combo inside that. There's the one here, which is tested, which brings you right here to that 1 minute at 590. But I think you can play 612 because when you have this origin here, testing once, twice, and you have this origin here, testing once, twice, a third time, I think this is being designed to break this level. So you have to not get to this level because this kind of becomes a little dangerous playing this origin level because it could just actually pop the move and break out completely. While it can hold it down, this indeed, if this does stop the move, this will be a bigger move down for sure. So if this does stop the move and you start breaking those levels down here, it is going to break the move. But I think if you're starting to go above this, I think you're in the trail right now that you have to hold the larger time frames. You have back tested that hourly candle from here. So this is that hourly back test, right? And you have that hourly back test right there. This is the 15-minute level that will hold it down next. We don't have any other hourlies that can be created. That's a 15-minute level, and there's the combo inside the 15. So I do think you have to hit hold levels now, and you have to ladder this move. I don't think you're at a point anymore where you can go and start breaking above those ladder points. If you hit this, it might hold it down, but the risk is high. I actually like this as an entry better than I like that. And we actually just hit that 15-minute level, I believe. So we might not even get a chance to go after that combo. We actually did just hit this 15-minute level right here. Yep. So that might have been it, but it's the same thing. Hitting this 15-minute level, you're just looking for the greediest entry on that 15 to combo level that off of the trade. So yeah, you have hit that 15. It is the same as the 3. It's just which part of that 15 is going to hit because you've hit that hourly. You have to ladder this move now. You can't really be going after origins at this point.
And nothing to say that we won't go to that 3-minute level. I mean, that's something that I've seen the other day. Bitcoin was still at, I think it was at 28,000 and around that price,
Yeah.
just like two or 3 days ago. And I was actually looking to take a level, and it actually really similar to what we just seen now, and it hit the 15-minute, and I targeted the 5-minute as a combo.
Yeah.
As a greedier entry, and when I saw that it hit the 15-minute, it was like, I'm not sure, if it's going back up, then it's probably just going to break the move, and I removed my entry, and that 5-minute was just a bit perfect, and a few minutes afterwards, the price just dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped from there. It's just
you may not even get a chance to hit this 3-minute combo now that there's been such a strong pullback off that 15. You really want to reduce risk by going after that 3, but because you've hit this 15 now, like that 3 is even starting to become risky.
Exactly.
This is a pretty tough trade. If you haven't taken that 15, you're in a spot right now where you're saying, okay, well, we haven't taken the 15, so we're not in the trade yet. I don't think we're getting back up to the 3. Do you start taking the 1 minute that just got created off that 15? This is a tough trade. You have to look for maybe the higher creation time frame origin as the only spot that you might be able to get into this. Maybe there's an hourly. No, there's no hourlies. You might shoot up to 22,165 here. Maybe if this starts to go back up, you might shoot up. But that 15-minute level that we just found with that combo inside of it, that really becomes kind of the point that has to hold this trade.
So this is a pretty critical moment right now. It's either
absolutely.
It's either going down to create that hourly trend that we were talking about earlier, or it's going back up to a higher part of the range.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely a tricky part of the trade to be in right now. And it's too bad that it doesn't go after that combo level inside that 3. Team Paradigm does have that level marked. They have something a little lower marked. They don't quite have that 15. They have a different level marked, but it did hit that 15. So right now we've got to see what happens. You can start also looking at the time, and we're nowhere near creating an hourly hold level. So we're nowhere near looking at the next hourly hold to create. The big one on this chart right now, obviously, is going to be creating this hourly hold level right here on my chart. So this is the big one, right? Because we did ladder off that hourly earlier today. We did ladder off this perfectly. This becomes the next point to gain. You do want to take an entry before you go attack that in case you do break it down. 15 minute is right here. It's also being targeted right now, that 15-minute level, to try to start creating these hold levels. It is being targeted right now as well. We use spring green for our 15 minutes. So that is trying to hold the move up right now. That's what you're seeing. Try to hold this move up, because if it gets under that, it simply will gain it. But like, there's nothing else to target in this move. There's not even like a 15, there's not even like a 2-candle valley back here that you could possibly create something off of. Maybe you could create another origin here, but at that point you'd just be targeting the 3-minute combo level. This wouldn't even matter in the moment, so it's not even usable information. So the 15 has hit on the top. It did pull back, hits the 15-minute, protecting it on the bottom side. And I don't even know if this 3-minute can hold it. I think you have to take the chance though. Honestly, I think you have to take the chance. Maybe you even want to just go for like a 1-minute reverse level. You can't. There's none. They're all tested. Jesus, this is this is spooky.
So that 3-minute level would become like your 10 out of 10 right now.
You don't even have a 1-minute origin from the back of the move. Can you create like a 3 maybe? You can create a 3. Teams have to be looking at this 3-minute origin level. There is no, they have to be looking at this 3-minute origin right here. It is the only thing on the chart that can hold Bitcoin down. This is going to be the level that Bitcoin attacks. Teams have to start looking at this. They have to see this on their charts. I think this is where I would feel safe taking a spot on Bitcoin. It does still continue to ladder the move here, ladders the move here. This has had its move. It has hit, it has pulled back and retested. So this is an origin. There is nothing else left on the chart at this point. I think anything else would just be too risky. This is close enough to the ladder points that you can diminish all losses. You can take this as a trade. And I think that's all you can do here, Sugar. If the move hasn't already started to pull back, I honestly think that's the only thing you can do. I don't see room for anything else at all. Bitcoin is getting into scary territory. It is trying to actually break its move up if it keeps going after that origin. You can ask yourself if it can go into the hourly, find a combo level inside the hourly, but that would be starting to push the range a little too hard, I think.
It'll be interesting to see what's going to happen in the next few minutes. And so far, only Paradigm, and if I'm not mistaken, Arcane or is it Arcane or Phoenix that got into a trade a bit earlier?
That was Phoenix. They just got into a trade and stopped out very quickly.
So only 2 teams out of 5 that got into a trade so far today. And everybody had the same idea. Everybody was targeting that top of that range for short, but
yeah,
and I think it was the right idea to go greedy there, you know. But so far looks like the move. It's hard to say. Nothing has developed really.
Sugar, we do have a combination level up at 21,943 that could serve as a good spot for a short. So we do have one final kind of spot that we could hit on Bitcoin after that 3-minute level. So we do have a combination level that hits all time frames at 21,943, including the 3 and the 1 and the 5 and the 15. So we do have a pretty nice combination level there. So there is that as well. So it's not as bad as what I made it sound. So we do have another combination level because I did find that one.
And people are asking if I'm Irish. No, I'm not. I'm from. I was reading the comments on
On the Twitch, yeah,
No,
I
I'm
saw
not.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. It's the first time ever that someone is actually mistaking me for an Irish person. No, I'm actually from Montreal, French Canadian. Those are my origins, and this is the thick accent that you're hearing right now. It's French Canadian, but no, I am not Irish.
Arcane setting an order here. Enigma setting an order. All looks like teams are setting up for their second push up here of this order to see if they can create something. I'm taking a small break just to rest my throat for a minute, get some medicine, and I will be back momentarily.
Reading the comments right now on Twitch, I see that we have a few people from Canada, actually from Montreal. Bonjour à tout le monde qui nous écoute de Montréal. So for those of you who just joined in, we've been online for the past 2 hours. Paradigm tried to get into a short and unfortunately got stopped out. Same thing for Phoenix, Team Enigma, Team Mafia, TA Mafia, and Arcane still looking for their first trade of the day. We might see reversal here. Bitcoin just did a 15-minute level, and maybe this is going to be the reversal of the move. We still need some confirmation, but teams are still looking to enter into a new trade. And guys, if you have any questions, any comments, please go ahead and post them in the Twitch channel. We'll be more than happy to answer your questions. If for any of you who just joined in, welcome to Chart Raiders. I'm inviting you to follow Cotton Candy's social medias. If you want to learn more about day trading, go on his YouTube channel. There's hundreds of hours of free content over there. It doesn't matter if you know nothing, a little, or a lot about day trading. You will be able to start from zero. If you don't know anything about day trading, if you don't know anything about what is an uptrend, a downtrend, a candle, it doesn't matter. You'll be able to start from zero. And if you know a little bit, or if you're using another system and if it's not working for you, well, then you're at the right place. I've been trading for the past 2 years, and I've used the different systems, like, with the indicators and the moving average and the Fibonacci. And not saying that these can't work. I mean, if it works for you, great, but it didn't for me. It clearly didn't for me. I lost a lot of money, and then I found out about Cotton Candy, and I've always been really interested into learning technical analysis. As far as I know, as far as we know in the community, Cotton is the only way he's fully doing it the way he's doing it. So if you guys want to learn a little bit about day trading, you're at the right place. Join Cotton Candy's social medias and go on his YouTube channel. You'll be able to learn more about day trading. Pearl Pacara that says that he likes the mama indicator. Is that the MILF indicator? what's my favorite indicator? Like Coffee Nipples was asking me what's my favorite indicator. I would have to say it's the ROE, return on equity, and when that indicator is green, I'm usually pretty happy. It's like Team Enigma has 2 Hoarder in their books. And for the people who are currently watching us on Twitch, I'm kind of curious to learn more about our viewers. I would like to know how many of you have followed Cotton Candy's teaching so far and where you're at in your studying. So yeah, I would like to know more about our viewers. What do you know? And what have you studied? And how many of you are actually day traders? I would like to know more about you. Don't be shy. Share on the Twitch channel. And as I said earlier, if you have any questions, any comments, please send them through the Twitch channel. We'll be more than happy to learn more about you and also to answer your questions. Price currently lingering at 21,300. Now the question is, was this 15-minute hold level the perfect entry, or will the move go back up and attack that 3-minute urgent that we were talking about with Cotton earlier? We got Yan here who said that he's been studying cotton science for the past 2 years. He's been taking it seriously for the past couple of months. I'm kind of curious, Yan, how has it been going for you? Have you been banking? Is it a long-term goal for you? Are you actually aiming to become a day trader permanently, or is this more like a sideline for you? Ninja Trading that's saying that he went through all the courses. He's trading full-time futures. Income is something that he's never seen before. Not sure I get that one here, but yeah. Congrats, Ninja. I'm glad to see that you're able to day trade on a full-time scale. That's really cool.
I am back temporarily here.
Yep.
Bitcoin is trying to lose this level right now. It's trying to actually create that next 15 minutes. So a little sigh of relief for the teams, I think, here, because if this 15-minute level does get hit, although it is a missed trade by the teams, it means that at least you're going to pull back and you are going to start going for those more attractive targets down lower in the chart. So this could be a moment of relief for our traders, seeing that this 15-minute might be created. We're not quite there yet, but you're getting there. First, you need to lose this 15, then you need to lose the hourly. This hourly will become the perfect re-entry spot or the perfect exit spot if Bitcoin does hit that level down there. Like, that does become almost a perfect spot like this, right? So there is that kind of hourly trail that is being created right now from here, and this will be the next one. So you almost kind of got to think, like, where do you start to just enter this trade as a short, to just say, forget it, like, we're losing the levels, let's just take this short and take it all the way to the bottom, because that could be a pretty good trade too, right? Like, that is another 10, 11, 12%, even to 7-8% range if you're a little gun shy to wait for the longer part of the move. That this hourly being created right now does act as a good target too. Now, of course, you could go down, create that trend like we said earlier today, like so, like this right here, come back up, use that hourly to hold you down, create a new hourly, and then this hourly becomes that target. But it all starts with the inner part of this right now. And I think our traders probably have a little bit of a sigh of relief, even though they're not in a trade, even though they did lose a little bit of money getting stopped out on their trades. Just seeing this thing come back down is pretty important right now, because yeah, like I said before, man, this thing's getting pretty thin up top here, just like it was yesterday. But at least yesterday you had that origin level. Like, we can't even create an origin level here. So, you got to be a little careful on Bitcoin right now. And this pullback is, definitely a sigh of relief for our traders. I think it is for me anyways, looking at this thing saying, whoa, we need to get to those lower targets. Like, this is a sigh of relief for me for sure.
Cosmo, I was actually reading, I've asked people on Twitch to share their experience. I was asking them, how many of them were studying your science, and it looks like there's a lot of people that are following us who are actually studying your science. It's really cool to see that there's a lot of your followers are also following us on the chart raiders. I've read a few comments. Really interesting that some people are actually starting to become day traders. Coffee Nipples actually was, which, by the way, Coffee Nipples, I really like your. I think I'm gonna call you Coffee Nip now, and I really like your nickname. But he was saying that he just became a day trader for the last 2 months. So yeah, it's really interesting to read people's story. Hannah 9026, it says that she is or he is starting the beginner courses. So yeah, get in there. It's good to see that people are following you, not only on Twitch but also following your teaching.
Yeah, it's really touching when you get to see people all over the world, like, no matter where they're from, especially with the state that the world is in economically. And for us here in Canada, $50 a day is not a lot of money, but in other places in the world, that can make a world of difference. And then when you start seeing people all over the world band together using the science, and people in other countries where they don't have the same kind of opportunities that we do in these different countries, that's where it becomes really powerful to see, because you're truly helping people achieve. Yeah, it's a pretty amazing thing, man. You'll definitely see a lot of that in the community. People like Ankind says, in India, $5 a day is my salary. So it becomes a pretty powerful thing for sure, definitely, to see people all over the world banding together in this kind of underground channel online, right?
No, it is powerful, and it's fun to read. It's fun to read all of those people's story, and it's really inspiring.
Yep, absolutely. It's why I keep continuing to do what I do, is to help free people all over the world, and to just keep continuously you know, it's a multi-angle take, right? Like you want to continuously break the day trading sciences because you hate the way the industry looks. So that's one prong. Another prong is that you want to help people all over the world. Like it's so cool because it's so multifaceted in the reason why this stuff exists. So it's not just to help people. Of course it does help people, but it's also to help break the industry, right? And kind of clean it up and give people a real fighting chance. It's also to create a future for aspiring day traders and start creating scenes like this, like esports scenes for day trading, where we can have people enter competitions and, you know, can be a bridge to them to actually become professional traders. Because, you know, not everybody gets this kind of capital to trade with, and if you can give teams this kind of capital, then, you know, so it's just very multi-angled, very multi-pronged the way you approach these problems. And yeah, it's really cool, man.
No, it is really cool. And you know, me on my side, it's just what is nice about it is that you can do it as long as you have internet, electricity, and your computer. You can do it from anywhere in the world. That was the first thing, you know, when I was at home like 2-3 years ago. I was kind of wondering, because I business wise, I had like a good business, you know, things were going well. Things are still going well with my business, but, you know, I was just kind of wondering, you know, how could I generate more money so that I have more free time and I could travel whenever I want, wherever I wanted. And that's how I first got interested into day trading. And it's just such an amazing job. And it's, I mean, I also got passionate about it. I don't think it's possible. I mean, for me anyway, I don't think it would have been possible to be successful or to put as much effort as I did if I would have not have been so passionate about the chart and understanding the chart and understanding the science. But it is, there's a lot of good side to it, and it's for me, it was really, really appealing. And yeah, it's great to see that there's a lot of people also got interested into the science, and it's nice to read people's story on the Twitch channel. So keep sharing. We love to know more about our viewers.
Absolutely. And right now Bitcoin is really having a big pullback. This is kind of that moment I was talking about just a few minutes ago. It's almost like at this point you got to have a sigh of relief, but you also got to try to get into a trade pretty quickly here, because you're going to see some pretty violent movement like this. Even in just like the last 3 minutes here, how much have we moved down? We have moved down 71% in 3 minutes. Yeah, this really was kind of a thank God moment that we lost this 15-minute, because at that point you're just trying to regain. So you're definitely looking to see where you can take that short now. Yeah, just keeping in track with the teams here and tuned into the teams. Yeah. We love sugar cotton.
Thank you, guys.
Is confused even legal for trading? Isn't he like 15? Asks Anime. Any short points? Asks Mir. You can check the replay, Mir, the VOD. It has all the stuff we've been talking about all day long. Cotton candy plus sugar equals chart obesity. So apparently we are the recipe for people getting fat, and I think what they mean by fat is fat stacks of cash. So yeah, exactly. You and me together, we're able to guide our audience into big fat stacks. This is good. This is good.
Hey, I love that idea of fattening people. I love that idea.
Yeah. Let's fatten the world.
Yeah. Well, when you think about it, it kind of makes sense, right? I as a sugar addict, for sure, I needed cotton candy in my life. I mean, definitely. So
yeah, it all kind of makes sense, right? If you think about it like that. Yeah, definitely. Bitcoin having a wicked pullback right now. I really wish I saw teams getting into the short when we lost that 15. It's never too late to enter those moves, right? And you're really seeing it right now. Damn, too bad teams didn't get into the short. Couple minutes and you see a full 1.14%. As soon as you lose that 15-minute level there, and you just did trail off that other 15-minute level, you can immediately see that setup for that hourly level. And just going to my chart real quick here, just seeing Bitcoin sink to the floor, and that really is it, right? Because that 15-minute level, it creates that trail for the 15 minutes, and now this hourly creates like the biggest pullback you'd expect, because it's going to create that next spot. So even just going back to this moment a few moments ago, if our teams had kind of seen this 15-minute development here, I think they would have gotten into shorts, seeing that this 15-minute was perfect and this one was just lost to create the next perfect level. Unfortunately, they haven't gotten into it, but that doesn't mean they won't get into trades very shortly here.
So seeing the move butter down like that right now, it's big. I'm saying butter down because it's melting like butter in the microwave. Would you try to take an entry on that hourly backside for a quick scalp as a long? Is that something you would still do, or is it a little bit trickier now that the move seems to be pulling back really hard?
I think you need to find the spot that could possibly stabilize the move to create that trend that we're looking for. That same trend we talked about all day here. I don't know how likely I'd be getting it along here right now. Yeah, I don't know how likely I would be to getting along. If I was going to get along, maybe 2670. 2670 seems like the right spot to take this trade. But it's not a long-term trade. It's just when trend breaks, get out or pick a target up top, right? Yeah. 2670 becomes the target. I think that's the only thing I would take a risk on here, but you know, you've got to see how the move develops. You've got to see what it targets and what it holds and what it creates. But as just an initial thought, like 2670 seems to be the only reasonable spot that doesn't really pose a lot of risk.
I have a question here from a Great Big Grin. Actually, you know, your question, you're asking if, how do you decide if you take the wick or the body? Well, it's a question of greed. If you have confidence that you know a level is going to be it. If you're taking the wick, it means that you're seeking to enter the trade no matter what. And if you're taking the body, well, you have a little bit more greed. So you're looking for the greediest part of the move. That's the way I would explain it. I don't know if Cotton, you agree with my explanation.
Yep. If you're taking the wick of a move, you're just saying I'm taking the higher time frame. If you're taking a body of a move, you are just agreeing that you found the greedier point. So always the difference between body and wick is the higher time frame is always the wick, and the body's always the greedier point.
Mm-hmm.
And then you split the difference down the middle, right?
Yep. You know, and also, I mean, if you are trading with higher leverage, I would strongly suggest that you always look for the greediest part of the move, because it's way easier to manage the trade, to manage the shields, to manage your risk, and also to exit the trade if you're taking the greediest part of the move. If your leverage is not as high, and it doesn't mean that if you're trading with 10x or 5x or whatever that you shouldn't be greedy, but you have a little bit more margin of error. So yeah, if you absolutely want to be in the move and you want to make sure that you're getting all the right moves, yeah, you would be trading the wick. But I would strongly suggest to lower your leverage and also lower your position size so that you also lower your risk.
Bitcoin's still ferociously moving down here.
Looks like Enigma's putting an order in the books.
Let's go check on Enigma, see exactly where they're looking at. They're looking at the exact same spot that we were talking about. So they've got the right idea there with that trade. They are looking at that exact same spot.
And the 15-minute body, too, for that short could be really nice.
It did just hit what could create an origin. So it is bouncing off what could create an origin right now, although I wouldn't be taking that as a long.
Imagine. We could come back up. Maybe retest the base of the move.
I really think the teams
or even the origins.
I really think that if they had looked at the higher level for the short, they'd all be in such a great position now. It's unfortunate that they took the short and that every team had kind of had the right idea, but just the wrong price. As Bitcoin is pulling back, I think each team is going to kind of be a little turtled in right now and kind of a little bit like, okay, we gotta really think about our next entry. Like I think every team is gonna be looking at that right now for sure. Because remember, every single team took a short up at the top range. They just took it too early. Lesson of the hour, always be greedier.
Lesson of the year.
Mhm.
For me, I mean, it's like, wow.
Be so greedy, mark out so many targets, be so greedy that you miss almost every single move until you just start hitting them.
Yep. I mean, FOMO does exist. I mean, like, trust me, I've been there and I'm still there. Sometimes it's just like, it's really hard not being in the move, or you really want to be there and you're seeing all these big moves of 2, 3, or 4%. So you want to be in the move, you want to catch a move, but in the end, like, every time that I've taken like a decision out of impulsivity, or I haven't really thought about it, or I got into a trade, within 2 minutes after I've seen where it could go, or I didn't have the time to fully analyze the move, 95% of the time it turns out being bad. So, those impulsivities are there. You have to be aware of it. And like Cotton said, you have to be greedy. And it's just like, hey, there's so many moves per day. There's a lot of movements. There's a lot of 1% moves, 2% moves during the day. So if it's not that one, it's going to be the next one. If it's not the next one, it's going to be the one afterwards. So don't have FOMO. Bitcoin has been there for 14 years. It's going to be there for I don't know how many years again. And if it's not Bitcoin, it's going to be something else. I mean, like the charting system has been there for over 100 years. So don't worry, this is only the beginning. So just like one trade at a time. You've missed it. You haven't been greedy enough. Fine, move on. Sorry, you have been too greedy. Sorry, you've missed a move because you've been too greedy. Great, just move on and then take the next trade. Don't worry about missing out the trades.
Yep, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. You're never gonna miss. You're always gonna miss the money that you lost in a trade. You're never gonna miss the money that you may have made.
Yeah. Well said. We should have cotton candy fortune cookies with trades.
I can make those. We'll call them risky biscuits. A day trader's breakfast.
That would be amazing. Like every morning you wake up with your coffee, and then it's just like wisdom for the day.
Yeah, coffee and risky biscuits. Day trader's breakfast.
I love the idea. Love it. We were actually talking about fattening people. Well, here you go. This is the way we should be doing it.
Yeah. Enigma is going to be entering their trade here. Looks like what a drop by Bitcoin. Unbelievable.
Crazy, huh? We're still 5 minutes away from closing that next 15-minute candle. So in the last, let's say 40 minutes, a drop of 3%, even higher, 3.4%. So that comes to what I was saying earlier. Just like these moves, right in the moment where you're looking at the chart, you might be might fear to miss that move, but it's like, don't worry. There's going to be something else somewhere else at some other time. So don't worry if you're missing out that move. Don't worry about it. And it's easier said than done, by the way. And like, let me tell you, it's still something I'm trying to master. But yeah, don't worry about missing out the move. There's always going to be another one later on.
Yep. We're getting really close to our level here. We're gonna see if Bitcoin can hit it. I wonder if you start thinking about that 5-minute really greedy part of the move that's at 20,471. I wonder if you think about that, or even 615, which is kind of a greedier point on that, or do you just simply bounce this 670 level? I think there's a couple spots that look interesting. It's gonna be neat to see how teams kind of do this. I saw somebody have an order at 740, so there's one team definitely has an order higher up on the books. King asking something about FOMC. I'm not sure what FOMC is, so I'll just say no. Fear of more closing, maybe? No idea what FOMC is.
Hey, we have a critical XS5 who's putting in his order of risky biscuits.
Okay, I'm on it. It's the Fed meeting. Anybody talking about that new stuff is completely out of the loop with day trading. If you're thinking about stuff like that, anything with news related, take a step back, stop trading for a while, go study my material. I know it's like somebody said, fear of mega candles. I know it's FOMP is fear of mega pints. That's been trending lately. Yeah, I got fear of mega pints for sure, but FOMC, maybe not.
So what is fear of mega pints?
Mega pints, you know, the Johnny Depp trial, and the one lawyer said mega pints.
I've heard about the mega pint. Yeah, but
yeah, the mega pint. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the real truth right there. We got to get on the mega pint system.
Maybe we have to work on our own coin and then create the pint coins, the mega pint coin.
If they made a mega pints coin, I bet you it would do really good. It would be like the next Doge.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, and getting back to it, FOMC here with this Fed meeting, anybody who's kind of looking at that or thinking about that, my advice would be to take a step back and not think of the news too much, and put those thoughts to rest, because they're really going to lead to a lot of silly decisions and stuff that really doesn't make sense anyways. Bitcoin has already been dumping. If you're talking about the news already and you didn't see this dump coming from 30K, you probably should take a step back and go down the education path a little bit. That's my advice. Not to make it sound too harsh, but at the same time, let's use our brains and not theories. Not sounding too harsh, but also sounding very harsh at the same time.
I mean, it's normal, right? I mean, like, when you're looking at the media, like at the end of the news bulletin, you always have these news about the market, affecting the market, and it's only normal that people think that all these news affect the market, and they do in a way, but I mean, it's like we don't really at all our trading our decisions on what's going on in the news.
No.
So I mean, like the science that we're using is it's basically linked to the chart only. And if a news would have any effect on a coin or in a stock or whatever, the chart, the system would still be in effect, and the price would still follow the science that we've been taught.
Yeah.
So for you to base your decisions on whatever is going on the market or the news or whatever, it's not really related to what we know, and it's not really related on as far as we say. As far as I know, and as far as what Cotton's saying is that, and trust me, I've been trading for the past 2 months. I haven't even opened my Twitter account or my television once to see what was going on in the market. And I'm still able to do pretty good trades. And it's just so, like, referring to the news or referring to Elon Musk's Twitter account, it's not really the right way to do it.
No. You know what my response to that is, Sugar?
Go ahead.
Delete your brain. It doesn't work. You need a new one.
Well,
straight to it, man. Straight to it. Let's not sugarcoat things. I know we're the sugar gang here, but let's not sugarcoat it. Brain delete. Alt F4. Alt F4 as fast as you can. Control Alt Delete if that doesn't work.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. So we're just above that hourly backside.
We're getting there. Yeah.
We did touch the wick. We did perfectly touch the wick.
Yep.
But we're still a bit far from the body, so we'll see what's going to happen here.
Same with any like cup and handle pattern talk, any of that stuff. Just brain delete as fast as you can. Go install a rootkit. Get that stuff flushed out quick. If I see cup and handle in the chat, rootkit your mind. That's it. Administrator level, dude. That's what I'm saying.
Well, Arkin Moore, you're asking a question and saying like, if the news doesn't work, why so many people believe in them? Because it's an easy system. It's really easy. Like in anything else, I mean, it's just not related to trading. It's just related to making money.
Yep.
Like making money, like it's always been in our society. It's just like try to make money as fast as possible with less effort as possible. And it's okay. So let me tell you. Okay, so if it's like if news doesn't work, why so many people believe in them? Well, if lottery doesn't work, why do people purchase a lottery ticket every week? Because it's an easy way to make money. It's just that, like so people believe that one day their ticket is going to be called and then they're going to win like $1 million. But you can purchase lottery ticket all your life and never win a single jackpot. So it's just a system made in place, like media is used to a certain extent. I'm not going to go too far in there and the conspiracy theory and everything, but it's just a way to have people, FOMO, or, just have to, people, get into the trading market. And, it's an easy system for people to go in the trade market and just to put money in. And yeah, it's just, I mean, it could be a podcast like that. This question could be an entire podcast, but basically, there's a lot of reason in there. But it's just like, I think like the best example is the lottery ticket. Like every week, there's millions of people purchasing a lottery ticket, and in the end, there's only one people winning. So why do people keep investing money in lottery ticket? That hope, I guess, hope of making money quickly.
Yeah, I'm just of the I'm just of the mindset that media is a machine and it supports a lot of jobs. So, yep. When you have media, you have journalists, you have reporters, you have printing houses, you have newspapers that are hiring people and staffing people. It's a machine. It's a machine made to create money. It's an industry and a machine. So if you believe in the machine, then you believe in the machine.
And Cotton, we talked about this the other day, like the tulip mania.
Yep.
Remember
the tulip mania. Yep.
Tulip mania. If you guys have never heard about it, it's the first market crash and market frenzy of mankind. It was in the Netherlands, and you guys can go on Google and Google it. But
the very first stock market.
Yeah, it's basically. It's all about psychology and FOMO and getting people into it, So, if imagine like a Cotton online.
I closed that short up top. I didn't want to take it unless it was the ride down.
Are they in a trade?
Yeah.
They're not in a trade. Sorry to you can keep going there. I just wanted to. They had a trade on the books. They're very close to getting it.
So people asking, it's the tulip mania. Tulip as in the flower.
Tulip mania. Yep.
And so yeah, it's basically, when you're creating an hype, and when you're creating a hype about something, people want to get into it. Like if you think about Pokemons, like 3 or 4 years ago when they released that app, everybody were going crazy. People were running in the streets. You had crowds of people running in the streets for Pokemons, and even people like spending hundreds of millions of dollars per day to purchase, Pokemons through an app. And when you think about it, it's crazy. But there was a frenzy created through the media, and then people got into it, and just more and more and more and more. So it's a little bit the same thing, with the stock market and also the coins. Right now, you're not hearing about Bitcoin that much in the media, besides the fact that it's crashing. But whenever you're hearing about it, it's like, oh, it's at 60K, and then suddenly because it's at 60K, and then like people are like, oh wow, it's gonna go up, and then people are purchasing coins at 60K, and then all of a sudden it's crashing and it's going down to 40K.
Yep,
So
absolutely.
medias are there to create a hype and to get people into, you know, to the next big thing. But it's right now, in the next few months, it's going to be the right time to purchase Bitcoin. But most people will be looking at it and they'll be like, it's not worth anything. It's worth $9,000 or $10,000. Well, yeah, it's the right time to purchase it. It was worth 60,000K before. Maybe there are chances it's going to go back there one day. So
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
just like it's human psychology, basically. It really is human psychology. So
I'm waiting for 6,500 on Bitcoin before I reload up. Maybe I'll get in at 12K, but I think or 11K. I think I'll wait for 6,500.
Yep. And again, the chart will tell us, right?
Yep.
The chart will tell us
Absolutely.
whenever we have to get in or out.
You can kind of just wait for the bottom, and then you'll see it stabilize. Like there's no reason to enter too early. Like you just take, if you RA'd the whole chart, 6,500 being the very bottom, you just put your order at 6,500, and if it doesn't hit when you see it stabilize, you just buy whatever stabilizes it. It's very simple, actually. Yep. Looks like we might see some trade action happen. Bitcoin is falling pretty fast. We have come pretty close to our 670 target. We came within about $30. I think at this point, traders should be looking to maybe lower their entry a bit. I think traders should be lowering their entry maybe to that 20,610 range. You know, the thing though, Sugar, is even if it goes to 6,500, I'm not buying it to hold it. I'm buying it to scalp that sucker. I won't hold Bitcoin. I just buy it to scalp that sucker. I just want to get the big pump. You know, I just want to get the big pump dollars, and that's it. I'll just get out because I don't. It doesn't matter to me where it goes. Bitcoin doesn't matter to me. It's just another stock. It's like Nike or Bitcoin or Tesla. It doesn't matter. It's just money in the bank. It's just a healthy way to think about stock markets, right?
No, it is a healthy way to think about stock market. I mean, there like you said earlier, there are different ice cream flavors out there, right? So there are different ways to trade, and if you're trading, if you believe into a system, let's say that there's a coin that's proposing a new technology, and then you believe into the company and the CEOs and all that stuff, and then you could trade that way. I mean, that's a way to trade of trading. I mean, personally, I tried a lot of things, and this is working out for me. So this is what I'm preaching for. And for me, if you're asking me what's the best system, this is what we're doing right now. But it doesn't mean that you can't try something else. I mean, you can try, you know, Warren Buffett has like tons of book about how to trade, and these are really good real good advice that, you know, if you believe in that, you can follow that, and it will probably work for you. It's just that me personally, I've always wanted to know how things work. You know, I'm from a journalist background, and I've always been curious, and I needed to investigate, and I wanted to know. So when I was, you know, trading the first time, I was like, why is the price bouncing there? What's going on? Why is it going up all of a sudden? And why is it going down all of a sudden? I didn't understand. And Cotton was the first that was able to explain it to me through his video. So that's why I was like, oh, okay, now it's making sense. So, you know, and I came back to my experience in the past. I was like, oh, I remember seeing that, and now I understand why it's reacting that way. But that's a lot of hours. How many hours of videos do you have on YouTube? Like
It's a lot. I think it's around 400 hours. Yeah, it's too much, man. It's like the equivalent of 5 years of university. It's a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, I remember calculating it. I've seen about 100 hours on YouTube, and maybe like another 80 hours with your mentorship. So it's like, and I'm not even halfway through all the content. So it's not easy. It really isn't easy. It's not going to be the shortest path. It's going to be far from trading from, you know, whatever's happening on Twitter or in the news.
Yeah.
But it's going to get you way closer to having perfect results and being, you know, really successful.
Yep. And I think Choose Goose said it the best in chat. He said anyone learning the science here genuinely has won the lottery. The science gives you the ability to make as much money as you want. I would agree. Of course, I'm biased because I'm the creator, but you know, I also train people at 100x, which is unheard of. So I think I'm one of the first people to actually be able to train successful 100x traders in the world. So yeah, I mean, that's got to count for something, right?
No,
I just, at the end of the day, dude, I just want to break shit. I just want to break our markets because I hate the way it's run. I hate all the influencers. I hate all of it. I just want to break shit and create something cool.
Well, so far so good, my friend.
Bit of a mad scientist take, I suppose. Chart scientist, ex mad scientist.
Yeah, guys, I know that some of you are pointing out that my sound, the sound quality of my mic is not that great. I'm currently using headphones because my mic is not working. So don't worry, it's gonna be fixed in the next. Well, I mean, if Cotton reinvites me, I don't know what's gonna happen. But if I'm here again in the next few days, I'm gonna have a proper mic this time.
Yeah. So right when we started this morning, Sugar was like, "Hey, how's my mic sound?" I'm like, "Oh, it's fine. Why?" And then he's like, "Cause that's the stupid thing. I had to send it back because he has a nice mic, but he had to send his other mic back because apparently it has some like fuzzing in it or something." You were saying?
Yeah, it was kind of a static sound that kept coming.
Yeah, that's what you said. Static, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah. Anyway, so I just sent it through. I sent it back to Amazon because I was trying it in my laptop. I was trying it in my my computer. It was still making the same noise. So I was like, okay, so it's not just a problem of configuration. It's just like it sounds like it's the mic that has a default. So yeah.
So I'm gonna throw a bit of an old school takeout here. Anime said Pinky and the Brain, but I'm gonna go even further back. We're gonna go Day of the Tentacle. For anybody who knows that, Sugar, you know Day of the Tentacle? You must.
I'm not sure. I'm getting that ref roll now.
Bitcoin has hit its level. Looks like teams may be in trades. Not sure. Looks like TA Mafia may be in a trade. They are really close. It has just missed their level. Barely missed it. Is it gonna fill?
It's gonna come back to.
I have a little bit of a lower level. TA Mafia very close to getting in on this trade. They are so close.
Well, if it goes to the deeper level,
I'm in.
They are in the trade. They are in. They are at 100x here on $2,500. This is going to be a huge trade if this holds and stabilizes.
Like had to catch up.
If this starts moving up, this is going to be a massive play for TA Mafia. They're going to be ripping profits like crazy right now if this is the part of the move. They've nailed their trade. You love to see it. TA Mafia once again. Perfect accuracy. They must be up already $1,000.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, that's good.
No, $600. I can't believe they're trying to take profits this soon in the trade. I think that's crazy. Maybe they're going to go for a re-entry.
I'm gonna close it there. I think.
Don't close it. Don't do it. Don't.
I did it.
Oh, why did they do it? Why flash close it?
It's a not flash close.
Well, that again, fear of missing out.
It hit. I had that line.
I think it's gonna go up here. It's gonna go up so much here. It has hit its level.
$900 in a minute.
They did make $900 in 1 minute. Great profit. I hope I'm wrong.
I mean, I'll take it.
Spam the TA Mafia in the chat, boys. TA Mafia locks up $900. Great job, TA Mafia. Let's go back to the other trades.
We made 50. Wait a minute. $900. Hey, that's not right though. I did not. I had more than that on that trade.
Oh man, when you're in a trade like that, and you're seeing all of these profits coming in, when you're not an experienced trader, and I'm not that much of an experienced trader, but I've been in a lot of trades. That's and when you're seeing those profits coming up, you get so excited, and sometimes you just take impulsive decisions like these, and maybe this was the right decision, but again, going with a limit order would have reduced the fees, but it's just it's panicking. It's panicking, It's just like, wow, what do we do? Just like $900. Yeah.
Yep. Team Phoenix in this trade as well. The thing is, with this trade here, you are looking for more of a I want to say here, let me measure it on my chart. You are looking for about
so
200 to 300% on this trade.
Looking for really like a strong bounce off of this strong
Phoenix is in this trade as well. All teams firing at the perfect level. Great job, teams. I think there are more teams in this trade as well. Team Enigma's level hit perfectly.
I mean, we can take this up to either Origin or
Arcane, I believe, is in this trade as well. Arcane did have that level. Oh no, Arcane just missed the trade by a few dollars. Oh no, they just missed it by about $10. That is so unfortunate for Arcane. Every single team has the perfect level. TA Mafia locks up their profits. You can't blame them. They do use a huge amount of margin. So when they catch those moves, that's almost $1,000 they made in 1 minute. Let's watch Phoenix and how they manage this trade. I personally think this thing is going to skyrocket, but let's see if I'm right or wrong here. They are up over $200 in profits now. You gotta love it. Hey, Sugar, you gotta love seeing every single team use the science, enter these trades perfectly on spot, and just crush the profits.
Oh yeah, that's fun. It's really, really nice to see, that the guys are able to enter a trade. It sucks for those who just missed it for a few dollars. But yeah, seeing everybody using the same science, entering pretty much at the same place, and now it's the difference. That's going to be the difference in between the teams. Is like, how do you manage the exits? How do you manage where you're going to exit? And that's probably one of the things that we had the most difficulty with.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Really hard. It's really hard because you get really emotional. You see that money, blowing up in your account, and it's just like, wow, and suddenly you have like $1,000, and then the move is pulling back, and you're like, whoop, it's not 1,000 anymore, it's 500, and then suddenly it's 400. So it's hard not to press that button. It's really, really hard.
You know what? I'm going to have to bite my tongue here because it looks like TA Mafia actually did the right trade because we are pulling back again. Looks like they did make a good decision here. Shame on you, Cotton Candy TA. You were wrong. TA Mafia with the upper hand. Slap right to the face of the host. This thing better boost up or I'm going to look like a moron. No, you can't blame him though. It is just so much money. One minute, $1,000. Amazing job, TA Mafia. Show your love in the chat, guys. Spam your TA Mafia is absolutely incredible. That's confused for you. That kid is so fast at charting. He's so fast at trading. He's able to make those instant decisions. He's calculating 1,000 things in a minute. I have a nickname for Confused. The team captain is Lightning in a Bottle Confused because he has got to be the fastest charter I have in this competition. It is crazy to watch him trade. I love his accuracy. I love the decisions he makes. He's one of my personal favorites. And he made the right decision because look, it's pulling back now. Arcane is going to take the lower entry. Looks like they are going for that lower 5-minute level down at 478 possibly. I have 527 marked, but I also have 478 marked, or 471. Sorry, 471. Amazing job, TA Mafia. No teams losing any money. Team Phoenix may still be in their trade or not. I'm not sure. Enigma has their order set lower down. 1K in 1 minute. You got to hand it off to TA Mafia. Just absolutely perfect trade. Good job, guys. Mir asking the 80% fee cut. I have no clue what you're talking about. Sounds like you got some information from a fake Cotton Candy TA. So the big question right now, Sugar, becomes, do teams re-enter this trade? I believe Phoenix is still in it. Do teams re-enter this trade looking for another shot, or do they wait for the lower level?
Personally, I would be waiting for the lower level right now. I think that TMF had like the perfect entry, and they took like the perfect scalp. Not to say that it definitely can go up now, but I would be, if I would be looking for re-entry, I would be looking for re-entry way higher in the move. I would be following what that move is doing. So I wouldn't be re-entering now, because re-entering now would be kind of FOMO. It's like, oh, there's this, maybe we're gonna go up from here, or maybe we're gonna go down, or it's kind of like you're kind of in the middle of the move right now. So I would be waiting for a higher target for short, or just go lower in the range for a re-entry as a long.
Absolutely.
Right now, I think like the perfect move was made by TA Mafia. That was
I agree.
The move. And just like right now, you go lower, you go higher, but it's like re-entering right now. Not sure. Not sure I would do it.
I think there is cause for a re-entry. I think you can re-enter here if you do take your 2 blue candles and you attach your trend. You can see a re-entry here at 655. If you're TA Mafia, you could consider it for a re-entry if it is going to move up. However, I think you do have lower in the range you can go, so I probably wouldn't take it here. Yeah, and it looks like it's just going right through. It's just like we talked about earlier. Actually, if we go back to my chart real quick here, this is exactly what we were looking for earlier in the stream. This is exactly what we talked about. If we go to our hourly chart, this is exactly what we're looking for in the trade. We are looking for this hourly hold level to be created, but let's go back over to the teams. This hourly trend. Let's go back over to the team, see who's in trades. It looks like Phoenix is still in their trade. It is pulling back on them. TA Mafia is going for the next level down. They have taken their first $1,000. Phoenix is still in their trade. They are at a little bit of a loss right now. It has hit their backup level. Let's go see how they're managing their trade. They are going to close it. They took about $100 of a loss. No.
Oh, just as I pressed it. You're joking.
Oh, just moves up right as he gets out of the trade. Unfortunate. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going up. Gotta feel bad to exit a trade and then it boosts within the second.
The amount of time that happens to me, it's just every the worst. Looks like
Yep. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it did hit a second level here on the chart. It did hit the other level that we had marked out on our charts. So we have hit the second level.
Was it a 3-minute backside? That's what it looks like it hit.
I had what could be the origin, which was the 3-minute, although I didn't talk about taking it, but it did hit that level. So just to say it hit the 3-minute, what could create the origin, which is the wick of the candle.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that's what's going to hold it though. Next spot for entry, I would really be looking at 471. I don't think I would be going anywhere else right now. Really, you got to create this hourly level. So you do have to have some kind of movement up in the next little bit here. Yeah, great job by TA Mafia. Can't say it enough times. Me are asking about the BitGet with 0 trading fees. That was a very limited time thing, only for inner community members, and it is already over Mir. So for 1 month, we did 0 trading fees for our community. Another one of the benefits of being a part of our community. Wasn't that crazy, eh, Sugar, when we did that? 0 trading fees for a month?
Crazy, yeah.
World first.
Yeah, because fees can be
they destroy 100x traders.
Yep, definitely. Yep.
Staying alive saying yay we did it. That's Confused saying. He always says yay we did it in a very high-pitched voice. It's quite entertaining. It's definitely one of my favorite stream moments. You could even go as low as 20,346 here to create a possible origin, which would break down the charts even further. Once again, you've got to start thinking about targets right now in the way that what target can you create that Bitcoin would have to break, right? So you've got to think like an hourly origin. You've got to think of maybe like a 15-minute origin. So you can even go down to this 15-minute origin all the way down at 20,390. You can go all the way down to the hourly at 20,192. So you do have to start thinking about those greedier targets here, Sugar, because what you want to do is you want Bitcoin to create kind of something that once it hits that 18,515 level, once it hits that, you want to have a level that can completely break Bitcoin in the other direction. So you go down, you hit 18,515, and then you break back above what you could possibly be creating as an origin level right now. So that's something that people have to start thinking about when they're trading this right now, is that, hey, what are some bigger targets as longs maybe? So maybe you have to start looking at the 15-minute here as a long entry at 20,395. So maybe like 370, I would say, like 371, something like that. 371, 372 range. Because that could create a pretty big target that breaks Bitcoin down and also breaks it back up once it hits 18,515. So that's how I kind of like looking at Bitcoin right now. Team Arcane is looking to get into a trade. Let's go over to Team Arcane. They are very close.
Yeah, well, when that, you know, when it bleeds like this, we just have to be very greedy.
Yeah. I just think that 3-minute body is worth a shot. Like, you can get out for like 0.15%, and it's the last, like,
Can you give me the
literally
level there,
last
Luke?
level that can create that range trend. How would you?
Can you give me that level?
Yeah, sure, man. 2501.
$25.01.
Yeah. The more it moves up like this,
Let's go over
the
check
more, like,
Enigma, see what they're up to.
A little bit higher river position size, I think. This origin makes sense. I like the 5-minute wick. I like that because it laddered the 15-minute to create the range trend. The range trend creates, I still think we could do that.
So one of my favorite parts about this stream is always checking on Team Enigma. I think Inuk has such an insane grasp on the charts from a theory standpoint. You know, Sugar, it's so insane, and he's your team captain, so you've seen it firsthand. But Inuk is newer to the science, and he has absolutely excelled. He is one of my favorite theorists in the entire community to watch, and we've got a lot of really great people in our community. We've got people who have been in mentorship for like 4 or 5 years who are just like destroying the charts, and they stay in mentorship even just as a thank you, because the amount of money they make trading a month, it just outweighs the cost. So it's just kind of like almost like a thank you they pay to me. But you know, Inuk, he's only been in mentorship for a few months, and he has become one of my favorite, if not my absolute favorite theorist to look at in all of the community. Like, it is crazy how good he is at theorizing some of these scenarios. Now, he's your team captain, like you've seen it too, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. As far as for the theories, really, he has a lot of knowledge, and he loves it. He digs it. He loves learning. He loves watching the charts. He's absolutely passionate about it, and I think in his case it's just a matter of gaining a little bit of experience. And I think that he has a tendency maybe to oversee it, but he is like an amazing trader. But he only has been doing it for a few months. So give him like another few months, and it's just like it's definitely gonna kill it. Yeah.
If he keeps growing the way he is, he will 100% be one of the top 3 traders in the entire server. Like, he is just absolutely a machine. It is crazy.
No, definitely.
No other teams in this trade right now. Either they have locked up their profits or they are out. Unfortunate for Phoenix, who closed their trade right before the move up. While we see this little bit of a move here, I'm gonna get some medicine, Sugar, just to keep my throat in check today. So far, so good. My throat's starting to warm up. I am sick right now, everybody who is listening. So for the past few days, I haven't been able to communicate too much, but today it's starting to come back to me a little bit. So I do want to take care of my health right now and just keep my throat in check. I'm getting over a pretty nasty cold, so I'm gonna take a few minutes, get some medicine here, Sugar. And do you need a break at all, Sugar? Did you want to take a break at the same time?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna wait for you to come back, and I'll take a small break afterwards. So I'm gonna keep entertaining our viewers, our listeners, and keep to again, going back to learning to know them a little bit more. And take a break, and I'll wait for you to come back.
All right, I'll be back momentarily.
Perfect, excellent. Well, guys, thank you for watching, thank you for listening, and as I said it earlier, if you guys have any questions, if you have any comments, please share on the Twitch account. And for those of you who just joined, and if this is the first time you're watching the show, this is Chart Raiders. We have 5 teams competing to become the best day trading team out of Cotton Candy Science. Cotton Candy is teaching day trading, he's teaching technical analysis, and way more thing than technical analysis, but he's basically teaching how to read the chart and how to purchase based on how the prices move. So that I'm going to resume. This is like a small resume of his teaching. Don't want to get into it too much, but basically he's teaching technical analysis. If you want to learn more about it, go on Cotton Candy's YouTube channel. There are tons and tons and tons of videos where you'll be able to learn more about technical analysis and also about his science. We did just see an amazing trade happen by Team Mafia, and yeah, really happy for them. They were killing it today, and yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how it's going to go for the other teams. And yeah, TA Mafia just rocking it right now so far today on this Wednesday. They just took like, I think it was $1,000 profit, so really happy for them. They've been absolutely killing it. So for you guys who are asking about the standing, we'll be able to show it to you as soon as Cotton is coming back. But if I'm not mistaken, Team Enigma was in front, but with TA Mafia's recent move, I think that they might be taking the lead. Looking for re-entry here. Teams are looking for re-entry for a short, possible short. Now this is kind of interesting because I'm looking at the chart right now, and I'm I don't know if you guys see this, but there's this 4-hour level that could be an interesting position to re-enter. Of course, you could always go a little bit greedier. So some people asking me if I joined Patreon after I've watched all the content. No, I actually joined the Patreon while I was watching the content. Yeah, I decided to join the community. It makes sense for me, even though it's not required. I mean, like, content does not ask you to join his Patreon to see his content. It's still going to be free. But for me, it made sense to join the Patreon and, you know, be a subscriber. Like, all of this free content, it's crazy. It's like hundreds of hours of video for free on YouTube. What is it for me just to pay like a monthly fee to join his Patreon? And recently I joined the mentorship because of obviously because of the tournament. You know, I needed to accentuate my my knowledge. So yeah, I joined the mentorship program. It's my second month here now, and really happy I did, because let me tell you, that mentorship program really changed the way that I've been trading, and it's just made me even more successful. So I'm really happy that I finally did join the mentorship.
All right, I am back. So Bitcoin's move is developing right now. You gotta feel bad, Team Phoenix, because they did just exit their trade as the move was holding up. Feels bad for Team Phoenix for sure here.
Cotton, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yep.
Okay, perfect. I just was wondering because it seemed like my mic was on mute. I was kind of wondering if I spoke to myself for the past 5 minutes, but it's all good.
Yep, yep. No worries. Yeah, yeah, I definitely think you were on mute there. I couldn't hear anything.
All right, since you're back, I'm going to take a quick break.
Yeah, go nuts.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. So I'll see you guys later, and yeah,
We'll see you back shortly.
Yeah.
Okay, right on. Okay, let's go check in on the teams. I think Phoenix is going to be a little beaten up. Let's see if we can catch some of that, see what they're thinking. Back at 30 past, I think they've just stepped away from the charts just to maybe take a few minutes away because they were in this trade and it did go exactly where they wanted it to. They did exit, unfortunately, and yeah, it always hurts to be on that part of the trade. Arcane just barely missed their trade. Bitcoin is still trying to move down a bit here, so you know it's not over yet. There's going to be a lot of spots for entries and exits, so there's no rush in trades. Obviously, the big trade already happened. See where Paradigm is at with his trade. I think we're going to have radio silence from Paradigm right now. They're probably just chilling out, and they also missed their trade just by a few dollars. All is quiet between all traders right now. Every trader just enjoying the profits after getting into those trades. So we're just gonna watch all 5 teams and see what they have planned. Obviously, the big story here is when you lost that 15-minute level up top, that would have been the perfect spot to just enter your trade and ride it right down to this level. As we said earlier in the stream, it would have been the absolute best trade of the day to take. Yeah, there's not much to say about it. You lost the 15-minute level up top. We talked about it earlier in the stream. We talked about you've got to start thinking about getting into a short to that level. It executed pretty perfectly. That was a solid 3%, and then teams took a good trade on the other side, but unfortunately missing the bigger trade from when the 15-minute level was lost up top. But we're still looking to get down to that elusive 18,515 level, and hopefully we'll see it. Of course, something else can stop the move from hitting that, but hopefully we'll see it. Just gonna vibe out to some nice music right now. Answer some chat questions. Kind of let the music just hit everybody nicely right now. Mir says amazing accuracy, that level stuff you can only see here. Thank you so much, Mir. I agree. If they held that long, they would have made 4K. I agree. That was they definitely made the right play by getting out of the trade, but I think they should have maybe considered looking for a second entry on that trade. I think that's the only difference there, is that you can maybe look for a second entry on that trade. I'm doing good, Cruel. How are you doing? You know, if we go to my chart and look at my chart here a little bit, we can talk about where this trade started from today. So you did hit that 15-minute level today. Traders did miss this 15-minute level entry here. I missed it as well. I was looking for a little bit greedier in the range up in some of these regions here. And we had been going through that and talking about it all day. So I did miss that as well. But then if we go back to that trade and when it actually happened, when you lost this 15-minute level, I was telling the chat and kind of alluding to the fact that if you lose this 15-minute level right here, and that is this inverse level, So if you go below this right here, you have just perfectly tested this 15-minute level. You perfectly tested not only the body there, but you also tested the wick of the move as well. Put a 1 minute candle to see it. Maybe we didn't test the wick. Maybe I'm thinking about a different move. But you did test that 15-minute anyways right here perfectly. And then the big part of the move is when you actually lose this 15-minute level. So when you lose that 15-minute level, you are going to attack this hourly because you had just laddered off of... Oh, sorry, it was the hourly that I'm thinking about. You hit the hourly body perfectly, and then you hit the hourly wick perfectly, one in sequence to the next. So the next big target on the trade just simply becomes the next hourly level right here. And so when you lose this 15-minute level in the moment, this becomes a huge point that will hold up the trade, because if you lose the level, you are creating the 15-minute inverse on the other side, the next target in sequence for Bitcoin to go after. It's the only level you have on the chart. So when you reject this 15 here and you lose this 15, you're dumping straight down to the bottom of the move to create this hourly trend. So you can go to the VOD, watch my bigger explanation to that. But this was really the moment where I think traders should have saw this. And once you lost that level, it happened instantly. Like, we're talking instantly. Once you lost this level, it's instant polarity in the move. You dump straight down. So if traders had taken this trade, they would have been in the much bigger part of this trade, all the way down for an additional 3 to maybe even 4% here. So even from this moment, when you lost that, seeing that trade would have gotten you at least 3%, and you could have hedged that long. And this is what we talked about earlier too. The best way that you can trade today is if you lose this level, you take the short and you take a full hedge against this level here by taking 1% of your profits and just letting it ride up to see where it can go. You lock up still 200%. You get the other side of the trade, and really that would have been the perfect strategy. I think all teams missed this. They did try to take shorts up in this range, right about here. They all took shorts right in here. It did pass their level. They got stopped out about here. It went after that 15 and dumped straight down. But they should have saw the 15-minute level here, and they should have taken a second short right here to get them that other 3%. Other than that, teams have been doing great today. A little bit of a misstep there, a little bit of a misplay, but let's make sure we're not missing any of the other trades on the screen right now. And let's go see how teams are dealing with this. People asking for the artist I mentioned earlier, that would be Rogue VHS. The next thing we're looking for is a pullback on the charts to the next set of levels or to the current hold level in the move. So how's everybody enjoying Sugar as a co-host today? Sugar Addict is from Team Enigma. He has taken a break from the team today to help me co-host. I've asked him to help. I've said, hey, Sugar, how do you feel about helping me co-host today? And he said, yeah, sure, no problem. Just let my team know I need to take a break, and that was great. We're hoping Bitcoin has a bigger pullback here to see some of the lower levels. Sugar has watched most of the content. I was saying Sugar is Pog. You know, at this point, Bitcoin hasn't created its hourly trend. It hasn't yet, so it possibly isn't done its move down. So there is still a spot to long. There is another trade to be had. We haven't created that hourly level yet, that level that needs to create the trend. Because we haven't created our hourly trend yet, we will be looking to possibly hit another level here. There's quite a few levels on the bottom that we discussed earlier. Let's see which one gets hit. You are hitting right now one of your levels. So you are hitting that 5 minute, our next target on the board. This is that 527 we mentioned earlier being hit. So this is taking a pull up off of the move. No team's really taking this trade right now at 527. I don't blame them. You came really close to it at 546. However, the level is untested, so I don't blame teams for not taking the trade. I don't think I would have either. I think I would still look lower in the move, even though it's over the price of entry right now. I would still look lower, more of something like 390, or possibly even all the way down to 20,189. I think I would be looking more down in those regions. Create an origin level. That's where I'd be looking in this thing. You might even go into a lower part of the move. 350, creating a two-sided origin. So 350 might even be a better target. Kind of creates a double origin there. 300 even, maybe even a little lower here at 300. I think 300 becomes the smartest play at the current moment. You did just perfectly wick off the body of that 5 minute. Let's hope this body doesn't hold the move up. Akinmore says, I don't know why you choose the body instead of the wick. I do discuss it all in my courses. Go ahead, watch the courses. You'll find out more there.
And I'm back.
Hey, Shug.
So, anybody a millionaire yet?
Well, we did just hit the 5 minute body. I'll bring up my screen real quick here. You can see we have hit the 5 minute body. So that is that next part of the range that can hold it up. So we have hit that 5 minute body pretty much on spot. So Bitcoin is up almost 75% since then. No teams have taken that trade. Remember, we do have to create a bottom here somewhere to create that hourly trend. So we are going to see something hold this move up. Yep, looks like that body is going to support the move up. If traders had taken that, they'd be up 100% right now. You are looking for that point that is going to stabilize the move, right? Like we've been saying that all day, is that you have to have something that creates that hourly trend. Now, whether it's this or whether it's the next trade, you do have to have something that does create that. You have to have a target to break to get Bitcoin back down to that 18,000 level that we are talking about. You can see it on Team Enigma's screen. They did have it marked. They didn't take the trade. Would have made for one heck of a scalp, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, that was an amazing move.
That was a TA Mafia special right there. That was a quick 100%.
Does that put them in the lead right now?
For the week, I'd have to see at the end of the day. There's been a lot of trades today, so I'd have to see at the end of the day, but I think it might. They've been pretty conservative this week.
Can we see the leaderboard once again?
Excuse me. Sure. Arcane at negative 756 on the week. Enigma at plus 98. Paradigm Shift minus 231. Phoenix at minus 707. So this should put Mafia at about plus $595, right around there. So we'll just call it plus 600. So, or yeah, this should put them at, no, actually it would be plus 400, I think, because they made about 950 on it. So, no, that's 550. Jesus, my brain doesn't work. My throat get me sick, and all of a sudden my math doesn't work in my brain. Yeah, so that puts them at about plus 500 on the week. Yeah, been a very slow week. Not a lot of trades being taken this week. So that should put TA Mafia in first. We have about 2 hours left on Chart Raiders today. We are going to allow teams to trade after the stream today. Just because Bitcoin is in a pretty crazy region, we are allowing teams to trade after the stream this week. Let's see how Team Phoenix is recovering.
It's not too tight. It's 0.46.
That's pretty tight for this range.
Yeah, it's true. No, but like we're saying, I mean, just taking lower leverage now for this range clearly seems to be the way.
Inuke has just chimed in the chat saying Marcus
So
had
I
to
would
go
use
for a
lower
little bit.
leverage
No
on that
trades
as well.
taken today. He's being very greedy in the current move. So actually, Enigma down 2 members today, Sugar, because you're helping me host today, and Marcus had to go for a little bit. So just Inuke and Shenron today on Team Enigma. So there sounds like they're not really taking any trades. They're just going ultra greedy because they are down a few members right now, just due to you being here and obviously Marcus leaving.
Just a level life on Bitget. This is I'll show you stream where we were stopped out. This is the story of Phoenix this week.
Yep, they got stopped. Where they exited their trade right there, right before a big pump. Yep, Phoenix just catching an unlucky break there. Didn't cost them much to exit because they actually got such a good price on their entry, but the fact that they didn't take those profits definitely got to hurt.
Actually remove these levels now.
And that's where it plays in your head, right? That's where it plays in your head because, you know, every time that you're having profits, we've seen it with TA Mafia. It was the right decision in the moment to close that trade. But I mean, if you look at it, if they would have held a tiny little bit more, yes, the price did came back, but it went back up, you know, afterwards. So that's when it's really hard for, you know, for the traders to take a decision, because it plays it has a tendency to play it that way. Is that you're holding and then you should have sell, and then you're selling and then you should have hold. So it plays in your head, and then you're just like, I think that's one of the reasons exits are so hard, because you get really emotional, and then you think about what happened to you in the past, and you're like, oh, should I be holding or should I be selling right now? If I'm selling, maybe I'm selling out like way much higher profits. But if I'm holding, maybe I'm just gonna end up, you know, flat on the ground and not making any money right now. So I think that's why it's so hard.
Yeah, and you know that's. Excuse me, sorry, I'm still fighting my cold here. That was the story of TA Mafia last week. Is that I think out of every single team, TA Mafia had the craziest accuracy time after time after time last week. We saw TA Mafia enter. Just like they did today, that perfect position, catch the knife almost to the dollar, 100x, massive position size, because they do like to swing a big baseball bat when they trade, so they take huge position sizes. And they had got stuck in this really wonky rut last week, because they, like, if they locked up $1,000 every time they were in a trade like they did today, they would have been like anywhere between $5,000 and $8,000 of profit last week. They actually killed it last week. But every time they tried to have one of their positions develop longer and they held, they ended up exiting in a loss after being up at least 1,000. And every time they exited around 500, 600, 700, the move just went straight up and they would have made a huge amount of money in the other direction. So we saw that happen with TA Mafia last week. They just got in their heads so much, and it wasn't even their fault. It's just they kind of fell into this rut where the same thing that's happening to Phoenix this week, TA Mafia had it last week. So every training team goes through this, where it's just one or two wrong decisions, all of a sudden you start to spiral. You got to really grasp that quick and hold on to it and make sure it doesn't derail your team. And it's not even something that is a fault of a team. It's more about kind of a recognition of something that's happening. Like, you have to recognize that you're starting to get into this spiral because you're not actively doing it, and it's not something you're doing to make yourself worse. It's a spiral that happens. So you kind of have to just set a parameter on all trades and just say, okay, like, no matter what the trade, we're just going to take these profits, or we're always going to long and we're just going to break even. Like, you literally have to just cut that off instantly and just pick one side or the other, so it doesn't kind of, coin flip you back and forth. Because yeah, it's happened to Phoenix now all week, and it happened to TA Mafia all last week, and I think that's where you're seeing TA Mafia locking up a lot of profits this weekend, taking a lot of like easy positions, small entries. Yeah, but you're right, it gets in your head and it really starts to spiral teams.
It really does. It's crazy. It's crazy. And it's just, yeah, I think that's why exits are so hard. It's so really, really hard. And also another thing is that you're waiting all day for that perfect entry. And then you finally get it. And then it becomes hard to let go. It really, really, really becomes hard to let go. And hats off to TA Mafia for taking profits so fast. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, they nailed it.
It's not easy to do because it's like catching a fish. You're sitting in your boat and you've been waiting all day to catch a fish, and then you finally something up your line, and then you're holding and you're holding and then just like releasing that fish so fast. It's just like it's really, really, really hard to do. I don't know if it's the right analogy, but
no, I agree. It's a waiting game. Absolutely.
Yeah, it is a waiting game, and so that's why I think on my side, that's why it's so hard to let go of the trade, because when you finally get one good trade, you've been waiting a while to get one, and then it's just like, oh, you don't want to let go. It becomes your baby a little bit, and it shouldn't be like that, but unfortunately it is. It is, unfortunately. So
yeah,
so
and yeah, that brings me back to a point earlier today. Like, you said waiting and waiting and waiting for that perfect moment, but there's also, the other side of that, where you can get stuck waiting too long. Like, you've also got to have the balance to be able to say, I can wait for the perfect moment, and I'm gonna wait for the next moment, but I've also got to play this moment, because earlier on today, like, we scribed that 15-minute out, and I talked about that when you were gone too. You can't always sit and wait for that perfect moment. Like, sometimes a perfect moment can be hidden and disguised, right? Like, when we had that 15-minute level earlier that we lost, to me, that was a perfect moment, because we called it out to the T. We said, hey, you're going to lose this 15-minute level. You're going to go all the way back down to this 5-minute range at 471. We actually nailed it to the dollar. So we actually got the short in the exact moment, and we actually got the spot where it was going to bounce to the dollar, because we did talk about that 472 level. And you've got to recognize when the perfect moment isn't just a knife catch, because losing that 15-minute level after testing a 15-minute level, and then knowing that it was going to create the hourly because it had just back tested an hourly previously, that was also another perfect moment. So you definitely do have to understand that the perfect moment isn't always waiting for the perfect price. The perfect moment is sometimes seeing the perfect setup on the charts, right? Because like, man, we nailed that thing perfectly. We charted it. I said, if this loses this level, goodbye down to 472, and bang, here we are, right?
And it did, yeah, it did. Totally did.
Yep. It's the power of the science. Like, when you know it inside and out, like, I've been doing this for almost 12 years now. When you know it inside and out, sometimes you can see these things, and you just do your best to teach your teams and your community. And it takes time to get it. But a big lesson today for everybody watching and all teams when they review this replay today is that sometimes the perfect moment isn't the perfect price, but it's the perfect architecture on the chart, because it was just set up so nice for this dump, and we called it right to the dollar, not only on the top but on the bottom. So we called both sides right to the dollar. Bitcoin's still moving up off that 5-minute level. You know, I really hope we just kind of collapse down here, Sugar. Like, I really don't want to see Bitcoin recover here. I just kind of want to see it. I'm impatient. Okay, I'm impatient. I just want to see Bitcoin hit that 18,515, and I want to see 5 teams in a crazy long.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I thought that this would be a little bit faster today. I thought that the move would go like way quicker to that, you know, to that 19,554, which is like the start of that weekly level. But looks like Bitcoin is just lingering there and slowly dying. I'm not really sure what it's doing right now, but yeah, it's taking its time.
It's trying to create that 1-hour trend, and if it does, it'll start to move up, I think.
Mm-hmm. So knowing that we've reversed on a 5-minute on the bottom, would you target a 5 minutes as well on top? Mm-hmm. Well, mm-hmm. Oh, were you? Oh, okay.
Sorry, guys, I was coughing and I was muted. What I was saying to Sugar asked me what I would look for on the trade right now is that if you close the current candle in accumulation, the problem is that your trend is really sharp because your hourly trend is actually already set to the previous candle, blue candle to blue candle. So if you close an accumulation right now, you're looking for very short targets because you're basically already breaking your trend anyways. But if you can close this candle in distribution right now and start to move up afterwards, then you've got kind of all day to see where your target on the top could be. So it depends on how you close this candle in the next 10 minutes. Before I kind of prescribe a target on top, I'd want to see how we close in the next 10 minutes first. Pearl says, thank you, Cotton, for your science. I'm improving every day. That's amazing. Hopefully we'll see you in a future season, Pearl. I've been saying that for a while now. Pearl is up 300% today. Great job, Pearl. Jelly says, imagine the disappointment of Cotton if BTC went to 60K now. Nah, he just traded either way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Wouldn't matter. Whichever side it finishes on, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, the way we were talking about it's more for the show than anything else, you know. And of course, if it's turning around right now, if it's going to 60K, we're gonna have a hell of a show anyway. But
yep.
Yeah, but it's just that, you know, we've been looking at this weekly area, target, or valley, call it what you want. We've been looking at it for a long time, and it's just like we can't wait for it to see what's gonna happen. You know, it's something that you've been talking about it for months. I've been looking at it for the past 4 weeks. I think that that area was starting to be of an interest. Maybe like at the start of May when I was starting the mentorship, when I was finally understanding a little bit more what was going on with the chart, and then I saw that this was coming, and then it's just you've been waiting for 5 weeks, and you're like, oh, it's finally coming today, and then oops, nope. Bitcoin's turning around. It's not quite yet. It's gonna get there, but not in the next hours. Well, I mean, I guess we'll know a little bit more with that hourly candle closing in just like 8 minutes. Do you miss trading, Cotton? Because I know that you're really busy. I mean,
oh, absolutely, man. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Especially watching chart raiders, and I have so many trades that I like, kind of, because like that's the magic, right? You sit here and you kind of theorize, and it's like this big game of chess, right? Like you're like, okay, this happened here, that happened there. What do I do next? Where's this move gonna go? What could happen, right? Like it's such a big brain pull. Like it really is like the most highly rewarding intellectual thing you can do is day trading, in my opinion. I've done a lot of things in life, and like I never get any rush like I do out of day trading. Everything from like pro level, high level gaming, to studying for my master's in architecture, to being a professional poker player. Like I've done a lot, right? And there's just like nothing like trading. When you hit that trade, even as a co-host, I see these teams getting trades, I get so pumped up, man. And then like I'm sitting here prescribing the perfect trades, and I'm like, god damn, I wish I could just go tell the teams to take this trade. The 15 minutes gonna dump, it's gonna hit this level, bang, 4%, easy. So like then it makes me want to get into them, right? So yeah, you definitely miss it, man. I simply don't have the time to trade anymore. I've taken a teaching role instead, and now being someone who's turned into a content creator, and then now someone who's turning into a developer of kind of a new project that I'm starting that I won't talk about, but it has to do with chart radar. So now I'm becoming, company owner, project developer. So, just kind of constantly evolving the way I do things. But, it's, yeah, you definitely miss it, man. You miss it so much, because it's just like, there's nothing like day trading. I just don't have time to do it anymore. It would simply be like, if I was day trading, I wouldn't be here doing this stuff. So
yeah,
I don't think that would be good.
No. Well, I mean,
it would be good for my bank account. It would be very good for my bank account, but not for our community, and not for what we're trying to do here, because I think everybody here who's here realizes that chart raiders is something pretty special that's going to hopefully change the industry. So.
Oh yeah, well, definitely. Well, I'm happy that you're here with us. I mean, I could. I mean, it's a bit. I don't know how to say it, but it's a little bit selfish of me wanting to stay here. But yeah, we're all happy that you're with us. But yeah, I was kind of wondering, if you missed trading. So
yeah, every single day.
I know that you're really, really busy. I just don't know. I don't know how, to the extent of how you're busy, but I was kind of wondering, if that's something that you missed. Because I personally, I force myself to take at least one day off during the week, because I'm not trading long hours during the days. I mean, like I'm in the tournament, so when I'm obviously when I'm with the team, it's all about the team. But so after maybe I could.
Oh my god, this. Sorry to interrupt, Sugar, but this
go ahead.
Bitcoin's going crazy, and Arcane has entered a trade. It has hit the 15-minute level again.
Did it stop us? It didn't.
Wait.
Oh,
They're still in the trade, and it's pulling back in a big way. Arcane might be in a killer position here. Everybody spam your Arcane emotes in the chat. This might be a crazy position for Arcane. They may have just nailed it. They must be in profits right now.
Come on, I think it's gonna be down now.
I don't think any other team had a short setup. I don't think anybody was prepared for such a quick move. What does Arcane do here? Do they get out of their trade because it was so much further outside of their entry? Or did they just stay in and let it manifest down?
Yeah, that's a hard decision to take, honestly.
I think you just sit here and wait. This thing's gonna break down. I think this is gonna break the entire move.
It's the origin. 1 minute.
I guess we're about to see. We're about to see if this will break the whole move or not, because this could actually break the move.
I don't know what Arcane was actually targeting. I don't know if it's that 500 level.
I think it's
which
their I think it's their dotted line that they targeted, so they might be in crazy profits right now. Actually,
959 is going to be the first target.
That was never an origin.
look at the power of
Oh, no,
Team
you're right, it
Arcane
wasn't-
having their short setup.
So we
This
can
is incredible.
divide it out a little bit here, I think.
If this pulls back, this is going to be an insane move. It shot up 3% in 4 minutes.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And it's pulled back 2%. This might be Arcane's comeback moment for this week. I wonder what their profits look like. We can't see, of course, but let's see how Arcane handles it, being ready for the perfect moment.
Yeah, we have our shield now.
They cannot lose money in the trade because they have a shield now, so they have developed a 1-min shield. So they are in, I believe, a 100x position, and they cannot
JP,
lose
can you
any
start
money
looking
here.
out for some targets list, please?
Yeah.
That's Freestyle asking for targets. They are going to be in
I think
massive
this,
profits
like,
right now. This
I
is
don't wanna
unbelievable how
prematurely
Arcane
get
has
out
nailed
on
this.
move. I do think that we can dump this micro range.
This
I
has
really
moved down
do.
almost 3% in 3 minutes, Sugar. Less than 3 minutes.
It's crazy. Crazy move.
They have hit their first target. Are they holding out for the bigger trade?
If I wanted to prematurely get out, it would be a
So we
2809.
came back underneath that 1 minute level. That was the previous, that created the previous range.
They have not locked up profits. They are looking for the bigger move on this trade. Somebody in chat saying, a brilliant saying, FOMC in 3 minutes, hence why the volatility, but the Stein's still hitting to the T. Absolutely. It never fails. Nothing is news. Everything is chart science. Enigma asking if I can go for that pump. What did they miss? You missed the 5-minute body? Just kidding. They already know that. This could be what breaks the entire move down or pushes it all the way up. There's a crazy move that just happened on Bitcoin, but which side is it going to fall on?
Yeah, we don't want to start gaining shields the other way. So let's just be quick to pull the trigger if we.
If this falls down, this could break us down to that 18K range. They might be in a 10% trade here.
No, this is
Oh, they didn't put that much leverage on it. They only used a smaller amount. That's too bad, but still a great
this
trade.
massive wick rejected on the 15.
This would close under the 4 hour as well if it does continue to hold down. How is Arcane going to manage this trade is the question right now. So the thing I'm looking at right now, Sugar, is the 4 hour body of the candle at 21,163. We really want to stay below that. It is hitting it right now. It is moving up pretty quick. It's going after their shield right now in the trade. It has pulled off their shield at 1 minute level.
And I think that it touched the shield.
Very close. I mean, you can consider that a touch. At this point, you wouldn't want to go back. You need to develop the move down now.
Or do we want to allow it to try to create a 1 minute origin at the top?
We just closed under the one. We gained one shield now as well.
Yeah.
They are going to gain their next shield here soon. Look at this move go down. Like I said, this could be it all the way down to 18,515 here. This is unbelievable. I wonder where their target is. They are in huge profits right now. This might be the biggest trade we've seen on stream. Not profit-wise, but percentage-wise. They're in a full 4% trade right now. 4% in less than 5 minutes. This is incredible. They've got to start thinking about profits and where they should close this thing. They've got it right down at the bottom of the move.
Okay, wait, wow.
It is getting so volatile right now.
It took the origin. It did go to the origin at 579.
It went to the origin. That was one of their targets. It's got to start pulling back again.
break,
This
man.
is unbelievable. They're gonna lose their profits on this trade.
Wait,
no. They are gonna get stopped out, and they didn't take profits. Oh, too bad for Team Arcane. They're not stopped out yet. I don't
Are we
think.
out? We're still in?
They got stopped
We're still in or
out.
no?
Unfortunate for Arcane.
man.
Oh no. They
move
were up
going back down.
$1,000 and got stopped out 4%.
Wow, crazy move going back up, going back down, going back down, going back up.
Unbelievable, man. I still think this is moving down, but holy Hannah. What a crazy move. I do think this is breaking it down and they got stopped out. They should have taken their profits. Not their fault, of course, looking for the bigger move, but you know, when these things happen, you've got to be prepared to pull that trigger. But again, they had their trade set. It had nothing to do with Arcane. Bitcoin is going pretty crazy right now. You're having 4% moves and 1 minute candles. This is what it looks like when you're breaking a range, right? I do think this is breaking down still. Levels being hit perfectly, but damn, they were so close to making such a massive profit on this trade. It was so close. 4% in 1 minute. This is the name of Bitcoin, folks. Hit your levels, have your trades ready. Everybody in chat confused about the volatility, but perfectly normal for Bitcoin.
Wow, a single candle,
Yeah.
4.57%.
Yep. Ultimately, I do think this is going to break Bitcoin down. I do think we are going to see 18,515 be hit relatively soon here. When you have that much profits in that short of a time, I think you got to take a play out of TA Mafia's book and just lock up your profits, right?
Well, I can see what happened though in their heads. It was going down so rapidly that they thought that this was it. You know,
You're looking for that bigger move, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. And then all of a sudden it's pulling back up, but you never expect it to be pulling back up like this fast because it already went down 2.4%, and all of a sudden, bang! Within 30 seconds, it goes back.
Well,
up,
the really unfortunate thing here is their stop was like literally just hit. Like it must have been hit within a few dollars just to get them out of the trade. So they could have actually taken profits here right now even had they had a little more time to think about this trade. But it happened so quick that their stop was like, it must have been hit within $5. Absolutely insane. But I do, like I've been saying, I do think this ultimately breaks Bitcoin down, but we're going to see. You know me, I'm pretty patient. I still wait for 18,515 here. Team Enigma was in a trade. They got stopped out as well, so their stop got hit. Well, the great thing is that these are all controlled trades, right? Like that's the great thing about the science is that, you know, being able to trade 100x in a 4% move like this while hitting your stop and not losing too much money, not making those profits sucks for sure. You look at that and you're like, man, this sucks, the big one. But when you can trade 100x at this rate, like talk about insane, right? Bitcoin moves 4% in either direction or 2.5% in either direction, and you can still trade it on 100x. That's pretty crazy.
Oh, it is. It is.
That's
It
nuts, man.
definitely is. Yeah.
That's the power of the science, though. Like, yeah, that's the power of my work. Is that it's unbreakable, man.
I mean, like right now it sucks for Arcane, but at least they didn't lose money, right? So that's like.
I think they got hit a little bit on it, but not too bad. Maybe they lost a few $100s. Maybe I think they maybe lost $200 or $300. I would say probably closer to 300. But again, you know, relative to the position size, it's not so bad.
It's not so bad, exactly. It does suck. I mean, like.
Yeah,
I would
it
hate
sucks
to be
because they were up
you know?
so much money in such a short time.
Yeah. And now that's where you need to, you know, focus, reset, and you know, just move on. But it's so hard to do. It's really hard to do. So I'm kind of wondering, are they taking a break, or they're just, you know, are they really in a good mood right now to take another trade?
I don't think you take a break at this point. I think with Bitcoin moving like this, you're looking to catch the next part of this.
So even though you have to find a way to move on, you really need to find a way to not be emotional about what just happened. So
Absolutely, absolutely. You just move on. It's in that next trade you'll make it back 3- and 4-fold. I think TA Mafia has a pretty good idea here, taking that trade at the bottom of the move. I think they've just, man, TA Mafia, complete 180 from last week. Last week, they were in a ton of trades, huge profits, never getting in positions. And the amount of composure coming out of them, just playing this safe and just chilling out is unbelievable, man. They're just completely composed, right? Like they're not even blinking an eye here. Not getting involved in this range, saying, I don't care. We've got our target set. Yeah, just like, let's see what TA Mafia does. All eyes on TA Mafia. I said it this week earlier. TA Mafia, all eyes on them. They're here to make a point this week. They are here to kick some ass and take names. And we are approaching our lower target. So traders needing to get ready for the next trade here. What's going to happen? We are hitting, looks like we're going after that 300 level I talked about. So 20,300 just about hit right now. There it goes. Every team looking to enter trades. Let's go over to TA Mafia, see what's happening.
Okay.
I don't know if they're in their trade yet.
Perfect bounce of 20 on.
That's probably an instant 60% right there.
I don't think they got into their trade. The level is marked perfectly, but I think they took the lower level.
Did you, when you said
Oh no, I think they took the lower level.
Yeah, I got it.
Good.
But it seems like that's the target.
All teams had this trade, but nobody
Just like
took
before,
it.
The Origin, the one we took it bounced, came down lower, bounced off L level, ripped up. Could be the same thing.
No way. This is that
100%
20,300 target I was talking about
30
earlier.
Jesus.
We nailed it too, saying 20,300 is a trade, but let's see if this actually holds because it's too premature.
I get like having a bounce, you know.
189 would be the final spot that could bounce this
We'll
thing.
keep it for now because it hasn't developed yet, and it could just still go deeper. People just made 100% in a couple seconds, so I think it can go lower in the rebuy. I think that's what can happen.
We had that Origin order on before, right? 274.
165 is what I've got. Oh wait, 165, yeah.
I hope this doesn't move up because TA Mafia once again has nailed this thing. Just unbelievable, their accuracy, man. It's so crazy. 189 kind of being the final spot of this trade that it can go to. It can go a little lower, but
It's so far away on here. I don't even think it hit it. No, it didn't. No, it didn't even hit it.
It didn't hit there.
Well, it wouldn't have hit on Big Get anyways.
But,
so quick.
Yeah,
but the accuracy is still just insane.
But yeah, I mean, I think that our ours is still fine for now.
Yeah, I think so too.
You got to feel bad for Arcane right now because you know what? This is the spot that they would have been in, and they would have been taking profits here. They would have been up 6 or 7%. You got to feel bad for them.
Ready.
Full 5.5%.
You should be able to just put it in there still from...
It is hitting that origin again, the level that I marked, that 20,300. Let's hope this isn't the move.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
Do I get the best of the traders, or are they going to be greedy and get the best of me?
Anyways, even if we...
Hoping for their sake, it does go lower.
I don't think we take that trade anymore, honestly. I was hoping for. I was playing that as the knife catch, and this is the knife catch.
This is the level we talked about earlier on stream. So this is the level here becoming. I believe this was a 15-minute leg of a move, or was this the? No, this was the hourly. No, what did I have this marked as? Oh, right. This is the greedier spot as the body because the 4-hour was down here. The hourly was higher. Right. I was playing the right above the hourly leg. I've got that marked there. I've got this marked here. Well, hopefully for the traders, this isn't the level, but it's looking like it. It's the origin that broke the move out. That's what I had. I misconfused this for the leg of the move. I think that's what the teams are going for, was the leg of the move. Hey, we might still get there. Let's go back over right now. Check out the action because teams are still looking to get this trade, and it is moving down quickly. Bitcoin is getting really spooky right now, Sugar. This is exactly what you want to see because this is the kind of volume that'll take it down to 8,515, and this is the kind of volume that will instantly snap it over to 22K. So you'll instantly see a 20% move on Bitcoin if we hit that level. There is going to be a ton of money to be made. Enigma has a trade set up. Let's go over to Enigma, check it out.
This is just the greediest origin. This is the level we were talking about for a while.
Greediest origin they're going after.
Not sure if we touched that hourly break level though.
Hopefully
we haven't touched it. We just barely missed it by about.
Yep.
I don't know, $10.
If we don't hold this, we're going to 18,000.
It looks like it. Yeah, it looks like $10.
You gotta hearts going out to Arcane. Let's send an ambulance over for Arcane. Let's put some Arcanes in the chat. Just give somebody call the ambulance because they've got some broken hearts. They gotta check into the Heartbreak Hotel because those guys have just unfortunately they just got the bad end of it today. Man, they've got to just punch a wall, take a deep breath, get a energy drink, drink some G Fuel. I don't know, just do something, get your heads back in the game because this has gotta hurt, man, because they just so perfect and they just got punished on a stupid 1 minute candle.
They're gonna need some of our cookies.
They need some of them risky biscuits, man. They gotta open that sucker up and find the next level. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start putting Bitcoin levels in risky biscuit fortune cookies. Those are gonna be the risky biscuit levels. So people buy the fortune cookies for the levels. I'm telling you, business in the making. This is the plan.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, like Twitter, those Twitter accounts are still last year.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna use all of them. We're gonna spark this thing up. Our audience must be absolutely loving the action right now. Our traders' pain is their love. Our level was just hit to perfection, by the way. Please don't tell me this is it. I do like being accurate, but I don't want my teams going over the edge here. So our level was just hit perfectly. Please, Bitcoin, don't be the last move. I mean, we did talk about this as the final level. Please, Bitcoin, for the sake of our traders' health. Like I said, I like being accurate, but don't do it like this. Not today. TA Mafia missing their trade by, I think, just like a cent. They're gonna run out of ambulances if this is the move. If we hit this thing to the dollar, they're gonna run out, man. I'm telling you right now. I hope this breaks down. We can't see a pump here. This is not the way we do things. This is not right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna stop marking levels.
Looks like Enigma also. I'm reading Bro on the Enigma charts. I'm not sure if they've missed like their trade by a cent or something like that. I'm not sure. That happened to us.
I think they missed it by like a few cents. I think TA Mafia missed it by a few cents.
Wow.
Yeah, TA Mafia missed it by a few cents. Enigma, like just break it down. Break it down for our traders. Enigma spamming the bruz. How much did they miss their trade by? How much? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Are you
not like
kidding me?
this?
Are you
Please.
Just planned like 2 perfect trades.
Why?
Not like this. Oh no!
Not like this, dude.
We've been planning this for
Possible
2 hours,
re-entry
like
here.
literally.
Not
I'm
like
gonna have an
this.
aneurysm,
It looks like we're
bro.
going back up. So guys, here's your
Oh
chance.
no!
Why, bro?
Here's the chance.
2.5% in 3 minutes, dude. Not like this.
This, oh, dude.
What do you do, man? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to put a stream delay on. This is exactly what happens when you stream live. The people, they watch and they take your levels.
No, dude.
Not like this, dude. Please dump Bitcoin.
Why? Look, I'm gonna take the.
Oh my god, dude. This is
brutal.
our poor traders, man. The ambulances, with the cost of fuel, it's gonna cost more than we make in trading. Oh no!
Unfortunately, the teams are not able to cover that cost right now because they're not part of the trade. You know, that's even more brutal.
I think they have to hedge oil stocks with the amount of fuel we're gonna burn through on these EMS services.
Well,
if anybody ever doubts my science, go suck the biggest bag of marbles I've ever seen in my life. Because there is not a single person in the world who could do this. So go suck the biggest bag of marbles, I swear to God. Remember this moment, chat. Remember this moment. Hoy vey, man. I feel so bad for the teams missing this trade. First Arcane, then Enigma, now TA Mafia. Cruel saying, is he even legit? We don't know anymore, Cruel. This is the end. Oh, this is so depressing for our teams. There's only one thing to do in a moment like this, Sugar. You know what that is?
Can't wait for you to say it.
Go full 80s throwback. Miami Nights in the 90s. Just let the music take us away, because there's nothing else left in the tank, man. Turn up the stream, turn off your mic. Go somewhere else. That's all you can do.
I love that. I love that plan. Those pieces are so painful right now. I mean, I feel like I've seen it. I don't know.
Nobody can hear me or you, Sugar. The music is too loud. Okay, sugar. I don't even know what to say, man.
Yeah.
Did you?
I don't know if our listeners actually noticed, but there was an ambulance sound in that song, so I think
Yeah.
it was just like perfect song for this moment.
Yeah. Oh man. We gotta go interview Nuke. Seriously, we gotta go just say Nuke, what's up, man? Like we gotta go live over to Hedge Hall with Enigma. We just gotta go say hey to Nuke. You won't be able to hear him, Shug, but I'm gonna do a little interview with Nuke here. Nuke, man, how you feeling right now?
What do you?
You okay, buddy?
No, dude, I'm not. I'm not okay.
I told you this shit would happen where we stream and we're gonna have to put a delay one day. I told you it would happen, man.
I'm gonna die, bro.
How close to your trade did you get? You had the same level marked as me, I think, right?
I had the origin. Oh, dude, 0.1%.
So within like $1 or two.
$20.
Oh, damn, dude.
And you know what's even worse? We just did the thing up here with the levels, and we took the trade. It got stopped out up here too.
I know. Oh.
Dude.
I know.
Dude. I guess it happens, but man, not like this. Not like.
That's what I said. Not like this, man. Not like this. Well, good luck on your next trade, brother.
Thank you, man.
The next set of levels are coming up soon, so.
Yep. I'm hoping for this Sourly Origin down there by the weekly.
May the biggest cup of juice be with you and the fattest trades. Ay, ay, ay. Feels bad, man. Our poor traders. Heartbreak Hotel shares gone up 6,000%, says chat.
Yeah, check me in.
Let's go check on Arcane and see what happened with them as well. Hey guys, hey iHevent, JPD Freestyle, how you feeling after today? No, I wasn't in the chat. Hey iHevent Freestyle JPD, how you feeling?
Well, we're not feeling great, man.
Did you miss the long as well by a few dollars?
You know what?
We
was interesting. So we had 2255 set as our long order, but when it got, I think I've explained what happened, man.
When we were ripping down, I canceled the long because I didn't want us to hedge into a long, so
Yeah.
I just canceled the long and set up a close limit. And as I was doing that, it did what it did.
That
You know what?
sucks.
Like, what doesn't break us down makes us stronger, and we go through these things as a team. And we're gonna, it was a bit difficult this one, but we're gonna come out stronger from sure.
Absolutely. Well, that's what separates you guys. Like what makes Arcane and always has made Arcane kind of a leader in this thing is that you guys don't let anything get in your way. You guys have always been just crazy. So yeah, just always attuned right into the exact perfect time. And no matter how tough the road has been for you guys, like nothing has stopped you guys. So I have no doubt that you guys are going to catch the next trade here.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we're rock solid.
Yeah. Hey guys, well, good luck on the next one.
Cheers, Con.
Thanks.
Oi, 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 oi. think everybody in absolute shock in those moments at what just happened.
Hey, but it's not over, right? I mean, like, this is... Bitcoin's going back up a tiny little bit. There are going to be other short opportunities, so time to roll up your sleeves.
Yeah.
Traders, and just move on and take the next big trade. There's a lot of opportunities coming up, and yeah, I mean, like you said, right? There's a they just missed like Moby Dick. It was like this huge well, this huge move, but
Yep.
there's something's coming up in the next few minutes. So yeah, there's definitely an opportunity for the teams to get back into it.
Yep, absolutely.
So if you would have to bet, you know, like a toonie, for those of you who are not aware, like a toonie is $2 and two Canadian dollars. So if you would have to place like a toonie on a team that will finish strong today, who do you think it will be?
100% Mafia. Those guys are so tuned in, man. 100% Mafia, dude. They're just so tuned in, man. I've like, yeah, Team Mafia 100%. What about you? Where does your prediction go? Like Arcane, just rock solid, absolute friggin' rock solid. But
yep.
Yeah, straight up like.
Well, obviously, you know, I'm from Team Enigma, so I would have to root for my for my team. But you know, based on what I've seen today, I think that Arcane is a good team. I think that they
so
have
good.
what it takes to come back and move on, you know, from what just happened. So yeah, but obviously, you know, always Team Enigma first, you know.
Yep.
So yeah.
So I want to kind of go back to a moment that I had spoken about earlier in the charts. This was such an important level because it's what creates the breakdown for Bitcoin to go to 18,515, and why I had marked this level earlier and why we're making such a big deal about this little dump here hitting this level. We had marked this much earlier in the day, and I had kind of said that, you know, ultimately this is going to be the final target, because what'll happen is that you will create an origin level here, right? You'll create the origin level. It'll struggle to break. It will break it down eventually. It'll have a flash dump down, hit 815, and go right over top of that level and right over top of some other backside level right here. So the reason why I marked this level earlier, just for everybody to know in chat, was more of a theory-based thing. So you have to be really good at this game, and you have to really know what you're doing to kind of see this part of the move, and why I talked about this earlier in the day. And it really does set up the perfect moment for the last move. So this is kind of starting to confirm that 18,515 will be the last part of the move. And this level here, it does create that perfect origin, and you might see one more move above it, but ultimately it also becomes the spot where if 18,515 can't gain it, it goes further down, but it creates the perfect polarity on the chart for the future. So that's why this was such a critical moment. And you know, when you go to this trade, and you know, being able to trade that volatility, what is that, 6.5% in possibly 90 seconds, you know, hitting this thing that close, there's a reason why it goes there. So, you know, just want everybody to take a minute to realize how accurate the science can be. And you know, none of this stuff is news, none of it is manipulation, none of it is any of the stuff that's been talked about in chat today. It's all very straightforward, and today's been a really great showing of that, and a really strong example of you know, if there are any news traders out there or anything, you gotta leave that stuff in the past, because it's all in the charts, guys. It's all there, every single move, it's all in the charts, right? And it has nothing to do with news. It never does, never has, not in 120 years. It's not going to start today just because of some Feds FOMC garbonzos. It just doesn't work.
So Cotton, just want to say hi to Kartik. Kartik, who's on the Twitch channel right now, who's sending us love. Hope that you're feeling better, buddy.
Yeah, Kartik is in the hospital right now. Actually, he had heat stroke and is in the hospital right now. So our love and prayers go to Kartik and everybody in chat. Send some hearts to Kartik to make him feel better. He's watching on the sidelines today, but hopefully you're recovering and doing well, Kartik. And yeah. Cornelius Chris asking if I can go in depth. You can watch the VOD. I do talk about it a lot today in the VOD. So go ahead, watch the VOD. You'll see exactly what had happened, and yeah, you'll be able to better understand it and watch it at your own pace and go over it multiple times. Team Enigma taking a break for 15 minutes here. With all of that said, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, get some R&R for my throat here so I don't burn it out. We've still got about an hour left in the stream here. I think I'm just gonna leave the trading open for teams until tomorrow. Honestly, with the amount of volatility with everything that's been going on, I think I'm just gonna leave it open for them to do free trading. But I'll make that decision at the end of the day. Yeah.
Enjoy your break. I'll stay with our listeners, and as I said earlier, if you guys want to send some questions, if you have any comments, feel free to send them through the Twitch channel, and yeah, I'll be more than happy to answer your questions. And yeah, Kartik, it's great to know that you're getting better, buddy. We can't wait to hear back from you, and hopefully with some great news. So, getting to know our listeners, our viewers a little bit more better, I would like to know where you guys from. I know that we have some people from Montreal, but I'm kind of curious to see where our crowd is. So, yeah, go ahead and use the Twitch channel. Let us know from where you're watching us. Got some people from Oklahoma, the Netherlands. A shout out to my teammate Shenron, who's also from Europe, who's from Belgium, next to the Netherlands. Oh, we got some Canadians with us as well. Dane Slayers from Ontario. Oh wow, guys, we have like a bunch of people from all over the world. Pennsylvania. Barcelona, Portugal, India, Switzerland. Wow, got like people from all over the world. It's really nice to see that you know, the crowd is. We got like a universal crowd, not just from Canada or from the States. Even got someone from Nigeria. That's cool. It's really cool. Saint Manuel from Argentina. I was there just a few months ago. I got the chance to go to Buenos Aires. I was there from January and February. It was a crazy trip. Such a beautiful country, beautiful culture, and amazing food. Yeah, Tiki. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. You have to. My apologies if I'm trashing your names, guys, but some of these are pretty hard to read. So, Tiquer, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but yeah, you saying that we would be cool one day to do a meetup with the community, yeah, definitely. And knowing Cotton, maybe it's something that's gonna happen one day, not necessarily in the next few weeks, but yeah, that would definitely be nice to meet up and just to be able to gather the entire community together. Yeah, that would be nice for sure. Arken Morris from Argentina. It's Buenos Aires, such an amazing city. I don't know if any of you have ever had the chance to travel there, but yeah, Buenos Aires, one of my favorite places in the world. I'm actually planning on going back this winter. It was such an amazing trip. And for those of you who are wondering where I'm from Montreal, Canada. I live on the Plateau Mont-Royal, which is like a really French part of the city. So for those of you who haven't noticed yet, I have like a really thick accent. English is my second language, and French is my first. So you gotta excuse me if every now and then I'm trashing my words if I'm searching for them, because French is my first language. I got a few people from Germany. Shout out to our German listeners, viewers. It's nice for you to be with us today. We're getting higher in the range, and if I was trading right now, I would probably be targeting this 1 minute level on top of that range at 21,241. Obviously for a short. Dane Slayer says that, you know, Montreal is definitely on the list to visit. Well, just make sure you come here during summertime. Don't want to get caught during winter. Yeah, Kartik is suggesting that I tell my story as we're waiting for Cotton to come back. But yeah, I was just started trading 2 years ago, and it was right. I think it was in 2019. Yeah, it was right before the pandemic, or was it 2020? Sorry, guys, 2020. At the end of 2020, I purchased Bitcoin the first time. It was $7,000. And then during the crazy pump, I sold my Bitcoin, and yeah, made a lot of money. I decided to invest that money into trading, and unfortunately, really didn't work out for me. I lost a lot. I actually lost everything that I made. You know, I was trying to trade, you know, with those indicators, and then I was watching videos online, and it was just a bunch of influencers who were teaching, you know, different ways to trade, and I'm not putting the blame on them. I'm putting the blame on myself. It was just, I didn't know what I was doing. It was just, I wanted to make a lot of money and quickly, right? I mean, I guess it's the story of a lot of people. And then unfortunately, I lost all of my money. And as I was about, I was really fed up with trading. Obviously, it wasn't working for me, and I decided to take a break. And one of my friends, Lee, actually, I don't know if he's listening right now. I don't know if Lee's listening right now, but he told me about cotton candy. I will never thank him enough. And then last October 2021, I started studying Cotton's videos on YouTube, and it was just wow. It was just like mind-blowing, crazy content. And yeah, I was just I binged all the material. I binged all the content, and yeah, and from there, you know, I watched all the videos. I watched like the Butterfly Effect, Future of Trading, and Blueprint series. In between October and December, I left last winter for a quick trip, and as I said, you know, I went in Argentina, and I also went to Mexico. You know, anyway, so I left for a few months, came back here in April, and yeah, then Cotton started his tournaments, and that's how I joined the tournament, and that's how I joined the community as Cotton as one of Cotton's mentees. And yeah, it's just been life-changing experience so far. It's been going great. Joined Team Enigma at the start of May, and yeah, just crazy experience. You know, it's the amount of content that we're learning is just really crazy, and there's a lot to grasp. But yeah, man, it's the goal is basically to become a day trader full time. I'm not there yet, but I think in a few days, not a few days, but in a few weeks, I should be able to do it. Obviously, you know, I'm part of the tournament, but I'm more talking about on a personal level. So I don't know if that answers your question, Karthik. But I hope it does. It's just a brief history of how I started trading. Team Phoenix looking to enter a trade right now. Team Mafia closing their trades in profit. Team Mafia flashing their profits right now. Wow, Bitcoin pushing back up. Well, a lot of strength. Be it right now. At least we could see reversal right there on that 15-minute level, but no, keep pushing up. A lot of strain in the movement. So Team Mafia closed their trades. It's good they had profits, but wow. It could have been a tiny little bit more, not to say way more. So for those of you wondering, no, trading is not my currently my main job, but it's definitely the objective though. I have a business back in Montreal, which gives me a lot of free time. So yeah, it's amazing that I have like this opportunity right now with Cotton and with the mentorship program and also with the tournament. So yeah, I'm currently looking to become a full-time day trader. Wow, what a major pullback. So far within the last 15 minutes, we've seen an 8% move. And even more than that, actually, almost 9%. Well, some of the teams are probably biting their nails, missing out that huge move. just reverse on the 15-minute body. I'm wondering if there's anything else maybe that I'm missing here. Hourly origin possibly creating that first touch of that hourly break level. So we're seeing a huge pullback now. Team Mafia currently looking over their last trade. It doesn't look like any other teams are in the trade right now. Everybody's waiting for their targets to be hit. Arcane shouting out to our viewers saying that they need the love right now. Yeah, that must have been a really hard day for Arcane actually, but you know, the margin of error is so slim, so being successful and not being successful, the margin is really thin. So Arcane was really close today. I really love what they did, and then there's just like this huge move that they missed. But like honestly, it's like what that it was really hard to catch up with that move, and just who I like 99% of the traders would have got caught exactly the way they did. So yeah, sending love to Arcane. I hope that they'll be able to move on and their TA and is crazy. So for sure, they're gonna they'll be able to pull it out. I'm pretty sure. So no trades for now. All teams are patiently waiting. Well, I'm reading some of you guys, and it looks like a lot of our viewers have been able to catch that crazy movement. Happy that some of you were able to do so. And again, for those joining us, thank you very much for watching Chart Raiders. Make sure that you join Cotton Candy's social medias, and also make sure that you send your questions and your comments in the Twitch channel. We'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you have. Man, I can't wait to see the leaderboard and how it looks like, because I know that Mafia got into a trade right now, and I'm wondering how much profit they were able to generate with their last trade. Let me do some investigation here and see if I can reach any of them on the, because you guys have to understand is that I can't I don't have access to the platform that Cotton is using, so it's impossible for me to communicate directly with the traders. So let's check if there's a way for me to maybe send him a message to
You don't need to send me a message, I'm right here.
Oh, here we go. Cotton is back. No, I was actually not talking about you. I wanted to reach Team Mafia through Discord to see how much they banked, because they were able to do a trade.
Ah, okay, let's go check it out. I'll come back and talk about where I was. So let's go over to TA Mafia. Hey guys, apparently you were in another trade.
Yeah, we made 7, dude. I was just talking about it. We're so lucky we got out unscathed, because this thing ripped 10%, but we took a short and it moved down like 1% in like, I don't know, 10 seconds.
Nice.
But we closed it for 700. We made.
Oh, good.
In like a couple seconds.
Right on, guys.
Yeah, it's
it's pretty
that
wild
long,
one.
dude. That long below. I cannot believe we missed that, dude.
Oh yeah, we missed it so close.
I don't know if you guys have been watching the stream, but I marked it like within $1 or $2.
Yeah,
it was the 1 hour origin.
Was it a 1 hour origin?
Yep. I talked about it all stream. I was talking about how I was going to target the 1 hour origin on the bottom to create the breakout point for Bitcoin. So if you go look at where the 1 hour, no, in the current move, you don't have to go back in time. Go to the current move.
Current move, 1 hour origin.
Yep. Go mark your 1 hour origin where it would be created.
Oh, where it would be? Oh, created.
Yeah. Because the theory behind that is that would be what breaks the move down to 18,515 because it needs to create a breakdown point, and it would also be what holds it down from 18,515. So targeting this was like critical today.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I had so this is what I was.
And it
looking
hit
at.
like within
So
a dollar. That's why I went blank on the stream and I put the music on and just turned it all the way up. Yeah.
I had a 5 minute origin and there was a 3. I thought it was the 3 minute originally because I was looking at this guy.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't realize.
Yeah, it has to create that breakdown point, right? So that if it does hit 18,515, if it does go after that level, it has something to break back over to start accumulation, right? So that's why that level's so important. Yeah.
Very cool way to look at it. Never thought of it that way.
Yep. Yeah, me and Sugar were having a bit of a panic attack when that hit because I had marked it, I don't know, an hour before, talking about it all day, and we were just we both just like, yeah, on
Dude,
our ass.
That's like a $20,000 trade.
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
I know. Well, good luck on the next trade, guys. I'm gonna go check. Apparently Arcane was in a trade too, so I'm gonna go check on them. And yeah, good luck in the rest of the day, guys. I'm gonna let traders trade all day today and into the night as well until tomorrow. So you know, take your breaks and do what you gotta do.
Awesome. Thank you, Cotton.
Cheers.
Hey Arcane, how's it going?
Good, man. We
I heard you guys took a trade.
We got our souls back a little bit.
Yeah, what happened? Talk us through it. We're still on stream, but I had to step out for a few minutes. So tell us what happened.
Yeah, well, obviously I was a little tilted after the last trade. So I took a little break, and I came back right in the nick of time. Bitcoin was just absolutely pumping.
Yeah.
And we had that 15-minute origin level at the top all day. Well, actually, my biggest target throughout the whole day was 22,470, the daily hold creation.
22,470.
I wanted to get a short that kind of corresponded with that, and the 15-minute origin level was at 260. That's actually what we took. We probably obviously could have gone for the higher level at the 400, but we did get in there, and we got out around 21.7 on the 15-minute backside. So we took a good 1,200 real quick.
Whoa, nice job.
And yeah, it was nice because it actually put us in positive on the day.
Nice. Yeah.
So, I mean, we're still negative on the week, but positive on the day feels good.
yeah, it's been a crazy day.
After the week we've had, you know.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, good job, guys, and yeah, I'm gonna let traders trade all through the night tonight and up until tomorrow's stream. So take your breaks and sparse them out accordingly. Of course, Bitcoin's going pretty crazy, so.
Yeah.
Hey, quick question. Do you guys know why we targeted the bottom of the chart the way we did?
So we heard you talking to Confused about that. Yeah, Freestyle was just asking me about that, and if I understand correctly, it's because Bitcoin needed a breakdown level to break back above once it hits its lower level to confirm accumulation.
Yep. We have to have something that crushes the charts down to that final move. So, yeah, that's why I had marked that earlier in the day.
Were you kind of thinking that same thing in the last range down that we had?
No, because there was still room to kind of bounce off of the move, and like there's still room in the trade, right? Like you can go down to that 19. The architecture of the chart was a little different today. Like when you have, and maybe I should put my screen on. No, okay. I'll just try to explain it the best I can. So. Yesterday's move was different because we had the 1 hour trend established. Today, we didn't establish it before any of this stuff had happened. Like it was just free falling to that point, so that there was nothing really backing up the charts. And like that 1 hour trend that was there yesterday, that can break down. It has levels underneath it. Like there was no levels left once we started hovering around that 20,000 600-700 mark, and like you hit down to that 5 minute level in the range, and there's nothing left there. So like there's actually nothing left to create the level off of. So you either have to create some kind of massive breakdown point in the chart, which is that 20,189, or you're just going to drop straight to the move. So you have one of two options.
Right.
You take 189 or you just drop straight down to the move. But because we're and typically we would drop straight down to the move, but because we're right close to that 18,515, what's going to happen is you have to create some kind of polarity point that you can like have a two-way polarity on. Like you lose it from the top side to get to 18,515, and it also starts accumulation once you break over that. So kind of what I was telling chat earlier is you hit that 20,189.7, you end up losing that level, you hit 18,515 right down to that hourly combo, and you just break straight over the hourly origin that broke you down, and that just straight up starts accumulation on the move, because it's just like acts as like a two-sided polarity, right? So you have to kind of create that moment before hitting one of these kind of finalized moments. You know what I mean? Like, does it make sense?
Yeah, it does. It definitely makes sense.
Yeah, you have to
feel
think
I
like
need so
what
much more experience to like tell this, why this range and not the range before. I mean, I understand that it made the hourly trend, and that's what kind of took that away. And this kind of didn't really have anything. It had like, that where it could create that trend on the 15, which it actually is still holding. But
and then like another part of that too is you have to start with a 4. And when you see that the 4 hours there, you initially would think, okay, we could target the 4, but if you target the 1, it's right beside the 4, but still ladders the move. So high time frame, like daily to daily or something, you could actually create a trend there, or 4 to 4 hour, right? Like you could actually create trends off that point. It doesn't, or even if it's small time frames like 15 to 15 or 5 to 5, it at least gives you some type of laddering point to, at a minimum, create a trend to work with.
Right.
So that's why we target that hourly. That's why I had kind of went over it on stream, and yeah. But man, I'm so happy you guys came out on top today. Great job. I know you had such a shitty go with that one trade. I was like reeling with you guys. I saw your stop get hit and I was like, oh no, not like this.
Dude,
I was just so
like,
beside myself.
We didn't get stopped out on the first wick up, and we did get stopped out on the second wick up. Tells you how close we were to like not getting stopped out.
Yeah, I know. I said that exact same thing on stream. I'm like, it's like a $20 difference or something, and you guys got wicked on the one but not on the other. I was like, oh no. Yeah. Stream's been a lot of fun today. Sugar's been a crazy co-host. He's been absolutely killing it, man. He's been like, if you watch the replay of today, you'll love it. It's so much fun today.
I will definitely be checking it out for sure.
Okay, guys, good luck. Like I said, take your breaks as you need them. You guys can trade through until tomorrow's stream. So take your breaks as you need them. Fuel up, recharge, do whatever, because Bitcoin's pretty good opportunities now. So yeah, good luck.
Awesome.
All right, thank you.
Always fun to hear from Arcane. They don't sound too bummed out. I mean,
No,
obviously
no.
they were, but I mean, I love their energy. I really love their energy.
Oh, they're just so chill. Every team, you fall in love with all the teams because they're just such good people, right? Like they're good people. They're smart. They're intelligent. Like, man, I chose these teams well, and they represent themselves even better. Like they're just such a great group of guys.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I was gone for a little bit here. We have our sprinkler system being fixed, and the people, they showed up early. So they showed up an hour early, and yeah, so I had to just take some time with them. So hopefully everything's been going good in stream, and yeah.
Well, I entertained the crowd a tiny little bit while you were gone. I got a chance to ask a few questions to our viewers, and yeah, it was fun. It was definitely fun. Unfortunately, I couldn't properly see what Team Mafia and the trades that the guys were taking. But yeah, I was kind of curious to see how much they made, and yeah, I'm really happy for TA Mafia, and also turns out, Cotton, that you were right. You called the levels to descent, and then you called that TA Mafia was actually going to bank, and that's exactly what happened.
Let's go, dude. That crystal ball's still working.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the power of the risky biscuit right there. It's just not just fortune. It's future.
It's gonna be a supplement on shelves soon.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And there's gonna be a picture of my face holding up a biscuit and one of my meme faces, and you'll be right there pointing at it.
Yep. Yeah, the risky biscuit, full of future, and future as in perpetual contracts.
Yep, absolutely. So we are going to be wrapping up here for the day in a moment. Sugar, you feel like joining me tomorrow again? It's been a lot of fun having you here on the show. I'd love it if you could join me tomorrow as well. I don't know how your team's going to do without you, but you know, I have a little bit of power in the community. I could probably push some weight if you feel like joining me again.
Well, I mean, I would be down if the listeners, if the viewers are down for me to come back. I would be more than happy to come back for sure. And it looks like Enigma is doing well anyway, so doesn't look like they're missing me at all. So if I can skip another day, yeah, definitely, I would give this another try for sure.
Let's put up a poll, see what the viewers want. Let's do a poll. We haven't done any polls today. Should Sugar come back tomorrow?
Hopefully it will be positive.
The answers are gonna be the Risky Biscuit says yes.
Yeah. And it's cool that you're giving the chance to the rest of the teams to you know, to trade for the next 24 hours, because you know, obviously lots of crazy movements right now, and this is a critical moment for Bitcoin, right? And yeah, I really think that it's cool for the team to have a chance to trade in the next hours and maybe make up for the moves that they've missed.
Yeah, I think it's really good. You give teams time to trade, and so like Arcane's up 1,200 today. Team Mafia, I believe, is up 1,700 if my calculations are correct. Like great day for trading teams. I'm not sure if Phoenix has done anything. We'll have to check in on them later. I am giving everybody the day to trade, so there's nothing to kind of you know, no pressure on teams. They have lots of time, and yeah. See how the votes going. There's 100% yes. There's not a single no votes. We don't have a single person who said no.
Shout out to Coffee Nipples, who actually stopped during his bike ride to answer the the poll. But shout out to everybody. It made me laugh, the fact that he stopped. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. So I guess I'll be here. I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so. I think the community won't have it any other way. It's 28-0. I don't think I've ever seen a 100% landslide vote like this. That's crazy. Dane says Trudeau has no chance. I agree. I'm putting my vote in. Dude, you got the power of the people behind you. This is absolutely coming true.
Thank you guys. Really happy to see that you know, you enjoyed the show and enjoy my contribution. And, yeah, I'll be more than happy to be part of the show tomorrow again.
Let's before we go, let's quickly check in with Phoenix. We already talked with Enigma. Paradigm has been pretty quiet. Let's go over and talk with Phoenix and see what happened with them.
Maybe like 15 or.
Hey Phoenix, how's it going, guys?
Hey,
we're still on stream here, but I had to step away from a bit. Tell me how the trading day went. I missed any trades. If you guys gotten any trades at the end of it or not, or yeah, tell me how your trading afternoon went here.
Yeah, we've been in quite a few trades, firing quite a few shots a day, and yeah, this week's been frustrating for us. We're staying positive 100%, and the last kind of maybe like hour or so, we've just taken a step back. Like it's just been crazy. Like the levels, we were so lucky. We were taking this 15 on my screen here when it was coming up here, and I cancelled the order probably like a few seconds before it hit. Yeah, and it just like, but yeah, that's kind of the story of the day is a bunch of stop losses, really. So we've not had a great day today.
Yeah, well, it happens. I mean, everybody's definitely been caught by shock. Excuse me, but did you guys manage to catch that bottom part of the move, or see why it had hit its level, or by chance were able to hear what I was telling the other teams about it?
Yes, I just tuned into stream for like 5 minutes and had a listen. It was very interesting. And I shared it with these guys so they know. We were kind of aiming for the 5-minute origin, and then it was front run on BitGet anyway.
Yeah, I think Enigma did the same thing. They had that 5-minute origin, they just missed it. Yeah.
I was wondering, it looked similar on the top side too. With this 1 hour origin up here, you could potentially create this one up here. It kind of seems similar to the one at the bottom. You'd still then kind of ladder off the 4. I was wondering what your thoughts were on that.
I would wait to see what the night holds still. Although Bitcoin has been pretty crazy today, I would still wait to see what the night holds for Bitcoin, because, you know, like I have that target on the top of my screen too as the next trade. Like we talked about that a bit earlier in the stream. That 22,260 that Arcane took that trade and they did pretty decent on it. Excuse me, my voice is starting to give out for the day. But that was kind of one of the higher targets I had for the day, and it did get hit. So I don't know if I would fall too much in love with anything right now in terms of taking longs. Like I don't necessarily know if Bitcoin is an accumulation. It could definitely go up for sure at this point, but I would still hold strong for that 18,515 level below. I think that still looks pretty good. I just, you know, you've had a volatile day. You're creating the architecture to break the chart up forward. Like if you move straight down here, for example, like you've got to start thinking a little bit outside the box, right? Like if you move straight down here, you could create a pretty gnarly 4-hour backside valley to target that lower level at 18,515. Like if you turn a few candles blue here and it kind of just lingers around, you could all of a sudden start creating some pretty gnarly 4-hour levels, which also is going to help the accumulation after you hit 18,515. So I would still, you know, I'm not saying 18,515 is a sure in the bag hit, but I would keep my eyes open on it. I think it's just too early to assess that. Yeah, I think you have to just excuse me. I think you have to just kind of just let the day play out and see what's going on before making too many before being too presumptuous that it's breaking up, because although this is a crazy move, it's not. It's just like normal Bitcoin stuff. It just looks crazy and it happened really fast today.
Yeah.
So just
tough.
You know,
we're like taking a bit of a step back. Like, obviously we want to be in trades, but it's kind of like
we take a break. Like I'm giving teams the whole night to trade. So you guys are open trade till tomorrow on stream. So we're open trade now just due to the volatility. So take a break, fuel up, grab a pizza, some coffee, take a nap, like just fuel up and just get ready for the next part of the moves, right? Because it's going to be pretty wacky out there in crypto land right now. So yeah, just take your breaks and refocus the mind and just really get tuned back up.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Well, good luck, guys. I'm leaving the channel and stopping stream now. So good luck on your trades, and yeah, cheers.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, cheers. See ya.
And that'll do it for the day, Sugar. My voice is gone. I'm dying here.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing at you struggling with your voice. And
yeah.
I think this is like we've reached the end of it. Yeah, you were pretty good though. You sounded really good, and it's just like you know, I have to say that congrats, you were able to manage the entire stream.
Yeah, there was a few points where I had to step away, but yeah, hopefully I just get better by the day right now.
For some reason, give me a second. I don't know if you're talking yet.
No worries. Well, we're we're done with the stream anyways today, everybody. We're going to kick it off there and say goodnight to everybody. We're back tomorrow at 7 a.m. We will, of course, lull everybody out with our favorite song, and yeah, we'll be back tomorrow 7 a.m. MDT. Sugar and I. Sugar's going to co-host again with me tomorrow, and hopefully we'll see some more crazy action tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cotton. Sorry I lost you here there for a second, but yeah, thank you very much, and thank you also for the support for the support coming from all our viewers, and see you guys tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.